FIFA 17 fans, you are about to see some things that you don't normally see.
Oh, wow! Not expecting that one.
Oh, it's ball.
Yeah.
It's in.
There it is. Wow.
Taking down off the ball. The tap is there. And Mike starts off with a goal.
Welcome to the greatest FIFA tournament of all time. We have scoured the globe in search of the best FIFA players in the world. From Paris to Sydney, Miami to Whistler, Madrid, and it now all comes down to Berlin for the Ultimate Team Championship Final. Over 2 seasons, we've been talking about tickets to this final, and those tickets have been punched. It is game time. Play begins today for the trophy and for the lion's share of the $400,000 in prize money. 6 regional champions and 26 other qualifiers, each looking to claim the FIFA 17 Ultimate Prize, live from the Adidas football base here in Germany's capital city. 4 groups on Xbox, 4 groups on PlayStation. Every single one of these players is a legitimate contender for the title. But at the end of today, 32 will become 8. At the end of tomorrow, 8 will become the 1. Spencer, Chu, let's do this. The FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Final starts right now.
Yes, Jimmy, we are ready. Spencer here reporting for duty. I'm joined by my buddy Chu. How are you, mate?
I'm doing amazing.
This is going to be spectacular, guys. Everyone that's taking part, we already know, is top quality FIFA players. The question is, who's going to win it?
That's a tough question, to be honest with you.
We don't know. We don't know. We're going to find out with you guys as these games start rolling. But of course, we have got 6 regional winners who are probably, some people would say, the favourites right now. Starting off with hashtag TAS, who dominated it in Paris. And then we went over to Sydney, of course, on the other side of the world, the Royal, who really stood out in that one. And of course, FIFA in Miami was super dominant. In Whistler, we found the likes of MS Dasari and of course, Gastella representing the US of A. And finally, Principe, we found only recently in Madrid as the winner. And then the Italian, and of course, the first PlayStation winner. So they're the 6 regional winners, but we've got a lot of other guys who have qualified through those regionals as well, Chu. I mean, are you thinking it's going to be one of those 6 that's going to take home the trophy?
I do believe it's one of those 6. Those guys are the best of the best, and I think they're going to show it in this tournament, so watch out for them.
Okay, we'll keep a lookout. I know there's some other guys looking to prove them wrong, though. Let's find out how this tournament is going to work across the 2 days. Starting off today with the group stage, of course. We have 4 groups with 4 players in each division, and of course, we've got Xbox, we've got PlayStation side. It's a round-robin format. They each play each other once, and the top 2 players from each group advance to the knockout bracket, and that's where it gets really interesting. Obviously, we've got a lot of money up for grabs in this tournament. In the knockout round, it's an 8-player double elimination bracket for each platform, Xbox and PlayStation. There's up to 4 simultaneous games happening at the same time, and it's important to stress this is a double elimination format, which essentially means if you lose, you get another chance to work your way back in with a chance of winning the whole thing. And that's where we get to the grand final. A 2-legged fixture, 1 game on each platform. The player with the higher aggregate score wins. And it's important to remember, away goals count, which means if you can get a goal on the platform you're less familiar with, it means a lot. Chu, what are you expecting?
Some great FIFA. To
Yep.
be honest with you, again, we have the best of the best competitors right here, and you guys can tell us who you think is going to be the best, who you think is going to win the tournament by using the hashtag FUTChampions. Tweet me at ChuBoy, tweet Spencer at Spencer1, or at EA Sports FIFA. And we got a poll. We did ask you guys already, who is which is the toughest group so far? The group 1, group 3, group 5. You guys said group 1 is by far the toughest group. It's got Dax, FIFA, and also MS Dasari, so it's got some champions in there. And I do not want to see any of these guys go home, to be honest with you, so it's going to be a really hard group to see somebody crash out of.
It is going to be really interesting, guys. Don't forget to get involved in the conversation. We look forward to hearing from some of you. But now I'm going to pass you over to 2 guys who are going to take us through all the action and even tell us more about those groups. Of course, it's Joe and D-Man.
Thank you very much, guys. And Demon, what a tournament we have in store for everyone. Over 2 days this time, spread it out so we can watch as much of the action as we can. Honestly, it's so hard to call who's going to win this one. We heard Chuboy saying he thinks it's one of the 6 regional winners, but honestly, at this point, it's anybody's game.
Well, of course, getting here was a tough job in itself. So many players playing those 40 games a week, but of course, you got so many trips. We've been round the globe. Rafifa there. Obviously, we're going to be having him in his first game of the day. He's going to be up against his teammate, but there's so many champions throughout the tournaments. Not just, obviously, the FUT champions, but ESWC champions, FIWIC champions. So many champions here.
Well, let's get down to the nitty-gritty, starting here with those Xbox groups. And we already talked about it a little bit. Group 1, the 2 PSG boys matched up together in the group, along with MS Tasari, along with Nicholas Rasek, who probably is an outsider in that group without a doubt. But
yeah,
the groups are just stacked all over the board.
You've got Dax ESWC champion, Rafifa champion in Miami, Tasari champion for the rest of the world in Whistler. That's such a stacked group to start with. And that's just Group 1. Of course, moving on to Group 2, we got Tass in there, who dominated in Paris. Group 3, of course, Rocky. Honestly, I think against anyone else on that day probably could have took it. But then we've got the PlayStation group. So, my God, the players are just keeping coming here. Obviously, you're looking towards Group 8. You've got to look towards Benedict Salsa and Timo. Obviously, both representing Wolfsburg. They're together. But he's got Phantom in there. He was the PlayStation winner in Whistler. Shells coming out of nowhere in Group 6. He's in the group with Monika and Diddy Chris. Diddy Chris, the first man to come out of the lower bracket, remember, to make his way into that final. Looking towards Group 5, Sihan, Mr. Dunn. Obviously, the Stranger could come out of nowhere. You never know how he's going to be. He is the Stranger after all.
Oh, I see what you've done there.
Starting off early.
Exactly. Get him out of the way while we can. Yeah, but just fantastic games to come across this entire 2-day tournament. We are going to kick things off, though, with that PSG matchup. It's Dax versus Rafifa. As you mentioned, ESWC champion versus the champion from Miami.
Yeah. Probably
Trained a lot together up until the group stage, where I'm sure they probably then said, okay, let's not train anymore together because we have to play tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rafifa obviously was in Paris just 2 days ago. But earlier on, we managed to catch up and grab a couple of words from him.
My approach in Berlin will remain the same that I did in Miami. I was confident, I was playing my game, marking, pressuring, doing a lot of aggressive play style, and I won't change this event. A lot of people may focus in the game, how I plan, how I manage, but I'm confident that I can surpass this. My strength was my biggest asset in Miami, and the opponents will see this in the pitch.
Some strong words there coming out really from Rafifa. And guys, don't forget to celebrate the culmination of the Ultimate Team Championship. Special squad building challenges are being released throughout the 2 days here of the final tournament. And those SBCs are time limited, so make sure you get involved. And they're going to be triggered by various milestones during the tournament and be exclusively announced here on the live broadcast. So make sure you tune in all weekend if you want to get involved in them. Of course, you can do them in-game or on the companion app as well.
Yeah, and they're going to be big old packs as well. You're going to want to get them, that's for sure. But
I'm just going to get my app out right now and
get straight on
be ready for them.
But going back to the game, obviously Rafifa up against Dax, and I would say slightly different styles of play, although saying that, Dax was in that epic 5-4 with Dragon, if you remember, in Madrid. But Rafifa, you remember the final against Lucas in Miami? He was scoring goals for fun throughout that tournament.
Yeah.
And more importantly, he's not afraid to shoot from anywhere. He's not going to be looking for that perfect setup goal, which, to be honest, is actually pretty tricky against, obviously, the opponents they're in now. These are the best of the best that have reached here. And I feel that somebody that's not afraid to shoot from outside the box, take those 30-yard shots. Remember those Messi goals he was scoring? He was banging them in for fun. So I think that he's got a big favorite in this group himself.
And for me, that's one of the more interesting, kind of ideas coming into these finals, is that we've got the regions all coming together finally, and we've obviously
going to be the best region?
We've seen, rest of the world players dominating in their events and, players dominating left, right, and center. But what happens when they all come together? What play style is going to come out strongest? Which is the strongest region? Because, of course, everyone's been saying Europe, 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 Europe. But we're going to find out if that's true today.
Absolutely. And it is going to be a real challenge, of course. And let's not forget, Dasari is in this group. He was one of the big standout players in Whistler. A lot of people were talking about how he played the offside trap, which a lot of players don't really do. But he played it to absolute perfection. And there's Dax on your screen. There's Rafifa. as I say, both representing Paris Saint-Germain here. FIFA signed after Miami for them. Obviously a massive club in traditional sports. But now they're stepping into the esports arena. And here we go. Of course, it's going to be home kit for, I believe, FIFA. And it's Dax ending up with the away kit.
Yeah, this is obviously the interesting one here. Both players
PSG,
from PSG. But who's going to get off to the better start? As you said, from left to right is Dax in the red. FIFA playing in the home kit of PSG from right to left. And right now it is Dax on the attack here with Mane down on this bottom side. He's taken one too many touches there. And that's the first goal kick after 4 minutes.
And we should point out, players-wise, the cutoff was Monday. So obviously the massive team of the season announcement yesterday, well, that's not an announcement, but the team of the season players that came out are not available to them. So their cutoff was Monday. So obviously you're not going to be seeing your 98 Hazard that was in there. Something like
the most consistent, which came out last week, of course.
Yeah.
Pretty much the big ones in this. As we see a ball over the top there. He's going to go a little bit too far, though. And Marcelo will deal with this one nicely. Just clearing out. Desailly being played here. Ooh, that is a dangerous little pass, but Dax actually will just recover from that one. Maybe a little bit of nerves in this first one. As we've said, these guys are teammates, so you'd have expected that they've done some practice together. And we see here Dax making a push forward. Mane getting past his man, and Ronaldo will slot it in. And that is the first one, the first goal here of the finals.
Well, that is definitely a settler of the nerves for Dax. Getting the opening goal against his teammate, who, well, did let goals in, but scores a lot himself. So, well, we know Dax is not afraid to get going early, and that's a perfect setup for him. Of course, we are on the Xbox here. It does mean the legends are available, which is why you saw the likes of Desailly running down the wing. That was a little unusual. That's not something we're used to seeing, a Desailly sprinting down the wing. Obviously, you've seen Hullet in there, as well as obviously your traditional players like your Kyle Walkers there and your Ronaldos, who pretty sure will be getting himself a legend card the second he retires. As it is, though, Marcelo trying to work it down the wing for Dax. Getting himself that early goal. But as we saw in Madrid and many times over, an early goal is not always a good signal. Think back to, obviously, Aga, also representing PSG. Got himself a 2-0 lead in the opening game in Madrid, and that was whittled away. So don't rule FIFA out just yet, as Suarez passes it to Ronaldo, trying to work it down the wing. Suarez was looking available, but he's going to bring it back. Trying to find some opportunities. Vieira gets a nice little ball, and it's a quick 1-2 to Messi. Oh, it's Hullet that almost broke the offside trap there. Trying to spring it through, but Dax defending well so far in the red.
Nice bit of link-up play here in the middle. It's going to set Pogba free. Down on this bottom side, he's basically done Marcelo there, completely throwing him off. Here's Mane, and he goes for the shot, but he's dragged it a little bit, and that goes wide. An opportunity there for Dax to take a 2-0 lead after 20 minutes going 2-0 up. We'd never say it's impossible, but that would be a fantastic start for him.
Yeah, and at this level, you just can't afford to miss those big chances like that. And you could see, actually, Dax's reaction instantly. He thought he'd scored and just knew he dragged it too far. But this time he's got Mane in another great position. Kind of a little misplay there. Wanted to try and tap it through. Mane's got it back here. If he can get the through ball, he tried the little pirouette on Rio Ferdinand there. Wasn't having any of it. But Sergio Ramos has got it back here. Dax is looking very good in this opening game so far. And that's a slide ball for Mane. Turns his man. Oh, it just couldn't get it past Van der Sar.
Brilliantly done once again. He's going to get a corner off that. Again, taken short here. Mane skips past the first one. Pele will centre it there towards Marcelo. He's taking an extra touch and just trying to find that hole. Oh, Desailly's gone down there. Referee says no contact, though. And that is FIFA maybe getting away with it. We'll send a long ball off towards Suarez as well. He's got a man waiting in the middle, but he's got to get past the defender. It was Dani Alves. Does go down, and actually it's gone out for the goal kick. So FIFA thought he was in there. In the end, gets nothing from it.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how that works. Obviously, the FA in England just ruled that diving is going to be bringing possible red cards next season. We'll see how that works out. But of course, we're in FIFA 17 here. And nothing given for Suarez this time around. Obviously, it was adjudged to be a fair tackle. Mane to Pele. Now through to Pogba, looking to run it through the middle. Hullet's got options available, and Ronaldo almost broke the offside trap and darted past Ferdinand, but wasn't having any of it. Big Patrick Vieira finds Lionel Messi. We saw so much from him for Rafifa in Miami, but he's barely got a squeak of the ball so far. Pogba skipping the pass there. Mane picks it up, gets dragged back. That's going to be ruled a foul. And wow, you saw Rafifa very angry there.
I was going to say, he's not exactly looking composed there. A lot of emotion coming through for him. 1-0 down, of course, still the first group stage game, so even if you end up losing here, there's plenty of time to bounce back. But this, make no mistakes, is a cutthroat group. Absolutely insane how strong this one is. As there is the ball taken by Ronaldo.
It's one of those groups that obviously we've been talking about. Dasari in there, Messi's through. This is a good chance. Rafifa, oh, he's pulled it wide. Well, you got to be thinking he's got to be tucking those chances away, and you can see just a little reaction from him, a little shrug. But he's got another chance here. Suarez can put it back through for Messi. It's a quick early chance. Desai almost made a hash of that one. It's gone back to Suarez. It's bundled all over the place, and Marcelo finally gets it clear, and Dax can breathe a little bit of air there. Jeez. Giving himself in some serious trouble already, but that's a great through ball. He's onside Ronaldo because he was played on by Marcelo down the bottom corner here. Now if he can get a cut back, Mane's not quite in position. Suarez, oh, is not there. And in the end, it just goes out, and that came back off Rafifa, Dax's player, so it all goes astray. But man, Rafifa is going to be thinking those big chances. He's got to make sure, obviously, half-time coming up here. Just got to get it settled a little bit. He seems very nervous so far as to his play. Obviously very passionate, you know, Brazilian player in there. But he's up against Dax, and he's a veteran of the scene, even though he is a young kid.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess we could say keeping himself very, very calm so far. Why not? He's got a 1-0 lead. That could change it, though. Vieira going to tee it up. Vieira will dive off to his right. And a possible last chance here in this first half with a corner for Rafifa. Looked to take it short, but there were two men there. Instead sends it in. It's now Walker who will give it back off to Hully. Back in then to Walker. Space here for Messi. Turns his man. Oh, he's just taking it away from him. Basically the air shot there in the end. And as that's cleared, there is half-time coming in. It is Dax who holds the lead.
So just the one goal early on. Around about the 12th minute there for Rafifa. For Dax, the man on your screen. Rafifa currently trailing. Dax getting a couple of words of wisdom in his ear. Maybe just calm him down a little bit. You know, obviously he has the lead now, which in a group as this, you know, we've been still talking about groups of death, but, you know, we have to because there are two champions of the regions here, both obviously Miami and Whistler for the rest of the world and the Americas. So Dax coming into this one as, I believe he was second or third place finisher in Madrid. We haven't talked about Nicolas Raziak. He's kind of like the underdog in this group.
Now, if you're in his position, you'd be really happy. Well, I mean, not exactly happy to be drawn in this group, probably, but on the other hand, happy that, you know, where's the pressure? This is the first goal that went in, obviously. It was a fairly early one, just 10 minutes in.
And it was the simple, what's coined as the sweaty goal, the simple cut-back tap-in that beats the keeper almost every time. Almost, I say. It's 9 out of 10 times. There is a couple of them we have seen saved. But, yeah, talking back to Nicolas Raziak, obviously tweeted out, it's like, well, that's the groups. But, you know, if you think back to the group of deaths we've had throughout, obviously, the regional qualifiers, it's actually been the underdog that's snuck his way through. So Nicolas may well be in a good situation. Who knows?
Yeah, and again, it goes back to the whole, is the pressure off? Then you probably even to yourself think, well, I've got no pressure on even from my side now because I'm in this group of death. I'm not expecting to go through. I'm just going to go there, have fun, and try and progress as far as I can. We have half-time, of course, though, so let's check in with Spencer and see what's going on across the board.
Yes, guys, thank you very much. My job throughout today and tomorrow is going to be to update you on some of the games you're not seeing on the stream. I've been watching them all, seeing plenty of goals go in, let me tell you. And one game that stood out for me is a game from Group 2, and it's a game between #TAS and Feyenoord Quintin. So obviously Quintin playing for the Dutch club Feyenoord, and TAS being the winner of the Paris Regional. So you can see here, obviously, they haven't played a game yet. They're in the middle of their first match, so currently no wins, losses or draws for the guys. There has been one goal in this game, and it's currently the halftime stage. And you've currently got Quintin in the blue here and Tass in the white. You can see Tass on the ball with Messi. Cheeky little through ball to Ronaldo. It's pretty much a standard goal as you're going to see, one-on-one with the keeper. Ronaldo's going to put that in. Nice finesse finish in the bottom right of the goal. So that game is currently 1-0 to Tass. Another half to play though. Who knows what could happen? I'll keep you updated in that and all the other games. But for now, back to you two.
Thanks a lot, Spencer. Tass up then. I think a lot of people have looked at him and said he is the favourite for this. Obviously a long way to go until that, but starting off well.
Well, he won in Paris and won in dominant style, obviously against Rocky, who put a pretty decent challenge on him in the final, but outside of that, he was by far the best defense. And even through a bunch of regional stops, a lot of the players were saying, who would you prefer to imitate? And a lot of people were saying Tass because of the way he played and obviously getting that early goal. Interesting to see how his team is, because obviously he had a bit of a dilemma. I talked to him last night and he's been talking about it on Twitter a lot. Wasn't sure whether to stick with Pele because obviously that was the guy that scored the goals for him in Paris. So wasn't sure whether to stick with him or change to maybe some of the better cards that have been released since.
So early on here, free kick for Dax on his top side. Got space here for Mane. Not going to have a shot though. And we'll see Ronaldo being dispossessed. Nice. That's a great little touch from Messi. Where's the through ball going to come in though? It's not at all. Sergio Ramos will go straight through him in a quick bit of play here from Dax. He will now put Pele through. Possible turn. He does get the turn in. Surely he will score. He will. He buries it in the bottom left. And that was a fantastic goal from Dax.
Absolutely brilliant, brilliant skill and composure in that position. Really, obviously, gives himself that big opening chance for Pele, the legend, on the Xbox. And just to compound this, really, Rafifa never lost a single game in Miami. He's got 22 goals, 7 wins, 2 draws. Didn't lose a single game. So he is up against it in his opener here against his PSG teammate, Dax, who, obviously, like I say, won that ESWC a while back, but certainly proven to have some of that form. We weren't really sure how this was going to work out for Dax. Obviously, he put in some pretty damn good results when we were in Madrid. Obviously, the biggest one being that 5-4 epic against Dragon in the knockout stages of the lower bracket. But as it is so far, he has started off very, very confidently and obviously compounding it once again with another early goal at the start of the half.
Yeah, fair play to him. I mean, pressure certainly on and in this group as well. And he's kicked it off brilliantly. Here's Pele now. Going to turn again, back inside, pulled it across, and Mane will again find that clinical touch to put it in. And you see the frustration there for Rafifa. Dax on his feet, though, to celebrate, going 3-0 up. And at this point, it's about securing victory for him. It'll be an epic comeback if Rafifa can do this. Let's not forget, though, this group stage is round robin. They'll all play each other once, and goal difference can and has made a difference in our regional finals before. So conceding as little as you can and putting a couple of goals in here for Rafifa, especially in a group of death like this, could make all the difference.
Yeah, and obviously the other group game for this matchup is MS Dasari versus Nicholas Razek. Dasari, by the way, flying in overnight. Had his exam yesterday at 2:30, got on a plane at 4:30, flew here, landed at 9:30 and was straight in here. Was obviously in a nice comfy business class, so he wasn't exactly in a tough old position. And he actually, I spoke to him before we started this, he's like, he's feeling pretty confident. Sorry, that was Royal. Talking about Dasari, going back to that, he actually flew in last minute into Whistler. That's the one I was asking you. I knew I was getting around the houses eventually, Joe.
I mean,
losing the plot,
the story still stands. We'll repeat it a little bit later on.
But going back to my point, is that Dasari is leading 1-0 against Nicholas Razak currently in that game. That is still going on. It's around about the same time limit as this, so there's still plenty of time to play.
Here's Dax then, looking to find number 4. Marcelo going to chip it over the top, and, well, Vieira got there first. Not sure he was actually aiming for the man that it really went to there, as Mane is going to send Pogba on his top side. Creates a bit of space for himself. He's going to have to get past Marcelo. And doesn't, but Marcelo almost making a bit of a hash of it there. In the end, Rafifa will clear, but he's again taken one touch too many. Dax are going to take the ball away from him. This could be dangerous as Mane looking for his second. Won't get past Ramos, though.
Yeah, tense stuff here. And, well, for Rafifa fans, he needs to get scoring. He needs to get some goals early on. Nicholas Razak has just equalised in that other game in this group. So that actually does Rafifa a favor, because if they only come out with 1 point apiece, Rafifa's still got a really good chance. But if someone comes out with a win in that, and obviously we're looking at 3 points, suddenly it gets very tricky for him. So despite the fact he's 3-0 down here, his groups are not over yet. Obviously, this is the first game. Looking across the board, a lot of 1-0s actually across the board. Apart from one standout game on the PlayStation, I can see a 6-1 scoreline, Stranger versus Sihan. And it's Stranger that's leading 6-1. I would not have predicted that one. Obviously, Stranger qualified in Madrid. Sihan was the PlayStation winner in Paris. He's just gone 6-2. 72 minutes gone here, though, Joe. It's not looking like Rafifa's going to pull himself back just yet. He's got 18 minutes to go. Think back, obviously, back to, say, New York. Think of Sean Allen. I really hate bringing him up every time. He's probably sat at home thinking, oh, great, here we go again. But Hamid Al-Bakr coming back in that game. And, well, it may well be 4. It's Ronaldo. Dax gets another. And may well just be too much to climb for Rafifa.
Yeah, thought he'd taken one touch too many there. And I think he realised that as well, which is why we saw the slide coming in. And was able just to find the back of the net. 4-0. This is a big, big lead. And it's going to be a big win for Dax. And maybe a sign of intent really thrown out from him here. Showing that, we look at this battle, America's winner versus a European qualifier only. To put that in quotations, if you like. And this is what everyone really wanted to figure out, because everyone thinks deep down that Europe is probably the strongest region. And this is what we're going to find out over the course of the day, if that really rings true. Of course, this is an early indicator, possibly, that 4-0 Dax here as we approach that 80th minute. But composure has certainly been there for Dax, and any early worries for him are definitely out of the window.
Yeah, I mean, he got the early goal at the start of the first half, an early goal at the start of the second half, and it's just been compounded. Misery compiler is what you'd like to call it. It's 5-0 here, and Dax has very much secured himself a big goal difference score, as well as the 3 points, if it were to come down to it, which we have seen throughout group stages in the regionals.
Yeah, and of course the other game that you mentioned, the Stranger versus Sian, another big scoring one. We're going to have Spencer go through that one after this game is finished, so make sure that you guys see all of those. But in this one, Dax, well, 5-0 up. Didn't expect this big of a scoreline between these two players, especially, of course, with them being PSG teammates. But at the end of the day, this is a 1 versus 1 competition, and whilst, of course, you wish your teammates all the best, if you're up against them, you want to beat them.
It's cutthroat, no doubt. But for Rafifa, I think it's a bit of a rude awakening, is probably the best way I can put it. Knows what he's got to do. As I mentioned, still 1-1 in that other game in this group, so certainly not the end of Rafifa by any stretch of the imagination. Plenty of chances for him. But yeah, 5-0. That's not the opener I don't think Brazilian fans would have been looking for here for Rafifa. Well, it really is their big shining hope. Obviously Lucas, the other one being here, but that's another almost breakthrough there. Sadio Mane being used by Dax. We saw him used a lot more in Madrid, obviously, as the cards came through.
He's a monster. He's just an absolute nightmare to deal with.
So fast as well. But still, we didn't see that many players using him. Even though, obviously, we saw Dax using him quite heavily, there wasn't too many used. I'm interested to see how these go. Obviously, Chu will be bringing us all the information about the FUT players as and when we go through this tournament.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people taking him off, obviously running him ragged with that extreme pace in the first half and taking him off around 70, but he stayed on here, and honestly, no real need to make changes for Dax. He's 5-0 up as we move into stoppage time. 3 minutes going to be added on for this one, but it is going to be a Dax victory. Can he make it 6, though, in the dying stages? That'll just get cut out from him, and ref is going to blow. It's 5-0 Dax here over Rafifa in the PSG derby, I think we can call it.
Well, dominant win for that man on your screen. Dax shows the sort of form he has turned up to be in here, and, well, you can't argue with a 5-0 win over a regional champion in your first matchup. Definitely a confidence booster. Keep your eye on this man throughout this tournament, I feel. I think this is a bit of a pace for him, and we're going to look at the highlights. Definitely a lot more than the first half here. 4 goals to come from Dax.
Already 1-0 up at this point. That was, of course, Pele. Great turn, buried it in the bottom left. And again, a turn from Pele, set up number 3.
Yeah, some fantastic stuff. And then Ronaldo obviously wins the ball back. Pele just feeds it through, and Ronaldo doesn't miss those chances, does he? Easy stuff for him. And again, another simple setup. Good turn from Ronaldo this time. Sets it past Van der Sar. And now 5-0. What an opener. What an opener.
Absolutely brilliant. And we do have our first milestone. You guys that are watching out for those special SBCs here, 10 goals is what we were looking for in the first round, and that's what we actually have. So make sure you get yourselves involved in that. I'm sure Chu's already got his companion app open and is trying to get in on the action on that one. I'll have to.
He's got a console down there. He's having a great time. Yeah.
He'll be totally fine with that one. Well, let's check in with Spence because he's got a lot of goals to go through himself.
Guys, you wanted 10 goals in the entire round. I've got a game that's got 9 goals for you. People say these tournaments start off a little bit edgy. People want to kind of feel each other out, not commit too much. To have 9 goals in the opening game at this level, the highest level you can get of competitive FIFA, that's crazy, right?
I don't think I've ever seen that so far in FUT Champions, have we? No.
I mean, it's just to have that scoreline even happen, the way the guys have to be playing, it's not. We're not used to it, are we? This is the game. It's the Stranger versus Sihan. Now, if you remember, Sihan was the runner-up in Paris. He lost the console final against TAS, but he smashed the PlayStation division. He's come up against the Stranger here, who actually lost the PlayStation final to Principe in Madrid. But the Stranger was no stranger to goals, I'll tell you that. 2 goals up he was at this stage, just 30 minutes in, he made it 3, and the goals just kept on coming, didn't they, Chu?
He's doing damage with the Messi, and I think it's Team of the Year Ronaldo as well. And Suarez, you don't see a lot of cross goals in FIFA 17. It's not like FIFA 14 or anything, but he is just doing everything to score.
A lot of people tipped Sihan to have a big tournament because since that Paris event, he's really clocked up a lot of wins in Germany and online, but doesn't look like it's going to be his day if he's going to continue playing like this. 6-1 down he was at this point. Sihan does get one back here with a very similar goal to the one he just conceded, and there was one more goal for Sihan to get back to 6-3. But what's going to be going through his head after a defeat like that?
I mean, he really needs to bounce back in the next game, so he's going to go on the attack. You lose your first game, you definitely need to win the next 2. So I think Sihan's going to be on the attack for the next 2 games. I feel sorry for his opponents because he's going to be going right at them.
It's going to be very interesting, guys. I mean, every game has huge ramifications now. There's goals going in all over the shop. But I think we've got a social media update there, haven't we, Chu?
That is true. We have some special guests in the building. Some of your favorite YouTubers are right here with us hanging out. We got Chesnoy, the career mode legend. We got Lasty, the SBC legend. We got Mad HD Gamer, professional pack opener. And, of course, the skiller, Kazooie, everybody's favorite skiller. He's got the nice new haircut, looking like the Dutch Neymar in the building. Shout out to Kazooie. It's going to be an awesome time over here. We're having fun. We're just relaxing, enjoying the amazing FIFA that we have so far. Don't forget to use the hashtag FUTChampions to talk to us about the event.
We're only 1 game in, guys. Plenty more coming up. I just can't call it. There's already been shocks. There's going to be more to come, guys. Let us know what you're thinking. We're going to have a quick break now, but when we come back, more top quality FIFA coming at you like Cleopatra.
Okay, guys, a new season, a fresh start. Today is about winning. In football, this is the most important thing. When we win, we make the fans happy. They are why we train. They are why we are here. So remember what we need to do. Be strong on the ball. Make intelligent runs. Be ruthless in front of goal. And own every moment. The time has come. You are ready. The fans are ready. Now, go show them why we are the best.
Great strength there from Hazard. What a run from Royce. Martial, hard and low. That is world class from James Rodriguez.
Make them happy. Make them sing your name. when you play for the fans, that is when we win.
Now the hunter becomes the hunted.
All right, I got the open road today. It's just me. Let's go. I'm gonna get some coins. I'm gonna save all that money. Look at that. Look at that up there. Do some cool jumps. And you know what? This could be you. This could be you saving money. If you switch to Progressive, you can save up to $598. It's a lot of dollars. And you know what? They got cool discounts like paperless, multi-car, and if this truck will scoot out of the way, and if you can pull off a nice smooth park job like that, they've even got discounts for being a safe driver.
The FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Visit progressive.com today. Welcome back, everyone, to Berlin for the big finals here. Joining me for our second game is none other than the man himself, Mr. Jimmy Conrad. Jimmy, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well, Joe. Thanks for having me. I saw a lot of exciting games from the floor, including two players that we're going to be watching in the next game, Tass and Janusz. Crazy result.
So why don't you fill us in a little bit, Jimmy, on what's been happening down next? We obviously have a few games going on at the same time.
Okay, yes. So what happened in this game was that Quentin gave a bad ball away when he was playing against Tass, and Tass punished him. And I think when you're playing against players at the highest level, you get punished for little mistakes. That happened to Quentin, but he kept fighting back, got a penalty in the 88th minute, and scored it. So Quentin and Tass tied 1-1. That's a huge result. I mean, there's a lot of gasps when that happened. Like, you could tell that there was some gravitas around that game because everybody expects Tass to come in here and steamroll people. Now, from Tass's perspective, he has to know that when you're in a big tournament, there's going to be some adversity that's going on. You're going to have to deal with some adversity to become champion. So maybe this is his early adversity.
Well, guys, this is how we got here today. If you were wondering what brought everyone to Berlin, it was a huge process, of course. Everyone qualifying online or at those qualifier live events, and then if they were good enough, getting through to the regional finals, and then if they were good enough there, which was certainly a difficult one, they made it through here to Berlin. And of course, we will also have 4 players from each console qualifying for the FIFA Interactive World Cup later on as well. This is, of course, our tournament format, 4 groups of 4 players on each console. Everyone in that round-robin format playing each other once. Then the top 2 guys of each group will advance through into that double elimination bracket that we've come to love over our regional qualifiers, because honestly, it's brought us some fantastic games and comebacks.
The games and just a little bit of hope that not all is lost if you do drop one game. There's still a chance, an outside chance, a very outside chance, because not too many players have come back from the lower bracket, but it's there's always that glimmer of hope, which is what you need.
So here we go then, Janusz versus Tass. As we mentioned, Janusz lost his first game. Tass with a last-minute equalizer. Oh, giving a penalty away. He gave it away. So, and I was just watching him there between games, and he definitely didn't look too pleased with himself. So we'll see how he bounces back here. Of course, it's Janusz here on the attack, actually, with the red arrows, and that was a chance from Hullet, obviously playing from left to right in that double blue kit, with Tass playing in the red from right to left.
Yeah, I got to watch the Janusz game as well. He put against Carvajal. He was up 1-0. He was in complete control of the game, and afterwards, by the end of it, he'd given up 2 goals. What was unfortunate, though, was that he had a chance to tie it up. He ended up hitting the post, and he probably feels a little hard done by at that point. He probably thought that he deserved the result, but he didn't get it. Now, think about this from his standpoint. If you're Janusz, you're thinking, okay, I'm probably not going to get points against Tass. Tass is the favorite in the group, and now he needs all 3 points against Tass to stay alive, and that's a lot to ask for. I mean, that's definitely not how you drew it up when you wanted to start today.
No, yeah, your plan probably didn't include that from the start of things. But we've seen a couple of changes there. Switch to defensive from Tass, a man who obviously we looked at in his winner in Paris and said his defense is an absolute rock-solid wall that not many people have been able to get close to breaking. He's obviously already conceded. Now, it was a penalty. Let's be honest about that one. But Janosch, honestly, it's a difficult task. Tas is an incredible player.
You're right. The task is a difficult task. I like what you did there. Nice wordplay.
I didn't mean to, but it worked.
No, what I like about Tas in his game in particular, he's very patient, both with the ball and without it. He's very methodical in how he plays, and he likes to play the mind game. He wants to wear you down. And eventually, he doesn't care if he wins 1-0. That's fine. All 3 points is what he's looking for. So he's a very difficult player to try to break down because he is so patient. And I love his team shape, how they move, how they press together. It's not, he never gets rattled. Even though he gave up a goal in the 88th minute, he was still cool as a cucumber, and I think that'll serve him well as the tournament goes on.
So a very level start to this one so far. Pressure on Janosch really to get back into things. Of course, you know, Tas won't be happy with a draw, but it's still a point on the board, which can still send you a long way. Janosch having good amount of the possession here. That pass won't quite find its man. Now, you know, one question is how well can Tas attack? You know, he seemed to have his defense down in Paris. Where does it, you know, do you think he's been working on that attack? It's all right being able to defend, but was his weakness, or a possible weakness if we even saw one, is play going forward?
I would say no. I think he's the complete package. He's clearly the favorite here. I think online everybody's acknowledged that Tas is the guy that should win this tournament. What I like about Tas, though, is the mental side of the game. He knows he's the favorite, and he embraces it. And actually, he wants to use that to his advantage to stomp on his opponents. And I think sometimes when you play against the biggest clubs in the world, when you go into their fortress, let's say when Manchester United was at their peak, you knew you were going to go into Old Trafford and probably lose. And I think Tas has got that same gravitas around him. When you play against him, you're probably going to lose, and then he can use that to his advantage mentally.
That's a scary thought for their opponents, that's for sure. But so far, you know, credit where it's due here. Janosch has held a lot of possession. He's not really been able to find a way in, though. Tas finally will get some possession of his own. Look at those passing percentages, 93 and 95%. That's some top-notch passing so far from both of these men. Marcelo Vieira has got space up there on the top side, and he will find it. He's Walker, though. Not a man who will especially want to be going too deep in with. Vieira here knocks off to Suarez. Vieira on the edge of the box, still trying to find space. Janosch has done a great job of keeping all those holes plugged there and not really opening any doors to Tas.
No, I think that's when Tas needs to take what's being given to him. If the space is out wide, then go exploit the space and figure out a different way to break him down. If he's trying to clog it and put, as we say, park the bus and have 8 guys on top of the box, then you got to go where the space is, and eventually you'll unlock it. But you have to play out there. If you continue to force it down where all the guys are, it's going to be very hard to create a good opportunity.
Tas once again with possession here then. Marcelo down on this bottom side, playing it very close to the byline, but he will get it through. This is a possible first chance for him. Big Rio Ferdinand, though. I think we can safely say it was one of the beasts of our Madrid regional just a couple of weeks ago. And coming up big there again for Janosch. 32.5 minutes in. A very tense game between both of these men.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a feeling out process. Not giving up much, just trying to poke in there, see where the space is, see where the opportunities are going to be, but no counterattacks yet so far.
There's Ronaldo. Space on the top side here, and he will utilize it as well. Into the feet of Marcelo, who's going to go for the cross. Suarez with the header, but he was facing away from goal. Never an easy one to put in, especially not from that position, and not with De Gea's hands waiting. That is for sure.
For me, though, it's a signal of intent. You get the ball wide, you whip it in, and if there's a momentum style here in this game, then those kind of things matter. They're very positive attacks.
Ronaldo. Again, Tas looking to find some space. He thinks he might have found it here. It's Messi going through, but Ferdinand again will just get his foot to it first and stop that going through. That could be dangerous. De Gea taking the mickey out of Suarez there, running rings around him on his own line. And it's cleared from Janosch. He's playing just that kind of thing, just shows he's actually full of confidence.
He is definitely full of confidence. It's high risk, you know, and especially if Tass is going to press him that high up the field. If he can make those 3 or 4 passes that unlocks Tass's defense, it could lead to a good opportunity. But that's, you still have 90 yards to go, 100 yards to go to create that. And Tass is very good. It's going to be very hard to break him down, no matter where he starts his line of pressure.
But for Janosch, you know, would he be just happy to take that 1 point from a game against Tass? Obviously, that would leave him only with 1 point, but Tass himself would only have 2. There's still a chance for him to go through. Obviously, the other game in the group would play a big role into how it will look after this one. Here is Messi. Pullet will be given it. He tries to get it through the legs of Pullet there, but that won't matter for him. It is half-time, and it is so far a stalemate between Janosch and Tass. And you can see there, Tass not looking happy, looking very, very concentrated at this stage.
I think he needs to be concerned. He didn't necessarily blow Quentin out of the water. You know, even though he went up 1-0 and had a lot of possession, he didn't score the goals that I think we associate with him. So yeah, I mean, he needs to do something a little bit different to not just inch his along the way to get to a draw. He needs to get all 3 points as well, just so he can relax a little bit.
Well, we'll see how that one goes. We're going to check in with Spencer, though, to see how the other games are going.
I've been watching another match on Group 1, which is the Group of Death, as we're calling it. This one was between Rafifa and N. Rasic. Now, if you remember in that first game, Rafifa did get quite heavily beaten by Dax. So it's a big game for him, and N. Rasic got a draw. So both needed to pick up some points, really. And there has only been 1 goal so far in the first half, and it's Rafifa who got a little bit lucky with some not top defending. Ronaldo gets it off the defender, scores the goal. So he's currently 1-0 up. If it stays like that, he'll be getting some all-important points, and it won't be looking very good for N. Rasic. So it shows you there, it's not all about the pretty build-up play, which we see a lot of. Sometimes you can just get off the back of a defensive error and make it work for you. That's what Rafifa did there, and he'll be looking to secure those points with another big second-half performance. Yesterday, I actually caught up with Rafifa, who's come all the way from Brazil, to find out a little bit more about him. So Rafifa, we're a long way from Brazil, here in Germany, Berlin. How does it feel to be representing what is the home of football, but a virtual football?
I'm feeling very happy to be part of this, to represent Brazil here in Berlin. I did it really well in Miami. All Brazil watches me or follow me there. So I'm really excited to play here, and hope to do my best and be the champion here.
For sure. And of course, it's not just Brazil you're representing now, is it? You signed for Paris Saint-Germain, the first non-European to do so.
It's a big chance for me. It's a big moment for e-sport, Brazilian football, and represent the colors of PSG as the great football real players like Nene or Ronaldinho, Thiago Silva, Marquinhos and Lucas do and did today. It's a great moment for me, and I expect to do really well.
You're at the biggest final in FIFA history. How does that feel? Like you've come so far and you could go even further, you could win the whole thing?
It's a dream for me. I started playing FIFA 20 years ago, at FIFA World Cup 92. It's awesome indoor soccer. And something I started like, I think to pass time, just to play at the computer. And this stuff now, it becomes a big part of my life. It's come like I'm a professional, I'm a PSG player. I represent a lot of Brazilian guys who loves FIFA and passes much time and has this dream to be a pro, and I'm very happy this comes this far, and I hope I do really well today.
You've done so well. Listen, best of luck. I'm sure you'll do Brazil proud. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Spencer.
There you go, guys. That was my lovely walk in the park with Rafifa. We had an excellent time. He's a top-notch bloke, and he's doing okay in this second game. He's got that goal. You can see some of his key stats on the screen right now. His first competitive event was back in 2011. This guy's not old by any means, but he's a veteran of the FIFA scene already, and I think we might see him get out of these groups if he continues playing the way he is in this second game. For now, though, back to Joe and D-Man.
Well, almost Demon there. Actually, I've still got the man Jimmy next to me here. And, you know, Spencer missed an easy one there, just to say it's not been a walk in the park so far.
I know, he did.
For FIFA. I expect a lot more from you, Spencer. I'm not going to lie on that one. But, Jimmy, obviously, we're going to go into the second half of our game. Janosch versus Tass. 0-0. Tense game so far.
Very tense, and I like what Janusz is doing. He's been very patient as well. He's almost matching Tass at his own game, which must frustrate Tass. And Tass doesn't seem to get frustrated very often. You don't seem like he gets rattled. So I'm really excited to see how this second half plays off. But when you look at these groups, Spencer didn't talk about the other score, but Dax is up 4-1 over Dasari at halftime. That is incredible. And then Quentin is up 1-0 over Carvajal. So it is all the play for in these groups. Everything is wide open, even though Dax looks like he's in complete control of Group 1.
It's pretty insane, to be honest. And if you look at Group 5 there as well, Mr. Dunn beat Oli McClan in his first game. The stranger we saw beating Seahan. So big victories there on that one. On the other side, NYC Chris Diddy picked up a victory over Manbear, that All-American clash. And of course, Shells and Monika drawing 1-1. We know how good Monika is. Shells, of course, was a surprise package from our first qualifier in Paris, and he's continuing how he left off, really, there. Great result from first game for him.
Yeah, a lot of good performances. I'm excited to see Chris Diddy do as well. Given that I live in New York City and he's representing NYCFC, he's a big, gentle giant, so I like when he gets excited and smiles.
Well, so far, so good for him. Of course, our game, our featured match here at 0-0 at halftime. Tass versus Janusz, and an important one for both of them. A draw for Tass in his first game. Janusz, of course, lost his first one. So here we go then. We're going to kick this one back off and see if anyone can break the deadlock. Walker down on this bottom side for Tass, and that's just gone out for him. A little touch too many there. And this is always interesting to see for me from the, back into the second half, just to see what nerves are like right from that kickoff.
Yeah, I don't think you do much different. I think you continue to play the same exact way, and then maybe the 75th minute you can push a little bit more.
Oh, this could be the chance here for Tass, gonna lay it across, and it's Messi that's there.
Oh, that is exactly what he needed right out of halftime. The last thing that Janusz needs is to give up a goal, or anybody at that point, in the first or last 5 minutes of any half. It's just a backbreaker. I thought Tass took one extra touch there. I thought Vieira was gonna get back in the play and maybe clear that out, but a great first goal for Tass.
Well, sleeves rolled up a little bit there for Tass as well. Knows that he had a job to do here as the big favourite, not just in his group, but for the tournament as a whole. For Janusz, this will basically spell disaster if he can't pick up the points from this one, or at least 1 point from this one, which may just keep things a little more open as we move towards the third round of the groups. There we see Pogba just getting in between the pass. He's going to send Ronaldo down on this bottom side. Ramos will come out, though. I think took Ronaldo's knee with him. Yeah,
I think Janusz is in an undesirable situation because he now has to chase the game, and I think that really plays into Tass's strengths, because when he opens up and tries to stretch it out, Tass is going to go counter, and I could see this going 2 or 3-0 the other way as Janusz tries to get back into it. But who knows? We've seen a lot of crazy things happen. We've been what, six events, 2 seasons. Anything can happen, even against the best players in the world.
And here we go. Suarez going to come through. Great last-ditch tackle there by Sergio Ramos for Janusz. And those are the big individual performances that he's going to need if he's to stay in with a shot in this one. Does give the ball away there, though. As Ronaldo and Pogba are going to work the space down on this bottom side. Pogba with a bit of fancy footwork there to get past one. Tried to get past him again, but actually just a touch too many once again. Goes out of play, but nonetheless, of course, with that goal earlier on, Tass 1-0 in the lead. It's exactly how he probably imagined this game. I mean, he'd have obviously like 2 or 3 by now, but in the lead, he can hold leads. That's what we've seen from him.
No, that's one of his strengths, absolutely. And again, I can't emphasize enough that Janusz, once he starts to push, because he's going to make some subs here, he's going to try to get that equalizer, because if he loses this game, it's done. It's over. His grand final is done and dusted. But with Tass, he's so good. He's so methodical. He's so patient in how he plays, how he attacks, how he defends. So he is in such an advantageous position to make this 2 or 3-0. But as we saw in the first game, Quentin got back at him, kept nipping at his heels, nipping at his heels, nipping at his heels, and then he got that penalty kick. Maybe it was a little unfortunate for Tass at that point because he had been dominating that game, but he is vulnerable to giving up a goal. So if Janusz can play into what Quentin was doing, who knows? And
I wonder if that's part of the frustration that gets Tass back into this one, finishing 1-1 with that. Maybe that is the kind of thing that fires Tass up, and I know certainly that does work for a lot of players. As from the kickoff here, Janosch, 59 minutes on the clock. Still got plenty of time to look for an equaliser in this one, and may just find it as he sends Rudholt into space on this bottom side. He'll get past one man, tries to cut it across, but defender got there first. It has landed with Ronaldo. Step over twice, goes for the shot there on the left. It's bouncing around, but finally TAS will be able to clear his lines, and now a chance for him to break. But that was scary stuff really from Janosch.
Scary stuff and positive. But here, you know, he's going to leave himself to a counter. I know it's still 1v4 here with Suarez, but it's a good spot for TAS to do his thing. Thank you very much. It's over. I mean, that was it, right? He went forward. Janosch gave everything that he had to try to make something happen. He had that one, maybe half opportunity, but he was in TAS's box to make a difference. TAS counters the other way, and yeah, it did look like 1v4, as I said, but Suarez is in such a great position to go one-on-one, breaks down the first guy, tap in for Messi. Game over. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming, Janosch.
Well,
is that too harsh? Should I go a little too hard there? It's 2-0, but we're talking about TAS here.
You know me, Jimmy. I'm ever the optimist.
I appreciate that.
Which means that I'm still open for the comeback at this stage. But honestly, as you mentioned, TAS just playing it really by the book. A little bit of a scrappy attack just before that one, but making it count on the counter. Of course, guys, don't forget, Mr. Speakers, the headsets that these guys are wearing. Big sponsor of the FIFA Ultimate Team Championship Series. Go check them out at mrspeakers.com. There is Principe, of course, a fantastic player who I think shocked a lot of people with that big victory that we saw from him in Madrid just a couple of weeks ago. And he's someone that everyone's going to be having big eyes for this weekend. Big eyes and just a curiosity about what he's capable of, because he steamrolled everybody in Madrid. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't close. It wasn't like, oh, there was that one game or that one moment where it was iffy. He absolutely crushed everybody. So now that he's here with the best of the best, I think everybody's interested to see how he does. Speaking of the best, TAS 2-0 up now after that counter. And again, a simple cutback and the tap-in. I could have probably scored from there, although I'm not sure. We played a few games here at the base yesterday, and that one is definitely up for discussion. There's no doubt about that. So, Janosch, what's he got left in this game? He's already lost one game in the groups. He has to at least get a point to have some hope of scraping through this group stage. 64 minutes gone, subs coming on here. And this is basically his time to shine. He has to shine, otherwise the dream's over. I'd say in the next 10 minutes of this game, he needs to have a goal. Otherwise, it's going to be very, very difficult. And TAS knows that as well, so he can adjust accordingly. Pele, one of the sets of fresh legs here for Janosch. We saw Pele in our first featured game coming up big for Dax. Janosch is going to have to hope that he pulls off something similar here. Hullet, nice little bit of footwork. He's got space here on the edge of the box in towards Suarez. Can he turn? Can he hit it? He will try it. I tried to get it through there to Ronaldo, but just bobbled away from him. Definitely a chance there, but again, this is where TAS is going to stretch out the game. He's going to along this back line. Yeah, and he's going to keep the ball. He has the result. He did all the hard work, and now he can just relax, keep it, and make Janosch have to chase. But he's always good for a goal on the push as well. That's the real scary thing. Definitely not a one-trick pony. As he, again, lets that clock run down. Very hopeful through ball there for TAS. And that has given possession away, but just as quickly as I say it, Janosch, you see almost desperation at this point, just hammering it forward. This could be a chance to get back into things, though. Messi, is he going to be able to send Ronaldo? He will. It's a perfectly played ball. Oh, and he's just not put the power on it on the left foot. De Gea just drops onto the floor and will collect that one easily. That was it, surely. I feel so bad right now. I've seen both of Janosch's games. He had a chance to go 2-2. He was in the same exact position. He hit the post in game 1 against Carvajal to lose 2-1. That would have got him the point that he needed to maybe relax a little bit more in this one. And that game, not that this would have made a difference. Maybe TAS still wins it, but it would have given him some hope at the end. It's crazy at the highest level. The line between success and failure is so thin that you just don't make those plays in those right moments. You have a whole different story that you're telling your friends when you go home. Yeah, absolutely. Let's not beat around the bush. A bit of luck is always going to be, I think, needed when this the level of play is just so close between them. That's a interesting ball from Tas. Will actually lose it here. So Ronaldo has a shot, did clip the defender there. So will be a corner. 82 minutes gone. Janosch is going to have to score now if he wants any chance of pulling this one back. Looks like he's going to take this one short, bringing a man out. Actually goes for the penalty spot, but Pogba is there. Will head it off out to safety. And now Tas just needs to keep possession. Nainggolan comes in. We'll put it straight out for the throw-in. But that chance we were talking about, round about 70 minutes in, I think that was Janosch's his hope. If he was to score that
was
one,
it.
maybe he had a chance to get back.
100%. He needed to put that away. He also had another half chance or two, but giving up that goal right before halftime clearly changed the outcome of the game, changed the tone of the game, the narrative of the game. And I think when Janosch looks back on his performances here in Berlin, it's just a few plays. It's clear he's got the quality. It's clear he deserves to be here, but he just has to concentrate in those moments.
Oh, there we go. That's three. Nice little through ball. Suarez coming in again in a position around the penalty spot that honestly you just don't expect Suarez to miss from. And just slots it into that top right-hand corner, and that will be Tas. Job done here against Janosch, who is almost, well, he is going home at this stage.
He's going home.
Because how this group stage is all working out for him. It's going to be Tas to move up onto 4 points. Janosch, sadly for him, the dream is over.
But he still has an important game in Game 3 because he faces off against Quinton. And Tas goes against Carvajal. He could definitely spoil the party. So he has the opportunity to take somebody home with him.
See if he can pick one up. Even goal difference at this point could spoil how this group all changes. We've seen group difference being a decider at multiple events so far, but it doesn't look like that is going to happen. 3 minutes will be added on to this one, but Tas is definitely taking the 3 points that he's come with the mission to collect in this match. As Janosch, possible last throw of the dice for him here. Consolation goal would be nice. It's Hullet on this bottom side, turns in. There is Ronaldo. Oh, got a little bit lucky, but it's in nonetheless. Defender got a leg to it, and it basically, I think, just hit Suarez in the face, and he was in the right place at the right time.
They all count,
Positioning.
It's all positioning. Obviously, Suarez is one of the best goal scorers in this game and in real life, and he's an opportunistic type of player, and if something's going to hit him in the face, he usually goes in. He has that type of luck.
3-1 then. But as I said, there were 3 minutes added on, and that was definitely 93rd minute right there. It's going to end here 3-1. Tas will take the victory over Janosch. Will that one goal play into it when we look down towards goal difference later in the day? We'll have to figure that one out. But after the disappointment of that last minute 1-1 for Tas, you know, there was an aim coming into this one very clearly, and he's done the job.
Well, he did the job in the second half. In the first half, I still feel like we saw some vulnerability from Tas, that he could get frustrated, that he could get rattled. And he looked a little bit, I don't know, unsure of himself, which is un-Tas-like, as it were. And so I'm curious now that he can breathe a sigh of relief. He hasn't gotten through just yet, but it looks good for him. So well, here we'll take a look at the highlights. This is the killer right before, or right at the start of the second half. You never want to give up a goal in this situation. It changes everything. All your halftime talk stuff is out the window.
Yeah.
And here's another one. It's 1v4 here, but he does very well to drive right at Rio Ferdinand. He's got to play probably better defending there from Janosch. It's too easy. And there we go. Nice little through ball right around Ferdinand. If I was the coach, I'd probably have a talk with Ferdinand about some 1v1 defending there. But Janosch gets one back. Consolation goal. Good finish from Suarez. 3-1 it finished. Game, set, match.
I'm still not sure if you can call it a good finish, but you know, his head was in the right place at the right time. But either way, Tas, job done there, and we'll be moving into his third group game with 4 points. But we've got a lot more games going on at the same time, so let's check in with Spencer. How's it going, Spence?
It's going well, thanks, guys. It's going very well indeed. I've been taking a look at that group of death, Group 1. I told you about the FIFA game at half-time, but I've also been watching the game between Dax, also of PSG, of course, and MS Dasari. Now, these are two giants of the FIFA scene. They both had fantastic Season 2s, right? The question is, who was going to get this win? Could Dax continue doing what he did in that first game where he smashed Rafi for 5-0, or was he going to get beaten by MS Dasari? Well, let me tell you this, guys. The PSG fans are going to be buzzing because Dax is on a mad one. He is scoring goals from all angles today, and he's not conceding many either. Look at this. Within seconds, he was 2-0 up. Against no mug, Dasari is a very, very good player, but Dax was taking names. Look at that passing in around the box. Okay, he gets a little bit of a lucky deflection, but he was earning that luck, and he makes it 4-0 here. Sadio Mane is doing all sorts for that Dax right now. I wonder if some people will be taking a look at this at home, getting Sadio Mane in their teams. Desari does get one back. That is the first goal Dax has conceded, but he obviously won 4-1, which means he scored 9 goals in his opening 2 games and only conceding 1. With what I'm watching in front of me right now, Dax is the one to watch for this tournament. If he keeps doing that, he's going to be very hard to beat. I can also tell you that Rafifa did see it through. He did get 3 points, which gives him a chance of getting out of the group if he wins his final group game. So that group is really the group of death, guys. It's hotting up down here. And let me tell you, it's going to keep going. Lots more goals. They're obviously playing FIFA 17 Ultimate Team. And let's find out a little bit more about everyone's favourite game mode in FIFA.
Welcome to FIFA Ultimate Team. Make improvements to your squad. Take your squad to the pitch. Show your skill. Sign your favourite players. Score world-class goals. Build your ultimate team. Who is in your ultimate team?
Back to the stream. Now, there are going to be some special new players that you're going to see in this tournament that you did not see in Madrid and the other Season 2 regional finals. Now, take a look at this. Ronaldo, the man of the match, the E-man of the match, as we like to call him. You're going to see him in some squads because he is an ST, unlike the Team of the Year. So you might see, I've seen Desari use him already up, so he helps with the chemistry, 96 pace, 88 physicality, a beast. We all know who this guy is. Next up, Hero Messi, the 96 cam, not as OP as the Team of the Year, but again, it's a lot better for chemistry when you're building a squad. You might see this guy. I think you'll see a lot of this guy. Everyone's favorite SBC, the purple N'Golo Kante 92, the most OP center midfielder, box to box in this game. Also, you might see this player. Now, this guy, guys, at home, my controller has malfunctioned because of the tears that have poured on to my controller because of what this Inform has done to me in the weekend league. He's ridiculous. I think he's one of the strongest strikers in the game. You might see him come off the bench as a super sub to change the game a bit. Next up, the team of the season. Now, we have some of the team of the seasons available in this. Most consistent team of the season players are available in this tournament. Carvajal might be a right back option to link up with Sergio Ramos. Last but not least, you might see the 89 Vidal for some Bundesliga teams, linking up with Boateng and also Alba. And also you might also see the David Luiz. David Luiz's birthday at center back, you might want to try him there. Some of the pros might be trying him in their team. So these might be some players you might see. Take a look at if the pros use them or not, because again, you might want to add them to your squad. So check them out, keep an eye out for those players, and we'll see what happens with them. All right, now before we move on, let's go to a break.
Not quite on the break, but I wish we were. I wish we were, Jimmy. But actually, I just love being here.
Maybe we are the break.
Maybe we are the break. We're the filler. We're the filler piece. But yeah, obviously talking about all those cards. I mean, God, there's so many available right now.
It's almost too many options. Like, what do you do? I can understand why he's crying on his controller because, like, well, I want to choose him, but I can't because I'm so loyal to the guys that I usually play with. So it must be very tempting to change your lineup, but maybe not, and to stay. We learned from Principe in Madrid that he just stuck with his same guys, even when he had a chance in the Xbox final to switch to Legends. He didn't do it. He just stuck with the guys that he went with. So
and it's interesting to see the 98 striker, obviously Ronaldo, that I've actually seen a few using already. I think it was Desari was using it already, looking towards it. So interesting, obviously, switching around, obviously, as the regionals have progressed, and obviously here we are in the grand finals. So obviously, we're going to be jumping to a break in just a moment, but when we come back, we're going to have an epic game. It's going to be Rafifa up against Desari. Should be a fantastic game. It's for who is going to go through to the groups. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you then.
3, 2, 1, go! Through this course that is designed by somebody who absolutely hates me and wants to see me fail at every single corner. All right, we're gonna get past this blue shell here. Coming up on the sign, which I didn't learn in school. I don't know what that is. All right, coming around the bend, we got this chicken. Where's he going? Probably Progressive.com to save himself an average of $598 on car insurance. I bet it feels just as good as raining confetti when you parallel park.
Now the hunter becomes the hunted.
We just don't want to see no drill, baby. I'm still a player.
I know what it takes to be fast. I've been racing since I was a kid. It's in my blood. To achieve greatness, you've got to take chances. And they don't come any greater than this. Download Real Racing 3 now.
Act your age. Dump your parents' insurance company.
The FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Visit progressive.com today. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FIFA Ultimate Team Championships, the grand finals here in Berlin. Of course, it is all about the group stages today. Jimmy Conrad is joining me as you were for that last game. We've already seen some absolute epic matches.
Some big games with some big competitors, and I'm really excited to see now in Game 3 of this group who steps up and handles the pressure and who can't.
Yeah, this is the knockout stage, of course. We're going to see 8 players already going out of the tournament in, of course, the 2 Xbox and PlayStation groups. Of course, this is when it all happens, the group stage. Knockout rounds will be coming in a little later on, and of course, tomorrow is the big grand final day. But first, we need to whittle those players down to just 8.
8 guys from 32. That is just...
It's when you get in the big money as well.
Lots of money, lots at stake, a lot of prestige, and the first trophy ever to be the grand final champion.
We obviously have the standings coming up already. It is Group 1 and 2 going on right now. Dax, of course, winning his first 2 games. He's got 9 goals scored, 1 against so far, by the way. Rafifa did win his second match up there against Nicholas Razek. He's going to be facing off against Dasari, and that's almost going to be a decider to see who will go through. Tass, of course, we just saw him actually drawing. I believe he won both games. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, Tass just won his second one.
Yeah, so obviously him and Quintex in there. Cabal, it does mean that Janos is most likely out of that group. Of course, that's the Xbox. On the PlayStation, well, the Stranger, he has absolutely turned up, smashing Seahan 6 3 in that opener, and he just took down Mr. Dunn as well. I believe it was 2-0, 3-0 in the end there. Sihan did come back. He got a 3-0 win over Ali McClan, but Shells turning up. He just took down Diddy Chris in his second matchup, so he gets his first win of the day. Manika ended up drawing with Mamba. He was 1-0 down in that game, so very close so far, certainly in Group 6. Looks like the Stranger has absolutely turned up, as has Dax. Dax is looking phenomenal so far on the Xbox.
Okay, before we get to Dax, in regard to the Stranger, is he a stranger anymore if he wins this tournament and everybody knows who he is?
He's going to change his name.
He's gonna...
the artist formerly known as the Stranger.
That's amazing. I like that. But with regard to Dax, this is the best performance I've seen him. We've seen him at both European regionals, and he was good, but not this good. And he's been, well, I don't know what he's been practicing or what he's been eating, but I'm going to ask him later because I want to eat the same kind of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, as long as it's vegetarian.
That's true, of course.
As long as it's good vegetarian. But of course, Dax is 6 points up in Group 1. Rafifa on 3 and Dasari on just the 1, of course. Rafifa, we've been looking at him all week long. Let's see what he had to say.
FIFA is a worldwide game, and football is the language of all people in the world. Of course, European players get the most lights on the pro scene, but I don't think that this will affect our game. I believe not in my work, but in the work of my fellow companions in South America, North America, and the rest of the world, that we can do a great job here in Berlin.
Yeah, so there is Rafifa, and like I say, he's now on 3 points. Dasari's opponent is on the 1 point. Dasari, of course, the champion in Whistler for the rest of the world. Looks absolutely fantastic there. In fact, he was shone out from the very early group stages, but he's definitely shown he's struggling here. He needs a win against Rafifa. Now, I watched his matchup against Dax, and while it was 4-1, Dasari definitely had a lot of chances. He could have made it 4-2, 4-3, I think, easily. Not sure if he'd have won the game, but he definitely had chances to score. And that's something, obviously, we saw Rafifa against Dax early on. 5-0, that's a drubbing that he's had to come back from.
Yeah, as a neutral, I love seeing a lot of goals. But I've actually been pretty disappointed in Dasari up to this point because he cleaned house in Whistler.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because it was so easy for him there or whatever he was on, or if he's just on a good run and a lot of confidence. But here he's dealing with some players that have been around as well, and now he's dealing with some adversity. He has an outside chance here if he's got to beat Rafifa to get in, and it's nice knowing you have those stakes because you know your goal is very clear. It's not like you have 3 games, you can maybe do this and maybe do that. No, it's you can only do this, and when you have that mentality, maybe that changes his perspective a little bit. But with Rafifa. Yeah, let's just knock off that other one. Maybe he was just trying to be nice to his new PSG teammate. but I expect him to show up in this last game.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Rafifa playing in the red, Dasari playing in the yellow and black. We'll see who can come out on top. Of course, a win here for either player will put them through. So it is a definite tense time for both players. Of course, we saw the pressure game for Rafifa against Dax. Can he deliver here against Dasari, or Dasari be the first man from the rest of the world breaking through? Ooh, big header and a big clearance from Neuer.
And a good signal of intent there from Rafifa. I like when guys get it wide and whip the ball in. I think it does change the momentum. I think it does give your team confidence. And I see nothing wrong with it, especially if that's where the space is.
Well, it's something we talked about with Rafifa, obviously in Miami. You know, he was one of the players that wasn't afraid to shoot from anywhere, going for those big crosses. We did see the crosses start to come a little more in Madrid. But still, it's obviously all about those big, keen, sweaty goals, cutting it in the corner, which we may well see them try and do. Throw in for Rafifa in the white, the Brazilian. The Miami winner. Of course, these are both regional champions facing off against each other. Who is going to come out on top? As it stands, it's been pretty even in the opening 10.
Yeah, it's hard to say who actually has the advantage here, but it does look like they want to go forward and go forward quickly, which is maybe a little bit different than the last game that we called between Tass, who's a little bit more methodical, keeps the ball, is patient. So I don't mind a little end-to-end stuff.
Oh, that's a good little through ball. Kante can set something off here. Hullit's available. He's gone to Messi. He might try the shot, but Laurent Blanc was already sliding across goal. A little Jimmy Conrad style.
You got a little anticipation is the key to defending. I like Blanc slid about 3 seconds early, but he made the play.
Made it work as well. Ronaldo with the clearance to Messi. Well, I mean, I was talking about Jimmy Conrad-style tackles. That's one right there.
Easy. I mean, I had it in my bag. You got to make sure that everybody knows that you have that in your toolkit. But
well, of course, I mean, this is Group 3. There's a lot of games going on. Let's have a word from Spencer.
Yes, guys, I'm watching all the matches as they unfold. I'm going to give you a half-time update from a big game in Group 5 between MS Dasari and Shihan. But what I can tell you is in the other game from Group 1, this group of death between PSG Dax and N Rasek, it is still 0-0. And this game does have a big effect on the game you guys are watching. So if there is any goals, I'll let you know as soon as possible. Back to you.
Yeah, of course, Spencer meant Dax versus Rasek there. Dasari playing on our screens right here. Yeah. It's like, oh, really? He's played in 2 games. He is.
That's how talented.
He's multi-talented indeed. That's a great throw into Messi. He's found bags of space. Hullet can't get on the end of it, though. It just trickled away from him to Pogba. And now Messi to Suarez. Counter-attack chance here for Dasari from that corner. Not going to work out from him. The big ball over the top to Messi.
It's a bit hopeful.
He's not the tallest in the world. Ronaldo. Not going to get past Ferdinand. Very cagey opening. We were talking about Dasari's defences. Well, it's going to have to be on point today. Nice little play. Hullet on Hullet there. Slips a ball through to Messi, but Sergio Ramos strong as ever in the tackle. Hullet now. Is he going to have to try and cross one in? He can lay it back. Messi's available. Goes back to him. Messi puts it in the corner. Dasari scores first.
What a goal. And what he needed that start. He needed to score first to give himself that confidence that he could get this result. He could beat Rafifa. And wow, what a finish. The end line. And Rafifa's got to be kicking himself because he made a good defensive play. Sergio Ramos stepped in, won the ball, and then Hullet won it immediately back for Dasari, and that led to the break. And that Sergio Ramos was out of position at that point. So it's just a little unfortunate for Rafifa, but what a finish. What a finish.
So just to keep you updated on this group. The points as it stand would have Dax on 7 points because they're drawing 0-0, as we just heard from Spencer. Nicholas Rasek would be on 2 points. However, Rafifa would only be on 3 and Dasari would be on 4. So Dasari would go through in that game. So really, this is all about Rafifa now. He needs to get himself a goal. He only needs to draw this match and he could go through easily with 4 points. We've seen it, obviously, throughout the regionals. 4 points can be enough, but it is a risky marker. But he's going to want to get goals, no doubt about it. Clearance, not exactly the cleanest there, and Pogba puts the ball out of play.
Well, given how open that Dasari likes to play, maybe he switches it up now that he has the 1-0 lead, but I'd be surprised. You got to stay true to yourself. So I think Rafifa's going to score. It's just a matter if Dasari scores a couple more than that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw obviously in the TAS game just how defensive he goes, but this is a chance here. Oh, it's going to be dragged back by the referee. Free kick given. Just telling them all to calm down. How did your conversations go with the refs?
Sometimes good.
Respectful?
In moments.
Yeah!
Oh, what a save.
Oh, my word, defensive error of Ferdinand in the end. Big Rio gets ahead of it. Nods himself one in. An unlikely scorer for Rafifa, no doubt about it, but that is 1-1.
It's unfortunate there from Dasari. Has a free kick, has everybody back behind the ball, and gives up a through ball. Went one-on-one, great save by the goalkeeper, but Ferdinand was there to finish it off. Lots to talk about in that play. I don't know where you want me to get started.
Yeah. I mean, defensive errors, defensive goals.
I mean, I appreciate the attack in that, but I really feel like that's more of a defensive mistake.
Well, Coleman breaking down the wing. Can't get past Marcelo. And Suarez to Kante. Kante, I believe, will be played through almost every team now. Player of the season card, absolutely magnificent. Ronaldo to Pogba. Pogba broke himself free. He's got Messi just inside. And that's a instant reply from Dasari. It's 2-1.
They both responded to some adversity in a really positive way, but wow. Once he got up and around the corner, Paul Pogba did great to slip it into Messi, who said, thank you very much. I know exactly what to do from here. Great response from Dasari.
Exactly what he needed just before half-time. So, 35 minutes on the clock, still time. Still lots and lots of time to go. I feel we're going to see a lot of goals in this game, Jimmy.
Yeah, it's what, 2-1? There's only 30 minutes in. Yeah, I think we're going to see some goals. And I can see in the other game that Dax is up 1-0. So it's really this game that's only going to matter. Whoever wins this is probably going to go through. Or I guess Rafifa can draw.
Yeah, I mean, we could have the...
Because Dax would have 9 points.
Yeah, but Rafifa beat Rasek, so and a pretty big score. So Rasek, even if he beat Dax, I mean, Dax is through, I think.
Yeah,
but
right.
He's like done.
No, Dax is in for sure.
Dax is in there. He's actually on 9 points at the moment as well. He would be the... I guess we could say the first player to go through on 9 points, but he is in the first group, so it's a little better on everybody else. But Rafifa there, we've obviously focused on him quite heavily. Big favourite from Brazil, and confident qualifier in Miami. Very confident player there dominated the Miami regionals.
And quietly to start, and then as you got
Yeah.
to see him play more and more, I feel like he became a fan favorite. His style, his energy really lends itself to wanting to cheer for him. And we got 2 champions here, so we'll see who can deal with the adversity the best to continue that path of becoming a champion here at the grand final.
Sorry, in a great chance here. Just poising it around the box, but Laurent Blanc clears, and now a counter maybe. Suarez can't get the clean pass. Pogba just bustling the ball off him and wins it back. It's what he's renowned for, those big through ball passes. And well, Hullet in the end somehow slips that ball through to Suarez. I've no idea how it got it through the feet of the defender. Goes back in the end to Carlos, back to Suarez. Roberto Carlos again. The legend from Brazil being used by the Saudi Arabian. He's going to try and whip across in. We may see it. He's trying a bit of fancy footwork. It's working well for him. He's going to have to lay it back. You can see Vieira looking like he's available. He's come close. Gets the ball to Vieira now. Vieira looking for Messi. Messi makes himself available. He has to bring it back to Pogba. This is great possession stuff, though. Half-time beckons, you can see. Just a couple of minutes extra time. Seamus Coleman tries to cut inside of Messi. And in the end, the danger is cleared. I believe we're going to go into the half-time and a score of 2-1. Unless something spectacular happens here. Rio Ferdinand, a big player for both teams, actually. One little corner. And we're going to see an inside chance here. Maybe. No, Kante will clear. Ronaldo lays it back. Long ranger, maybe. Hullet turns it. Oh, so close to getting it through to Roberto Carlos. And in the end, the halftime whistle will go. 2-1 to MS Dasari so far.
I almost want to start clapping. That was a really good half, and I was thoroughly entertained throughout. It was just 2 competitors that seemed really balanced in how they play and scored some great goals. And I'm excited to see how the second half plays out, especially for Rafifa, because he has to make some changes. He's down a goal. He only needs 1 to get back in it and get the draw to go through. I don't know, sometimes you just want to have that mentality to go for the win and not necessarily go for the draw.
Well, it started off well for Dasari. You can see the early cutback, Messi available. Great finish in top corner.
Yeah, great finish, and really starts for me defensively, and I always think defensive because I was a defender myself. But Sergio Ramos ended up getting pulled out wide, and I thought that opened up the space for that goal to happen.
This ball is a simple 1-2 pass, and then a defender getting his head on the ball.
Love it.
Got to be in there to try it, but an instant reply from Dasari. And while obviously you saw that goal going on the 35th minute, for the last 10 minutes of the half, Dasari just dominated possession. It was all him on the attack.
It felt like he took a deep breath and just played simple, played what he saw, wasn't trying to get that third goal, was happy and satisfied to have a 2-1 lead going into the second half.
Yeah.
Again, though, I don't think that's it.
No.
I don't think the game's over by any stretch of the imagination.
There's a long way to go.
Both teams need to make some adjustments, and we'll see if they do make any subs now, or if they wait until like the 60 or 75th minute to make some real changes.
Yeah, we'll see how it lays out, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go down to Spencer because there's a lot more action going on down in the groups.
There is indeed. This is that point in the show where eliminations are happening left, right and centre. I've been watching Group 5 on the PlayStation side. Now, if you remember, the Stranger's been absolutely smashing it in here. He's got a game against the Lima clan, which, if it goes the way we think it will, and the Stranger wins, though that was all kind of all taken care of because the Lima clan did lose his first 2 games. But the other game in this group is the key one. This is the game between Mr. Dunn and Sehan. It's essentially an elimination game because if you win it, you're through, and if you lose it, you're out. And there has been 1 goal, and you can see it was a back post finish in the 9th minute from Mr. Dunn. So there's a replay of it for you there. Just to reiterate, if things stay the way they are in this game, Mr. Dunn will be going through, and Sehan, the man who came second only to TAS in the Paris Regional, will be leaving us at the group stage. That's just one of many shocks that are happening across the board. I'll keep you updated. For now, back to you guys.
Very tight action, it seems. Just a 1-0 decider between those two. Of course, Mr. Dunn, a.k.a. Abdulaziz Al-Shari, he was the 2015 FIFA Interactive World Cup champion. Of course, Sehan, as we mentioned earlier on in the show, did come second, obviously won his PlayStation in Paris and lost out to TAS in the finals. But more importantly, he's been taking names since then online. He has been smashing people left and right. So it's somewhat surprising to see him lose 6-3 in the end,
yes,
actually, wasn't it, to the Stranger in the groups.
That was very surprising, and I think maybe there's a lot of expectation. You know, maybe he did so well in online, he came in and thought, I got this. I'm
another
top
one of these
form.
players representing Schalke. Like, obviously, you get these big teams behind you. You got to perform.
Yeah, different kind of accountability. We saw that with Amon Roma, where he, all of us signed with Roma right before one of the regionals, and then didn't really perform and get over that hump. Now, every person that gets knocked out of this tournament, I feel like, is going to be a shock and a surprise because they're all very, very talented. They all have high expectations. So I guess the way to say it is I'm not surprised. There's some surprises.
He'd be our first divisional champion knocked out. I mean, we could be seeing maybe Dasari or Rafifa going out, in which case we'll see a regional champion going out. So it's going to be a shock regardless. Suarez breaking through. Rafifa in the white. He's got a big chance, and Suarez just drags it well wide. Nowhere near in the end. I think he was like half mind whether to try and lay it across the box for Ronaldo there or go for a shot. I'm not too sure. Just pulled it well wide, but that's a bit of a straight pass. In the end, it goes to Seamus Coleman.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there from Rafifa. When you come out of the halftime break, if you can do something positive and get a goal, it obviously changes the outcome of the game. We saw that with Tass in the first game, or the last game we just covered. And so it's unfortunate. Like you said, you'd like to see him have a little bit more composure in those moments to maybe make the right decision to have an easy tap-in.
Well, Hullet, the man that set up the first goal for Dasari, has got himself in a great position now as a cruncher from Kyle Walker. He's going to go for a throw. It's going to be a short one. You can see Dasari trying to set up for this one. Manages to find Suarez. Looking a nice cheeky little pass to Hullet. Goes back to Carlos and the tackle once again. No nonsense stuff from Rafifa there for Sergio Ramos. The first half finished, of course, with the second goal going in on the 35th. And then Dasari basically holding the ball for the last 10 minutes. And it seems like it started. Other than that, opening chance, it hits the woodwork. Suarez tries to cut back. That can't get past the defender. And, well, we were talking about early on, these players not afraid to take those outside-the-box shots, not just going for that instant 100% chance at scoring goals, trying to cut back and slot one in. And that's a little worry for Rafifa there, because he's struggling to get the ball.
Yeah, it's a great chance there by Dasari. Here he goes again. Suarez in a very good situation.
He's ahead of the play, if anything. He was
needed some support.
Yeah. Carlos arrives. Hullet, it's a missed laid pass, goes over the top to Ronaldo, tries the one touch through to Messi, but not going to work out for him. Now Pogba back to Seamus Coleman. A man from Everton. Don't see too many Everton players in here, despite obviously the great results they've had, actually finishing, what, 6th in the Premier League. Well, they've got one game to play still. Ronaldo trying to lay it back. No, ball goes out of play.
Yeah, I think what that long distance shot does for Dasari is it's going to force Rafifa to step up a little bit higher, which could create those opportunities to get that 100% chance that you're talking about. So you have to do that. You have to change up your game, take the space that's given to you, and ultimately then take advantage of what you really want to do when it does open up.
I'll get back to you in a second. I want to see how you deal with those sort of goals in real life, but as it is, it's a good attack here for Rafifa. Sets up Ronaldo. Perfect chance.
What a ball. What a ball. You know, I feel like the pass was about 3,000 times better than the finish.
Absolutely.
It's just, oh, man. He could have hit it first time. He could have taken a touch. Thank you, Luka Modric. I'd be writing a thank you card to Luka Modric. I'd be going over to his house and cooking him dinner after a pass like that. But what a finish. Now we're at 2-2. The game changes. Now Dasari has to chase the game.
Well, 2-2 here. That puts Rafifa through. Let's see from Spencer how the rest of the groups are going.
Guys, there's all sorts going on down here. I can tell you that in Group 2, Tass from the UK is 3-0 up, which means as things stand, he would be winning his group as he's beating Carvajal 3-0. And in the other game in that group, we've got Quintanex currently drawing with Janos 1-1 in that one. Shells, who's done really well, and also a UK competitor, currently 1-1 against Manbeer, and Manika's just taken the lead 2-1 against NYC Chris, which would be brilliant for Manbeer fans, or sorry, Manica fans, but NYC fans will not be happy because Chris is losing that one currently. And of course, we've just had another goal, in the game between Mr. Dunn and Sehan. Sehan's got one back, which means right now these guys are level. And just as I'm speaking, Shells, or ex-Shells, has gone 2-1 up, which means right now there's a couple of British guys winning their group. So the UK guys in the chat will be very happy to hear that, I'm sure. Back to you guys.
Yeah, goals coming in all over the place. I thought Spencer might just have to keep going because they just kept coming. Everyone was watching the screens. It was just like goal, 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 goal. Everywhere coming. And the question is, can Dasari sneak one through? No. Defender there at the last. And it's cleared again. Just 17 minutes to go in this game. Kante with a through ball over the top for Ronaldo. But Laurent Blanc's going to lose out to that one. Messi's available. Oh, the through ball was too heavy.
What's unfortunate is that we were applauding Dasari with his patience and his possession, and now he can't do that. He has to completely change his game to stay in this and to have a chance. He needs a goal.
Yeah, Rafifa would end the groups on 4 points as it stands. And of course, needing a goal here, Dasari. Otherwise, he will go out the groups just with 2 points. The other game, of course, is Dax versus Nicholas Razek, and I can tell you that's 1-1 as it stands. That's going to be Suarez to cut it back. Seamus Coleman casually plays it back to Neuer with his knee.
It's a great block by the Seamus Coleman, and could be the block that saves the game. That might have been hitting the back post and going in.
Kyle Walker through to Hullet now. Ronaldo tried to square it, but Rio Ferdinand read it well. Messi unable to get it outside of his own half at the moment. We talked about how Dasari had so much possession. This has been Rafifa for the last 10, keeping it very much in Dasari's half. Messi, a little trickle. It's fell kindly for Suarez. Ronaldo's going to cut it back, and Neuer has to parry it. No follow-on. Will get cleared somewhat dangerously by Hullet. I'm not too sure as a defender what you'd like to feel about a cut-back cross across goal there.
Yeah, it's a bit dicey. I'd be yelling at him from the sideline for sure.
Ronaldo, big chance, can't get it past Ramos. You saw, I think it was Desai running in there. I'm trying to see who it is. You can see he's tracking back. It might have been Pogba. I think it's Pogba, most likely. Marcelo to Kante.
Yeah, that was some big-time defending there from Rafifa. He needed to make that play. Dasari's probably going to get maybe one more chance in this game.
Modric available. So Suarez has just done 2 defenders brilliantly. Modric across to Ronaldo.
Oh,
Neuer blocks it. Brilliant work from Dasari to bring his keeper out. That was all of him trying to bring him out there. Marcelo muscled off the ball, ruled unfairly.
Ooh, I'd have some choice words with the referee there.
It's all about fair play with the referees, Jimmy. You're never meant to have choice words for them.
Well, yeah, sometimes I'll give them positive choice words.
Positive reinforcement.
Rarely, but sometimes.
Pogba can't get the ball through. Oh, Laurent Blanc upfield. He's out of position. He's going to have to start tracking back. He's staying up there at the moment, Laurent Blanc. He's going to chase this one. Can't cut it back, and that's going to leave a big opening. You can see it's not going to get through. I think offside given there. Yes, it was. And Seamus Coleman going to clear it. 90 minutes, and of course this would mean Rafifa to go through. Dasari has to score, and he has to score now if he wants to stay in it. That is it. Rafifa will go through on 4 points. And Emis Dasari, the regional champion in Whistler for the rest of the world, is out of the tournament. We knew it was going to have a bit of heartbreak for somebody.
I'm shocked. This is the group of death, so I was going to be shocked in some capacity, but I didn't think Dasari would be going home. He was so good in his regional.
I mean, if we were to look across the group so far, you've got to say Dax, big standout performance so far.
No question, and PSG own that group. Both of their players are going through. Hopefully they don't face each other till later on. I'm sure they'd want that instead, but here we take a look at the action. What a ball here by Luka Modric. I mean, gift wrapped. Ronaldo, thank you very much, and that goal was the difference. Puts Rafifa on 4 points. He's going to go through with Dax, who goes through on 9, if I'm not correct. It might be 2-2 from what I'm seeing right now, so that would put him on 7, but he's still going through.
Good composed finish, though, from Ronaldo. I mean, he could, like you said, he could have hit it first time. Could have been a second one there. Neuer saving Dasari the blushes of a 3-2 defeat. But overall, very close game, I would say. Like, both players having their chances. Think of the early drag back shot from Suarez for Rafifa right at the start of the second half.
Yeah, I guess what I would say with regard to Dasari, he was doing all the right things when he had the 2-1 lead, but if he had known, hey, listen, I might need another goal, maybe he would have played that section a little bit different. Maybe he would have pushed for that third that really would have sealed the victory for him. So I think if he looks back on anything, that might be that 30-minute window, right, from minute 45 to 75. Maybe he could have gone a little bit more and taken more risk to try to get that third goal.
Well, you can see all the players in action here. Still plenty of games going on around the ground. You can see the focus there from Tass on the left.
Or relief, right?
There's a lot of players that
focus or relief,
indeed.
Or sadness.
Some players are going to be happy right now. Some are going to be very sad. There's scores starting to come in all across the ground. You can see Chris just casually tweeting away there by the looks of it. Shells, I believe Shells is through. I think we were talking earlier on. He's dominated that group. I can't see really what the score was for him at the end there. I can see
Monica beat NYC.
Monica beat Chris, yeah.
Monica, yeah.
Shells won his game as well, so he's looking like he's through as well. But we're going to get scores with Spencer, I guess, in a few moments. We just went into see the final games finish, really. They're going to wrap them up.
That's right. And then the stranger, who's been steamrolling, tied Alimaclan 1-1, which is, for me, is a bit of a surprise. Alimaclan was out already, but you want to secure that #1 spot. You want to get out with 9 points. You want to be the #1 seed, as it were, in the upper bracket. So I'm surprised that game ended 1-1.
Yeah, well, Spencer's going to be with us in just a few moments. But before we get there, let's have a couple of words from the man that was Abdulaziz Al-Shari, the FIFA Interactive World Cup winner in 2015.
So, Mr. Dunn, we're here in Berlin, Germany. Not your first time here, of course. I know you had a big win in Munich at the FIWC a few years ago. How does it feel to be back?
Oh, I have great memories here in Germany, and I don't really want to leave it without a good thing at least in this tournament. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And how does it feel to be representing Saudi Arabia? Obviously, a lot of talk about the Europeans in FIFA, but you and some other guys on the other console, of course, from Saudi Arabia, got a chance to make an upset, perhaps.
Of course, I mean, we have a huge community of FIFA in Saudi Arabia, probably the biggest in Middle East, so there are a lot of people waiting for us to do something with this tournament. And yeah, every one of us, me or Khalid or Msaad, can win this tournament.
And what will it mean to you personally? Because I know you've been playing FIFA for a long time, you've had some great ups, probably had some downs as well. To win this, how would it make you feel?
Well, if I win it, that means I have won almost everything on FIFA, because I was ranked in pro clubs with my team, #1, and then I won on seasons from the FIFA Interactive World Cup. So the Ultimate Team is the only thing left for me. If I win it, I will win almost everything on FIFA.
That would be incredible. Listen, Mr. Dunn, let's hope you get the job done.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you, it's good.
See you this weekend.
Thank you.
Well, we know how much, obviously, it means to Mr. Dunn to represent Saudi Arabia. But, of course, he was up against a tough game against Sehan. Let's go down to Spencer, see how that one went.
Thanks, guys. Last time you were with me, I gave you a half-time update on that game between Mr. Dunn and Sehan. It was 1-0 to Mr. Dunn at half-time, which meant, as things stood, he would be going through and Sehan would be going out. The question is, what happened in the second half of that game? Did Sehan get himself back in the mix? Or did Mr. Dunn get the job done? Well, we'll go back to that first half again, just to remind you what happened. You can see Mr. Dunn went through with Messi. It's a good save from the keeper, but who was there at the back stick? Cristiano Ronaldo. So he went 1-0 up. And like I said, if he kept it like this, he was going to be sailing through to the knockout bracket. Sehan, though, had other things planned. As Messi went through, nice little squared ball to Ronaldo, off the post, doesn't really get more accurate than that. That goal made the game a draw, which then meant we were going to a goal difference situation. Now, we'll confirm them fully with you soon, but our initial calculations are telling us Mr. Dunn has been eliminated on goal difference and Sehan will be going through. So, be a real shame for Mr. Dunn, but the German fans of Sehan will be very happy, I'm sure. We'll update you soon. For now, let's find out more about FIFA 17 Ultimate Team.
Welcome to FIFA Ultimate Team. Make improvements to your squad. Take your squad to the pitch. Show your skill. Sign your favourite players. Score world-class goals. Build your ultimate team. Who is in your ultimate team?
Welcome back, guys, to the tournament. Now, I told you guys in the last segment that, you know, you might see some new players in this tournament. You might see 92 Conte as you have here. I have a special team that I think Manika used in this tournament, and he actually used 2 new players that you might be seeing, like I said. The Ronaldo over here, the 92 Conte, and the Ronaldo, the 98 Ronaldo. So Manika's got a 4-3-3 attacking formation. Now, he's got 92 Conte in defense. Now, that might seem a bit weird, but what he's doing over here is that he's letting Conte take the hit on chemistry, 6 chem, because he can implement the SBC David Luiz 90 overall, so he has 10 chem. And then in the game, they're going to switch to maybe a 4-1-2-1-2, or actually I think Manika did a 4-3-2-1, and then put David Luiz down at center back. So another amazing, interesting team. Of course, Manika did go through to the next round. So this team is definitely working for him. Also, you have the same old players that you've seen in the tournament so far. Sergio Ramos, 96 Team of the Year. Another interesting player that they have over here is DeMarcos, 84. Now, a lot of people think that DeMarcos is one of the best right backs in the game. You might not see him a lot. And also 96 Neymar, another amazing player. And then the rest of the team is just the Team of the Year. So another amazing team. And I hope you guys are enjoying the selection of players that you've been seeing here in FUT Champions and the regional, the grand final in Berlin. And now I'm going to send it over to Jimmy, who's got something for us.
Thank you, Chuboy. So I am here with Rafifa. Let's just start with your first game in the group of death against Dax, your PSG teammate. I thought going in it was going to be a pretty even game. It was anything but an even game. You lost 5-0. What were you feeling after that?
I was feeling unlucky and that I did my best at that game. Dax played his best at all his 3 games, but in mine he totally smashed me. So I need to focus to play the second, the third, and think that I'm be in the next phase.
I thought maybe you were trying to be nice to your PSG teammate. Thought, hey, listen, I'm the new guy. Why don't you just take this first one? I'll handle the rest. Was that part of it?
No, at all. In a tournament so tough like this, you need to win all your matches. You need to play all your best in all your matches. So it was nothing at all.
Okay, and then your last game, you're down 2-1 to MS Tasari at halftime. What did you do? What kind of changes did you make in your lineup, maybe in your formation, how you attacked to get back to 2-2 to get through the group?
The only formation that I did was to place Modric in the place of Vieira. I needed some mobility, some skillful passes in my midfield. So Modric gave the pass to Ronaldo and my second goal, so it was a rightful choice.
Okay, and then you're the only representative here from Brazil. Do you have any words you want to say to your Brazilians back home?
Valeu, galera. Me acompanha aí. Abraço.
That's it. All right, guys, I'm here with Rafifa. Best of luck the rest of the way. And now let's throw it back to the desk.
Thanks a lot, guys, and great to hear from Rafifa. And, you know, honestly, not the greatest of starts coming out there, but through is through.
Well, I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter if you lose that first game. If you can manage to squeak out the results, and that's exactly what he needs to do. You know, faced adversity as well, going 1-0 down and 2-1 down, so he came back, managed to get them goals in there, and as he just said, that adaptation he made in the tactics obviously always feels better, you know. I brought on Modric, he passed it through for Ronaldo and scored. So obviously I was right. That's the best
it's hard
way.
to argue with that one. I mean, he came up with the goods. Let's have a look at the tournament format once again, just to remind you guys how this is all going to work out today. Of course, we're starting off here with 4 groups of 4 players per division. They'll play a round-robin format where they play each other once, and then the top 2 players of each group will advance through into the playoffs. Now, those playoffs, double elimination, which means you lose 1 game, you still got a chance to go through, but it's at this level, honestly, so cutthroat.
Yeah, and you're going to give yourselves a big chance if you go through those upper brackets rather than if you fall into the lower. You're not going to be in good territory because it's going to be a straight scrum down there. But of course, these are the standings. As you can see, Dax drew that last match against Nicholas Razek. That means that they went through on 7 points, and we saw Rafifa on the stream here managed to go through with the 4 points with the 2-2 draw with Dasari. It does mean we lose our first regional champion. That was, of course, Dasari. In the other group, I didn't quite catch it. I believe TAS went through top of that group. But, of course, over on the PlayStation, Stranger on 7 points. Bit of a surprise, actually. Really turned up. Dominated Sihan 6-3 in goals. But, of course, Sihan, I believe, as we heard from Spencer, sneaks through on goal difference against Mr. Dunn. Eggshells as well. We, you know, came out of nowhere in the Paris qualifiers, dominated his group with 7 points. And Manika, the DreamHack champion from winter 2016, goes through on the 5 points. Unfortunately, it means we do lose a divisional champion, Didi Chris Lito, there representing New York City. And the first man to come out of the lower brackets into the big grand finals in Whistler, but unfortunately, this time couldn't get out of groups.
Yeah, I feel like Shells and the Stranger are almost the same person from different places. They've got a very similar story, of course, coming out of nowhere and now topping their groups here. But before we get into our next round of games, we're going to take a look back at the rest of the world and how it went down in Season 1 and 2, thanks to BenQ.
Intense gameplay defined the action at the EA Sports FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series Season 1 in Sydney.
We're going to see the best go at it for $30,000.
Saudi Arabians dominated both divisions.
One for Inter Vidal, it's setting Messi. Oh, left foot, it's in.
from Abdulaziz Al-Sharif.
Absolutely relentless for the Royal. Is he onside? Oh, it's a goal!
The games were high-scoring and exciting.
Could we see the epic comeback?
He's 5-1 down. This might be my favorite game of the tournament. Here we go. He's got it. Oh, he's got it.
The final was unforgettable.
Yeah, but these guys have been playing absolutely phenomenal throughout the entirety of the tournament here in Sydney.
Suarez trying to make himself available. Could cut it back. Suarez! 2-0! Abdulaziz Al-Sharif.
So the Royal is out of his comfort zone, but can you make the comeback?
Ronaldo, it's not clear yet. Ronaldo back to Suarez! The man on your screen gets himself a goal, but he has to score again. It wasn't a kind bounce, and that's going to get cleared, and that may well have been the chance.
What a turnaround for that man, the Royal. He is the champion.
Absolutely amazing play, guys.
Season 2 for the rest of the world then moved to Canadian soil.
Welcome everyone to beautiful Whistler, Canada. Home today to the rest of the world Season 2 regional final.
After an all-Saudi grand final in Season 1, players from the Arabian Peninsula continue to dominate the tournament in Canada.
We are going to penalties.
Suarez is through. 1-on-1. Suarez!
While players from the land of the rising sun made it clear that they were ready to shine on the international stage.
Mane looking for the through ball. This time he does slide it through to Neymar!
Chel picking up his first victory here.
This is Marcelo. Shoots. Scores.
He's going through into the final here.
MS Dosseri's total dominance made him the newest regional champion.
MS Dossari, he's gone through the entire tournament without losing a single game.
Messi making his way through. Marcelo, a simple tap-in, a simple away goal may just be enough for the winner.
MS Dossari has the trophy and of course the ticket to our Ultimate Team Championship Series in Berlin on May 20th.
And one of the first, or the first regional champion to hit the deck, I think we could say, going out in the groups here. Unfortunate for him, but, you know, the PSG guys go through.
It means the Royal is the only Saudi Arabia now representing, obviously, with Mr. Dunn going out on goal difference. We'll see how that's going to work out. Of course, lots of group action to go. Will we see Gorilla perform like he did in Madrid? We'll find out after the break.
This Name Your Price tool lets you find the right deal for you and your budget. Budget Flow says, let's budget.
Okay, guys, a new season, a fresh start. Today is about winning. In football, this is the most important thing. When we win, we make the fans happy. They are why we train. They are why we are here. So remember what we need to do. Be strong on the ball. Make intelligent runs. Be ruthless in front of goal. And own every moment. The time has come. You are ready. The fans are ready. Now, go show them why we are the best.
Great strength there from Hazard. What a run from Royce. Martial, hard and low. That is world class from James Rodriguez.
Make them happy. Make them sing your name. When you play for the fans, that is when we win.
All right, back of the pack, but I'm feeling pretty good about this race. Let's go. Wait, everybody's all over the place. Where'd you guys go? Oh my goodness. Now what? Oh, everybody made the train but me. Oh my goodness. It's okay. Okay. Slow and steady wins the race, right? All right, let's go. And wait, did everybody get pulled over? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna win. Pays to be safe, and it could actually even save you too, because Progressive helps customers save even more on car insurance with discounts like paperless, multi-car, and even safe driving.
Welcome back, guys. We are in Berlin and we have already seen some unbelievable FIFA. Some shock results, sure. We've seen some big names go out already. The story of the group stages we have seen, though, probably has to be that of the 8 people we already know are into that knockout bracket, 7 of them are from Europe. How does that make you feel as someone from North America?
Oh, man. You know, I can already hear it in the chat right now. They're saying EU is greater than NA. I mean, they're not wrong. I can definitely say they're not wrong right now, but EU's dominating. I mean, that's just how it is. It's a very strong region, and we're seeing it right here in the tournament.
Well, we've still got more groups to come, of course, and I guess those people that are left in that aren't from Europe have got that on their shoulders now. They can say, hang on, no, I'm going to make a stand. We're not going to have another 7 of 8 European
And they stand up, and they stand up. Let's go.
Is that going to happen? We don't know. This is what happened in the groups we saw already today, though. So PSG will be very happy. They would have seen both their guys get put in the same group, the group of death, and probably thought, oh no, that's a disaster. But they've both come out the group, which is a great scenario for PSG. Dax winning the group, Rafifa coming through on 4 points from Group 1. In Group 2, #TAS flying the flag for Britain is through, along with Feyenoord's very own Quintenex. He's also gone through, so we know those guys have made it. We're going to see Group 3 and Group 4 on the Xbox shortly. Will we see the Royal, the only remaining Saudi Arabian player left in the tournament now, get through in that Group 4? Are we going to see a couple of the US guys make it through out of Group 3? There's all sorts of stories to come. On the PlayStation side, Group 5, the main story's got to be the Stranger. I don't think people probably picked him out as someone that would come out of that group, but both Germans have done it, done very well indeed, and along with Sihan, of course. And Group 6, it's Shells, the Brit that probably is getting the least talking about in terms of this tournament. Most people talking about TAS or Gorilla, but Shells has made it out as the group winner along with Manica, knocking out a couple of guys from the US of A in the process. We're going to see Group 7 with the likes of Principe, Rain, and then Group 8, Timox, Salzor, Lucas, Phantom, all sorts of quality FIFA still to come. For now, though, we're going to return to the desk with Joe and a special guest.
Thanks a lot, Spencer. And indeed, you're right. I have got 2 special guests here with me, Brandon and Richard, the winners. The winners, we have to put that out there. Congratulations, first of all, of the Commentator Cup on EA's The Pitch. Guys, tell us a little bit about how that all came together and how you found yourself sitting here today.
Well, just on Twitter, scrolling through. We both love FIFA, we both love the sports world. Attended an audition, 2 minutes. Next thing you know, 2 weeks later in Berlin.
So, I mean, how does it feel to be here, first of all? I know myself, I was once, many moons ago, in your shoes. How are you feeling coming into this? Are there nerves there?
Nerves, excitement. Just look behind. It's an unbelievable venue. Seen some quality FIFA so far, and I hope it continues.
Well, I don't think you guys need to be nervous. You guys won the Commentator Cup after all. Great commentators. So let's talk a little bit about our game coming up, because it's going to be a big one from the PlayStation, an all-Wolfsburg affair. Timox taking on Salzor. Now, these 2 guys, absolute powerhouses, the both of them.
Of course, if we just wind back a little bit to the Paris Season 1, it was Timo, of course, he was runner-up. Against, of course, Sihan, who just scraped through to tomorrow's, of course, the knockout stages. But, of course, 2 friends, but we saw that of PSG, we saw it with FIFA, we saw it with Dax. You know, what affair are we going to get here? It's going to be interesting and it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very tight. Both players know how each other play. They'll be playing against each other day in, day out, getting better at the game. I think it's going to be 1 goal that separates it.
So I'm going to have to put you guys, you know, on the spot for this one. Who do you think is going to pick it up?
I think for me it's going to be Timo. Slightly. 2-1.
I'm going to have to jump on the Timo bus as well, but we will see. As we just see the teams there. 4-3-2-1 for both players, I believe.
Yeah, I think I just got a little glimpse beforehand. Identical teams. There's not a lot splitting these at all.
Maybe training partners, and that'll be interesting to see.
And that's another thing that we have to factor into this one, of course. Teammates, training partners as well. How much does that change how this game's going to go?
Well, they're going to know how each other play. Strengths, weaknesses, as you can see, as we just kick off. You've got flicking onto defensive, the little quick tactics here and there. It's going to be a great game.
So here we go then. It is Salzor in the white, playing from left to right, and of course Timox, who's playing from right to left with that blue cursor. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Joe. And it is Salsa, as Joe just said, in that left, of course, on that left side, in that white kit of Wolfsburg. And it is a Wolfsburg affair. We are in Group 8. This is match number 1. And just as Spencer said, 7 of the 8 players that have already qualified through to tomorrow are European. What does that say about the European?
It shows that they're dominating the scene. You got to think this is where the stronger players are. people from the rest of the world, the Americas, they're going to have to step up to this mark. And we come out of an early chance here, Brandon.
Here comes Ronaldo on this far-hand side. He's trying to get options in the box, of course. I believe that's Suarez in there. Tries to get it through, and Vidal just clears up the danger there for Timo.
Marcelo playing right back out of position. Is that anything that you're going to be looking at? Maybe slightly off chemistry, but the higher players, does chemistry really affect that much?
It's an interesting one. You know, the chemistry is an area that is questioned, but Marcelo, I've seen him been using CDM before in some teams. An interesting player, maybe quite a versatile one as well, but no goals yet to separate. We do often see early goals in a lot of these esports competitive sides. Is that a way, you know, that a lot of players set out to play?
Yeah, early goals. As we like to say, goals change games. It's an easy saying, but if you can go 1-0 up, 2-0 up in that first 10-15 minutes, all the pressure's on your opponent.
Here comes Timo now, the shot with Suarez, and that one's just wide. And you have to say, that's a lifeline.
Yeah, some players there, they like to cut inside, looking for the stop and turn, getting back on that strong foot. Suarez, low driven straight across the goalkeeper. Early chance.
We often see them those shots go in fact, but still goalless in this one, and it is the first game in Group 8. These players have been hungry to play since maybe midday today. You know, is that a bit of a disadvantage? You're seeing players go through upsets, the Cup Glory tournament football, or is it, you know, just give you a bit of a rest, a bit of time to analyse?
There's definitely positives and negatives to playing later in the day. You're seeing the other players play. You're seeing maybe your friends go home early. But then you're also thinking you get that little bit of practice in, extra time to prepare for the opposition. And these players, they know each other like the back of their hands. They'll be playing week in, week out against each other, both playing for Wolfsburg. And as you can see, first 16 minutes gone, no real chances.
An interesting point just to talk back about. Apparently Salsa injured his hand, or his arm, in fact, and he's still playing on. Apparently he should be in a cast, he says, but he's here in Berlin. Of course, Kasper Reis is on stake, and you know, that's not going to stop him.
Yeah, wonderful dedication there. I think he's got a little bit of tape just to keep it safe.
Here comes,
gets floated in.
On just on the way into Suarez, but that one didn't really cause any pressure.
Might see a counter-attack here. Suarez on that far side.
Here comes Timo now with Ronaldo. Lovely. Just whip inside there. Suarez, the man in support. Back inside to Luka Modric, and Ramos just clearing the danger. There's Ramos, one of the best centre-halves in FIFA 17 this year.
Yeah, he's got to be up there. Personally, for me, it's that team of the year. I believe he's 96 rated, that Sergio Ramos card. He's got pace, he's got strength, he's got power, he's got height. The only thing that's letting him down maybe, as seen just there, push Messi off the ball with ease, is that high attacking work rate to the medium defensive. Maybe that could exploit a little bit of space in behind as the game wears on, but it's a small thing for a fantastic player.
It's going to be it's a bit like a game of chess. Who makes the first move, who makes the first mistake? I read a few comments on Twitter, people saying, you know, the thing that separates players at this level is mistakes. It's not ability, it's mistakes. You're concentrating for hours on end, and here comes Ronaldo now for Salzor. He's got options in support. Remember, that is Suarez in there. Place to Suarez, and there we have the goal. Timo's not happy, but it's 1-0 to his, could say, best mate.
Yeah, fantastic finish there. You see, that is the typical goal that we see at this sort of level of esports action. The little cutback, Suarez first time finish, Neuer nowhere near, and that's what you get with a 98 rated striker Suarez in your team. Left-footed finish, 1-0. Fantastic start.
And we do have the deadlock broken. 25 minutes it's taken this one. We saw a very cagey affair between Rafifa and Daxe. Was it maybe 5 goals or more in that one? Lots of goals, and it was quite a dominant performance from Daxe, but this one's quite tight, and we have just had our breakthrough after 25 minutes. Is Salsa the first player to sign for Wolfsburg, and Wolfsburg were the first team to emerge into this esports industry, and you know, every day it's getting bigger.
Yeah, teams jumping on board every single week, even day. You've got West Ham United, just got a chance here with Luis Suarez, trying to find that little bit of room. Goes out for the corner. Just as I was saying, you got Manchester City, West Ham United, PSG, Wolfsburg. Those two teams are supported here.
That corner comes to nothing. There are a talking point this year, corners. You know, what's the best way to take them? Play it short and then maybe dribble in from there. But here's a counter-attack now. Here comes Ronaldo. He's got to burst forward and try and get a shot away on that strong right foot. He's options in support if he needs them. Remember, this is Salsa in that left-hand side. You've got to say it's got to be a shot. There's maybe a goal. Messi. Oh, is that going to be a penalty? No.
I thought that might have been a penalty there. Neuer just dove at the ball.
What's going on here?
And this is what you talked about, mistakes at the highest level. That could have cost him there. Just what you're saying about corners, I think a lot of players like to whip it into that front post area, or they'll play it short and try and work something into the box. Either way is quite effective, but just as you saw there, he nearly got counter-attacked on.
Remember, Timo, you know, he did lose out on that console final back in Paris Season 1 to Sian, who has made it through to the knockout stages tomorrow, but he's in that blue kit now. Timo, ball through, maybe a chance to equalise for Suarez. Going to cut back inside, maybe on the finesse, and That one just pitters out for another chance, maybe. Back inside to Ronaldo. That one's recycled. Casemiro back in, and it's close.
Yeah, I think at this level you need to think they're trying to fashion that perfect opportunity to get back into the game. Do you think he just overplayed that slightly there? A little pass too many.
Maybe trying to walk it in, but here comes Sousa down the other end now. Back inside Vidal. He's got options, but was maybe in two minds there, cross or shoot. The attack's not over yet, though. Ronaldo.
Endless pressure in this first half from Salzor.
This is the PS4 side. This is Group 8, the first fixture of the day. Remember, this is the group stage. Tomorrow is knockouts. It is Timo now in possession. Modric has got options to the side. Ronaldo could be through. That's a fantastic opportunity, but Neuer just quick off his line. Both players using Neuer.
Yeah, fantastic just to come out there. Manuel Neuer, highest rated goalkeeper in the game. And it's going to be a tough affair, this one. Salzor 1-0 up, 42 minutes gone on the clock. Just petering out to the end of this first half. There's not been a lot of fantastic chances. It's the sort of chances you get at this level where it's the little cutbacks, the little just passing here and there, just try and overplay and get into that perfect opportunity.
Even question marks, maybe having a shot from distance. You know, we see the finesses from the edge of the boxes going quite a lot, but players don't often like to take those risks. You know, there's a higher possibility of scoring a goal inside the box, but we haven't really seen too many of them. We've only seen one so far, and maybe there's one more chance. Vidal on the far-hand side. He's got options inside, plays back to Suarez. Just needs to maybe drop the shoulder on Boateng. This attack isn't over yet. Back into Ronaldo, recycled Casemiro. Lovely chance this is, and that just petted out for Neuer there.
Yeah, just one pass too many there. As we drop into half-time. Be interesting to see the stats. I feel as though Salzor has dominated slightly more on possession.
And we'll hand you back over to Joe. 1-0 the score at half-time.
Question is now, you know, how this one will all develop. I mean, what's separated these two guys, in your opinion?
I think it's just the dominant possession. I think he's playing the 4-3-2-1, quite a popular formation, but it seems to be a high press. Maybe from his custom tactics, he's got high aggression on. He's winning the ball in that final third, and that's where he's getting his chances from.
Well, let's have a look then at that one goal that we saw in 25 minutes in this one.
Fantastic little bit of play there.
Suarez all day, that one's going in on the left foot. And Neuer had no chance, but would have saved that one a little bit better than he did. But
anybody watching at home, I believe that was the, I want to say the fake Rabona, just to cut back inside there.
And these are some statistics, of course, from Timox. Defeated in that divisional finals by Xi'an during Season 1 regionals in Paris, as you mentioned before. It doesn't concede a lot per game. You saw there 0.67 goals conceded per game. That could be crucial for him here. Do you see a comeback on the cards?
I've got to say, you've got it, you know. We haven't really seen too many goals. Of course, we saw the PSG side, lots of goals in that one. But here, you know, we only saw one goal. Maybe it sums up, you know, Timo, he's good at defending, but I think there's more goals in this one, definitely, Joe.
Yeah, I think definitely. I did say 2-1 at the beginning of the game. So it's going to be a big second half for both of these players.
Well, of course, first group stage games, always important. You always want to get those initial 3 points on the board, and especially, I think, when it's against your teammate / friend, although, you know, they might both be quite happy with coming out with just 1 point after this one. We're going to check in, though, with Spencer, because we do have other games going on at the same time. How's it looking, Spen?
Yes, guys, I've been watching one of the games from Group 7 involving Principe, the Italian stallion, if you will. He won the last event we did, obviously, in Madrid. He's been taking on King Ep of the Netherlands. This is an interesting game. Last time we saw Principe, he was so dominant. He scored 27 goals in his games across the Madrid regional. And it started off as we thought it might. Nangolan here doing some good work. Left-footed finesse, top corner. Principe got the first goal. And I thought this train was going to keep on rolling. However, King Ep had different ideas. Nice little bit of build-up play between Ronaldo and Neymar. 1-2. Ronaldo gets there, makes it 1-0. And that's actually how the first half finished. So Principe showing in the first game, he's not inhuman. He has got some areas of weakness you can exploit, as King Ep has done there. Whether the game will finish like that or not, we're not sure, but I'm going to keep you updated either way. Back to you, Joe.
Principe carrying on from Madrid. What were your guys' thoughts on his performance in Madrid? He basically came out of nowhere, came out of left field for a lot of people.
The thing is, Joe, you've got to remember, first major event, maybe tournament, you know, featured on the Gfinity, on the online sites, playing in your own bedroom. You come into a stadium and arena like we are today, it's a completely different scene. And he performed in Madrid. Can he perform today?
Yeah, such a dominant performance in that grand final as well. I believe it was against Gorilla. Just came out on the away console, got that 2-2 draw, and then on his home console PS4, just very, very dominant performance.
Yeah, I think that's and your point is exactly right there. That a lot of players can perform at home, can win those weekend league games, can win those online tournaments, but coming here with the pressure of people stood behind you, watching you under the lights, and that pressure that you put on yourselves can really make a difference. Actually, as to how well you can perform on the day.
You've got to remember, thousands of games, millions of people play this game every weekend. 192 made it to those 6 regionals. Now it's 32, Joe. It's the best of the best, and I'm looking forward to this second half.
Well, it is, of course, just 1-0 and 1 goal that separates here at Salzburg with that one against Team Ox. And, both of these players, you said it before, both playing for Wolfsburg, who special shout-out to them for their final Bundesliga game tomorrow against my team, Hamburg. I hope that you lose that one. But, for these two guys, they're flying that Wolfsburg flag here high. Both of you said it's going to be a close one. 1 goal in it, probably. That 1 goal is already there, but for Team Ox, absolutely experienced player by this stage. He's gone through those 2 regional events, gone far, and the question is now, how does he handle the pressure of being behind?
I think you've got to remember that, Timo, I think he's won the German Championship maybe once or twice. That ESWC was involved in, came second in that to Gorilla, Daxo. And then, of course, he's up against a 4-time German champion in Salsa, who's his arm's hurting, but he's still scoring goals.
Yeah, also, I think the one thing that we've not really touched upon, I mentioned it at the beginning, both sides using virtually identical teams. Every player, same cards, team of the year, whether it's a normal card or that team of the year card, and there's just nothing really to separate them apart from that first goal.
I think you've got to remember, these players can come and they can use any player they want, any chemistry style on that. And, it's a preference at the end of the day. You've got 11 men plus your substitutes, and as you said, it's quite similar. Is that the way they're training, Rich?
Yeah, I think you've got to think they're both playing against each other. If they can get to that same level, why not can they go all the way out of this group? The substitutes you mentioned, it's going to be a massive, because I believe they're not using the same substitutes, so it's going to be very interesting to see who comes off of that bench in that 65th, 70th minute.
Well, we just saw there some statistics from the first half. Really not a lot, except that goal to separate these two guys. But we mentioned Team Ox, of course, went almost all the way in Paris, and we're going to take a look back at that event.
Emotions were high for the Paris round of the EA Sports FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series.
We need a champion in Paris. Arguably, this right here is the hardest one to get through.
Major upset shook the tournament.
We've also seen some guys that we would have predicted to do well go out.
Boris Legends is out of the tournament. That's a goal for Rocky, and that could be Gorilla going out of the tournament.
Tas and Xian dominated the competition.
We should mention, actually, both Sihan and Tas, neither of them have lost a game yet.
With a field this strong, you don't expect anyone to really be going through an entire group stage and win every single game.
And it will be Tas.
Oh, that's a goal! So that's it. Sihan wins.
Bullock surprised everyone in the runner-up bracket.
A chance. It's going to go in.
Another ESG player out of the contest. I'm looking forward to the next game.
He never expected to get that far.
8 players earn the right to compete in Berlin.
We have gotten it down to the best 2 players.
Both these finalists have won every single game they've played, so this is really the best final we could have hoped for.
Someone can't stay undefeated here today. Someone is going to lose in that final game.
But here we go, kick-off, looking for that through ball into the box. It's going to John Tas getting himself in the lead.
Early chance to still go in. Oh, wow. Tas is on fire.
That may well be it. And I hate to say that so early. The clock running down. Just 1 minute remaining. It will be Tas that will take it here. And that is going to be all he wrote.
Let's have a round of applause for our champion. Very well played indeed.
And of course, we've already seen Tas sailing on through Xian as well. Will we see a rematch from that epic final in Paris?
I'd love to see it, to be honest. A very, very dominant performance from Tas in that final. But Xian, as we just jump back into this one,
and it is Timo now with Suarez on the edge. Remember, he is a goal down in this one, but a little stat to go back to. 7 of the 8 players that have already qualified are from European, and it is only 1-0 in this one. Teammates, but, up against it this time. And it is only 1-0 still to Solskjaer. And here comes an attack now for Timo. Messi plays it out wide to Ronaldo. Chance to get an equaliser, and there it is.
Ronaldo with the goal, the man from Madeira. And it's well taken.
What better way to start off that second half? Little chip through ball over Marcelo's head. I mentioned it at the beginning of the game. He's not playing on full chemistry. And Ronaldo slots away perfectly there. 1-1.
And it's the time you do not want to concede in. Just as that second half starts, people say, you know, there's a bit more kind of a momentum to push you on as soon as that second half starts. And, you know, talk about European players for a second. You know, every week we've been looking at, you know, how many wins you need to get into that top 100. It goes up and up week in, week out, you know, sometimes 38, sometimes 37. Rest of the world, you know, America might be 34, 35. Is that just, you know, how dominant they've been today? Is that just all coming into play?
I think over the last sort of 3-4 months, you've seen how dominant that European scene is, how hard it is to break into that top 16. And I think you've just seen it perfectly example of it here today with 7 of the 8 players earlier on today who's gone through to that final knockout stage, being European.
And of course, here comes Messi now for Timo. He's got options to the right. Is that the right back of Marcelo that normally plays left side, but he's fit a long ball across that one. Is that one gonna comes off the bar maybe? I don't know what happened there. Was that a cross come shot?
It looked like Messi just whipped it with his right foot and Neuer's had to claw that one off of the bar. That would have been one of the 3 goals of the tournament.
I'm sure Timo wouldn't have been too happy to concede that one. Of course, playing that blue strip of Wolfsburg. Just taking that throw in there into Messi. Remember, he did get an equaliser just 5 minutes from the restart in this one. And it is the first game in Group 8 today of the groups before the knockouts tomorrow. Here comes
David Alaba just running the ball out of play there. Looks like Salzo's been a little bit slow to start off this second half.
Maybe a chance now. Messi on the far-hand side. Is that Modric trying to do an overlap run? I think you'd probably want a Suarez or Ronaldo in there, but he's going to link up and maybe just try and switch out Casemiro. That could be a killer ball through to Modric, but still knocking on the door. Messi into Ronaldo. Lovely link-up play this could be. It goes all the way to Suarez. Back Casemiro's going to have a shot, maybe. No, he's not.
See, he's trying once again as he just flicks onto defensive there, I believe. Salzo.
Here comes a chance now. Messi tries to feed it through. Second time of asking, gets it through to Ronaldo. Maybe one more. Lovely chip that one is, but Casemiro not the man you want there.
Yeah, once again, I was just about to say before he flicked onto defensive, they're trying to fashion that perfect opportunity.
This could be Suarez through. All he's got to do is finesse this, be composed, and Neuer there. That was just pretty routine.
They are the chances at this level that you cannot pass up, Brandon. Absolutely. One-on-one, that's a golden opportunity. He'd have been praying and dreaming about chances like that last night before he came. I can't believe he's fluffed his lines there.
Often saying mistakes, you know, they can cost you games. I think he just pulled out the defence there, and that kind of opened up the through ball, the LT triangle, of course, or the L1 triangle, of course, on the PlayStation. Maybe just trying to calm those nerves now, Richard. You know, get back on the ball. Remember, a draw is still positive. You know, drawing a win can get you through in some groups.
Yeah, this sort of level, Brandon, I'd say it's more than the mental game. Everybody's unbelievable at playing the game of FIFA. It's about staying composed, staying calm under pressure, as both of these players are.
Here comes Ronaldo on the far-hand side. He's got options in, plays it short to Suarez, who just nearly snatches that one off. I believe it was Boateng, and still nothing to cheer about as of yet in this second half. Here comes Messi, though, Rich. Lovely ball through on this right-hand side. He's got options inside, maybe going to square it back. Tries to get it to Suarez, just inches off.
Yeah, just there, out of his reach, and it's going to be interesting to see the substitutes as we come on here. I think it was Vidal coming off. Maybe we're going to see Kante introduced. I know he's a favourite among the pro players.
Well, this is Benedict Salsa that we are seeing making those changes in that white strip if we make it back to it. But nevertheless, you know, 18 minutes left. What needs to change? Do you take a risk? Do you go all out attack? Do you go ultra attacking? Do you change your formation?
I think both players will be looking at this, both from Wolfsburg, maybe thinking a point's not a bad result if we can win both other games in the group. We both go through.
I'm sure they'll both be quite happy with that as well as teammates in everyday life, training partners. But I reckon there's going to be one more in this one. You always say you get one more chance. Here comes Suarez with it, and it's Timo with the goal. It's a routine finesse, maybe a mistake at the back.
Suarez, who passed up that opportunity earlier in the game, has slotted that one perfectly out of Neuer's reach. 2-1, 16 minutes left to play. We said it was going to be tight. We said it was going to be a cagey affair, and it's mistakes that have pretty much changed the game in this one.
Of course, the complex of this game has changed now. Sal's just looking into the camera there saying, what's going on? I was 1-0 up, but, you know, one goal's not enough in this world.
One goal is not enough. We said it was going to be a very cagey affair, as I just said, a 2-1 game, and as it stands with 15 minutes left on the clock, it is 2-1. Jerome Boateng looks like he's picked up an injury there.
And it's going to be
a case of tournament football now, Rich. You're at a tournament, it's 32 players. This is game management now. 15 minutes left, just under. You know, what do you do? Of course, your teammates, you don't want to be too disrespectful, but there's going to be an element of kind of game management here, slowing down the game.
I think it's like a substitute just there. Pogba coming on, Dries Mertens coming on.
There's a chance for Modric, goes all the way over, and Marcelo just snatching that one off.
Those substitutes simplify and say exactly what's going through his head. He wants to win this game. He wants to either get a point or go on and win it, as we got fresh Neymar.
Neymar ball across, that one's just tipped over from Neuer. That could have fell to the path, ball just bounced around on the box still, and this attack isn't over. Neymar into Suarez, and that one intercepts, and maybe one more counter-attack. 8 minutes left. You don't want to give the ball away there. Ball through to Suarez, just trying to create a chance. Penalty shouts, no way. And Neuer's just trying to say, get this ball away, but it's not going away. It's just repetitive attacks. Attack, attack, attack. Ronaldo, Modric, out to Neymar. Maybe one more goal in this just to say this game's over and the first 3 points are mine in this opening game. What a ball this could be. Modric through, and there's Suarez.
Absolutely fantastic bit of skill there on that side, as we see somebody celebrating in the background. Modric, a couple of step overs, gets into that area where you can deliver a really deadly cross, and low-driven pass across the goal. Quite fortunate how it went in, but it's 3-1, and you've got to say it's game over.
I'm sure he won't be complaining how that one goes in. Goals win you games, and that's 3-1. Literally minutes left, or seconds in game FIFA time, and you know it's been seen 4 goals. Not too much to cheer about in the first half, but you know the game came alive in the second half, and I think this one's going to be over with now.
Yeah, I think Salsa will be quite disappointed after taking the lead early on. I believe it was 25 minutes. He went 1-0 up, but second half performance, it's not really been there.
Hasn't really brought him through, but Timo wants more goals. He wants to make this a little bit more of a bloodier affair. Here comes Ronaldo inside to Modric, maybe Suarez. He wants another one, and he's going to get another one. That's 4-1, and it's so easy.
Yeah, the 3 points had already been settled at 3-1, but this could be very big in terms of the group goal difference. If it comes down to it, if 2 players are on the same points, we saw earlier in the, I believe it was group 1, it came down to goal difference with Seahan going through. So this could be a very big affair with the 3 points already being settled.
Could say as well, you know, 6 Germans here today, or maybe for the weekend if they get through for tomorrow. But you know, 2 Germans already through, and it will be interesting to see if Salsa can, you know, change it around in the group. Of course, he's still got 2 more games to play. Maybe one more chance, just a consolation for him. But I think that one's going to be over. Messi on the half turn, and that one just comes out for full-time whistle, I would say.
Yeah, it's been all second half performance. This first half, he looked a little bit shaky, and his second half, he just come out, dominated, and 4 goals in 1 half.
There goes the full-time whistle. It's Timo with the win against his teammate, a 4-1 win. You know, all of the action was in the second half, to be fair. It was 1-0 from Salsa, and then there's Timo. They just shake hands. You know, I'm sure they'll be best friends after today. But Timo gets the win, and that is Group 8 underway.
And what a game it was as well. As you mentioned, 1-0 at half-time. We said it's still anybody's game here, but that turnaround, 4 in the end for him. And you have to wonder if it's going to cause problems later on in terms of goal difference. You mentioned that groups have gone this way already today and have done many a time during the regionals. Where does the turnaround come now?
I think it's going to be huge in the terms of the group. I think Timo will be looking to push on now. He's that second half performance, it'll fill him with confidence. I can go out, all I need is 2 halves like that, and I'm winning games comfortably.
You've got to remember, you know, there's still FIFA Phantom in there, Lucas Rep, a Brazilian and a Japanese. You know, it's not over yet by any means. Maybe a win and a draw can get you through, but we've seen some groups, you know, you have to win every game to get through.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen many people going out with 4, 5 points, even been pretty insane. Guys, thank you very, very much. You guys have a bright future ahead of you, so keep at it. Been an absolute pleasure. We're going to head down to Spencer, though, to break down the other games.
Yes, well done, guys. Great commentary in those games. I've been watching that big game from Group 7, the Principe versus King Ep matchup. Remember, Principe was the guy who impressed people so much at that Madrid event, the first person in the history to win a regional on the PlayStation side. So this first game was an opportunity for him to remind people just how good he is. He was taking on King Ep of the Netherlands, who obviously got through from that event as well, but didn't make the same sort of headlines that Principe did. Probably didn't dominate the games in the same way. Certainly didn't score 27 goals like Principe did. So I think most people here were expecting a Principe win. The question is, did that happen? We've already shown you what happened in the first half. We had that first goal from Principe, who put himself 1-0 up. We're going to show it to you here. Principe playing in this sort of orange strip here. Nangolan, edge of the box. It's always a Belgian. Top left-hand corner. Lovely, jubbly. However, King Ep thought, you know what, I'm going to show what I'm about here in Berlin. I fancy a bit of it. Look what he did here. Neymar, Ronaldo. It's actually a 1-2-3. Ronaldo gets it back, makes it 1-0. So that's where we left you last time. We're going to update you now what happened in the second half. I think there might be some shocks to you guys, because look at this from King Ep as he plays it in and around Principe's box. A flash finish from Ronaldo at the near post. Makes it 2-1. A goal that people probably weren't expecting. And I can tell you there was a few more goals after that. I know Principe did get one, but King Ep also got one. And last time I checked, it was actually 3-2 to King Ep, and that is how it finished. So King Ep gets a big win against Principe in that first group game. Sure, Principe's got time to bounce back. We could still see him get out the group, but he pretty much sailed through the Madrid regional. We didn't expect him to be losing any games in the group, that's for sure. Anyway, we saw King Ep score a hat-trick for Ronaldo, but Messi's also been scoring all sorts of goals. These are the top 5 Messi goals we've seen so far. That was the 5th best. That was scored by the stranger. This one is by #TAS. Let's take a look at it as Suarez gets the ball, plays it straight into Messi, across the keeper. Very decent. The 3rd best was by MS Dasari. So it's going to be better than those other two. And look at this. I actually love this goal, I have to say. First time finish, can't be saved, across the keeper. Beautiful. And these two are even better. Stranger gets another one on this top 5. The 2nd best Messi goal we've seen so far. Brilliant passing around the box. That reverse pass into Messi from Suarez was beautiful. And then finally, MS Dasari with his 2nd entry in this top 5 on the free kick. Surely he's not going to. Oh, yes, he is. He puts the free kick straight in. They are the top 5 Messi goals we've seen so far. I promise you we're going to get a Ronaldo top 5 for you later on throughout the day once a few more goals have been scored. But for now, we're going to go back to the casters. It's Joe and D-Man.
Cheers, Spencer. And, well, great game there between Timo and Salto. Obviously, it's always a tough one to call, always a tough one, I think, for the players as well, playing up against your teammate and what have you. But don't forget, guys, we have these SBC milestones coming out your way today, and we have another one ready for you because we have 4 players undefeated. So
yeah, Dax dominating. Obviously, Shell's in there, surprising a little bit, along with the stranger as well. A little bit of a surprise, and of course, TAS. I mean, we didn't expect anything less from the man from Paris, of course. Feeling very confident so far along with Dax.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been great to see that, you know, some of these favourites that we thought have come through. Some of them have already gone home. I mean, that's the great thing. We talked right at the start of the day about, you know, how do these regions really pit up against each other? Everyone's been talking about Europe. So far, they're not wrong.
Well, no, and to be fair, America are claiming one guy through, but he's Brazilian, so I'm not sure if America can claim that, like, really. I don't know. I think Brazil are kind of like, he's not American, he's definitely Brazilian. Obviously, like you say, 7 Europeans through so far, but we've got another, obviously, set of groups to go. Cracking opener, but where will it go from here?
Well, that is the $400,000 question, almost, because that's how much money is going to be split up today. We are going to move, though, into our next game of the day, and it's another one, another big one. Ray Zia, of course, representing Monaco up against Gorilla. New team, Unilad. We saw him, obviously, in Madrid, representing them for the first time.
He could have had a happier picture, don't you think? I mean, come on.
He's got his focus. He was practicing his focus face because he's going to need it here. Ray Zia is definitely not a pushover.
I mean, Gorilla, he does have a good smile on him when he wants to give it, but he doesn't give it very often. And to be fair, you'll probably notice, we'll have picture cams up in a moment, he will be very serious face. Of course, we expect that from him. He's playing in the light blue like we saw in Madrid throughout. Of course, Ray Zia playing in the colours of Monaco, representing the Monaco Esports Club. And we'll see how this one works out, because Ray Zia did very well, actually, in Paris. Qualified through there, of course. Gorilla, obviously, the divisional champion, but not the overall champion. The only Xbox player not to win a regional. Don't know what that says. Don't know what that says, but he definitely wants something to prove. And if that was a cracking effort. If he gets the whole difference, I got a little bit of news on his controller, but I'll wait until tomorrow for that one.
Well, now I just want to know.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you
let's mute the microphones, you can tell me. No. Yeah, we'll wait for that one. Thanks for keeping us thanks for that little tease.
Little tease for tomorrow, if he gets there. We'll see how far he can go, though. As it is, you can see it's Ray on the attack. Ray Zia, like we say, wasn't too much of a surprise that he qualified, although, you know, Paris was absolutely stacked tournament. But at the moment, it is Gorilla. Huge Gorilla, formerly known. Spencer by name, but of course Spencer Owens stolen that name, and there is the goal for Gorilla. serene. I talked about the serious face. There it is. A solid stone face of concentration as he opens up his account.
Yeah, great little bit of one-touch football there as well, finding that through ball. And again, it's Suarez. You've seen it time and time again. That kind of position with his finishing ability, he just doesn't miss them very often. You're almost guaranteed the goal when you get through that in that area. But that means that Razier now has a bit of a task. And we heard from Gorilla. We know he's an incredibly aggressive player. And we heard from him in Madrid, the little video we did with him where he said, I know that I can attack. I know that I can score goals. I've spent a lot of time, though, making sure that I'm not conceding them as well as I go.
Yeah, and it's something he really needs to focus on. Obviously, Gorilla, he did look fantastic in Madrid, no doubt. Obviously, a very different player. You know, he's won countless tournaments, online, offline, but he's never had a big FIWIC champion or a FUT champion, and that's really what he's looking for, obviously, to cement his place in FIFA history. Obviously, we saw the feature from Abdulaziz Al-Shari, aka Mr. Dunn, earlier on, talking about how this was the only one he really wanted to win now. For Gorilla, this would be definitely one he wants to win. Representing the Xbox side, it is a very stacked field, so he's got a lot of work to do, but that early goal seems to have set him up, and we're seeing some fantastic possession from here. Ronaldo, oh, he tried actually for a shot there. I was expecting him to go for the cutback. Instead, he tried to slip it through. He's won it back. Dangerous position. Pogba back to Messi, could go from range, but instead he's going to get cleared by Vieira.
Yeah, perfect Messi position once again. You're always going to be a little bit worried once he tees stuff up there. In the end, was blocked out, though. And now Razier trying to push forward, but again, as ever, Marcelo, strong in that left-back position, will win it through. Bit of sloppy play here in the middle of the park. In the end, it's Razier that gets the advantage from that one. Now has some space on this top side. Will continue to play it up there. Vieira passes the ball to Vieira. Not what he was aiming for.
No, not at all. And you can see it's Gorilla bringing it forward. Messi just keeping control, and this is something, you know, that he's worked on. Not going for those big direct balls, but that is a brilliant ball. Hullet, though, beaten by the keeper. Great through ball, though. Probably hoping that he had someone other than Hullet that it went through to. Pogba wins it back in the middle, though. So he tries another one of those direct through balls to Hullet. We'll see the percentage stats. You will see Gorilla, okay, that's just with Hullet, but I think you'll probably see most of his possession stats or his passing stats, they're probably around the 60% mark because he goes for these direct through balls.
Yeah, certainly not scared of trying, you know. I mean, in the end, it's not about statistics, it's about what works, and that he's going to get put through. Just trying there with Pogba to push Ramos away. Defenders have come into contact there on his top side, but for Razier, it didn't matter too much. Was able to make sure he keeps a hold of that ball. Now has a possible chance for himself, but again, Sergio Ramos comes in, and now it's Gorilla. Will try and push for himself. Suarez not quite accurate enough on the pass.
No, not going to work out for him. Rezi needs to start and get himself back into this game. He hasn't had a great deal of possession. It's certainly not been in Gorilla's half a great deal. This is a big chance for him now to try and bring it forward. Overhead through ball to Messi. Will come out on top, but De Gea easily picks up that bobbling ball. Pull it with the header forward for Gorilla in the blue. Little pirouette there as he finds the ball to Messi. Just a little drag back, make sure he keeps hold of possession as Hullet runs it to Marcelo. That overhead through ball won't come out, but he still manages to get the ball back. Suarez tries another overhead through ball. Vieira manages to win it out. Ronaldo can't get ahead of Marcelo. And Razier will clear his lines once again.
Got a bit of space down on this bottom side, but he's certainly favoured the right wing up until now. As Suarez will actually manage to get through to Pogba. Can he slide it into Ronaldo? He'll turn past one, needs to beat Walker, and has somehow muscled his way through. Now he has to do the same against Marcelo. Finally gets rid of the ball, but Pele and Pogba running into each other there. A little bit unfortunate, in all honesty, for Razier, but now this is where it gets dangerous. We've seen how Gorilla can counter, and he's got Messi on the ball. Can he get it through?
Well, he's going to try. Hullet's got it back to Ronaldo. He's beating off the ball, and while we get this little reprieve, let's have a word from Spencer down on the lines.
Yes, guys, I'm watching the other games going on as we speak. It's a big match in Group 3 on the Xbox between Vitality, Rocky and Marlet. That one is 1-1. In the same group, we've got Kid Mamito going up against his US compatriot, Cristela. That's currently 1-0 to Kid Mamito. In that one, that's a rematch from a game actually happened in Season 1 in Miami. I know you guys have been watching the Gorilla versus Razia game, but I can tell you that the Royal in the same group is currently 1-0 up against Yoga Sesk. That's all my goals up to date. Back to you guys.
Cheers, Spencer, and we do have half-time here in this encounter. Of course, Gorilla with that 1-0 lead. You look at the statistics there for a second. Razia not had a single shot yet in this first half.
Yeah, it's quite telling. Obviously, you can see he's getting a couple of words of wisdom from his coach there, or whatever support he's getting. And I mean, you know what? He's up against Gorilla. Gorilla, the divisional champion from Madrid, and for a reason. You know, this guy is a monster, and that's why he's had those 5 shots. Lots and lots of through balls, and occasionally they will come on top. And this is going to be the opener. You can see Messi with a slide route ball. You know, Suarez, we've seen the keeper saving some of those. You never know. You saw De Gea throwing a hand and a leg out there. Wasn't quite lucky enough. There's the trophy, of course. That's what they're all playing for. Tomorrow evening, somebody will be picking that trophy up along with $160,000. And I believe, if maths does me correct, it would launch that player to be the highest earner in FIFA.
Well, that's certainly...
I think they'll go ahead of Boras.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go until we do finally crown a champion here in Berlin. Of course, Gorilla 1-0 up in his game. Let's hear a few words from him.
What to look out for when I'm playing in the tournament? I don't know. I've changed my style of play somewhat from obviously from the Paris event. I had to learn a lot. The lineup situation from Madrid changed because obviously we had some practice matches before the event. The player was Neymar instead of Ronaldo. Didn't really go to plan, so then I reverted back to the original plan. That was Ronaldo, so that's why I didn't see it. But for this event, I'm just going to use exactly the same team as Madrid. You know, why change something that's working? So yeah, it'll be exactly the same style that I compete with in Madrid.
I'm glad he decided on that, because I had the chat with him yesterday, and he was having this whole debate with himself. Obviously, I was talking about TAS earlier on, talking about Pele, whether to use him, whether to not. Went with Messi. But we see it here from Gorilla there, choosing to go with what worked in Madrid. And, you know, why not?
Yeah, you don't need to fix what isn't broken.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of players come out since then that he could use. Obviously, we should mention that these guys have every single player available to them up until Monday. The cutoff was Monday. All the cards available till then.
Yeah, but it's still Ronaldo.
It's still Ronaldo. Well, I mean, you've still got quite a lot of Ronaldos to choose from.
that is also true.
Question is, if he's going Ronaldo, is he going with the 98 striker Ronaldo now, which we're starting to see a lot more people using, rather than the 99 one?
I'm sure we can find that out a little bit later from the Manchu himself. But this game, of course, will be getting back underway in a second. You see there, Razia, as Demon mentioned moments ago, just getting some words of advice. Maybe just trying to calm him down. Let's not forget he's not had a shot on goal up until now, and that, of course, is the silverware that's on offer here in Berlin.
Yeah, someone's put a lot of work polishing that in, I feel, overnight. Got that nice and shiny. Headsets back on, ready and waiting to go. Gorilla versus Razia in the first group Xbox game of Group 3 and 4. Of course, we saw 1 and 2 already. Seeing some great matches this morning. Of course, we saw Rafifa and Dax going through in Group 1. And I've put myself on the spot here because I know it was... Group 2 was TAS. I'm trying to think who went through with him.
In TAS's group as well, it was Quinten X.
Quinten X, of course, from Feyenoord. Feyenoord who just won the league. Won the league for the first time since '99, was it? I believe it was.
Yeah, absolute scenes in
crazy.
Rotterdam on that day as well. Yeah. Incredible stuff. Congratulations to them. For now, though, we see Razia trying to break through the defense and may well do so. He's taken one more touch. Suarez comes sliding in. Almost an identical position from where Gorilla scored from before. This time it was the slide, but it found the back of the net nonetheless, and that's the dream start into the second 45 here for Razia.
Little wipe of the control there from Gorilla. We saw that throughout Madrid. Just making sure there's no moisture. Keeps the perfect grip. So, shake of the head. A lot of people surrounding Gorilla. It's obviously a one of the players certainly favourites to go through in the group stage. We'll see whether he can manage to hold on. Of course, he got himself an early goal in the first half. Now he needs to get himself another to try and take a first win in this group. Ronaldo tries to lay one off. Suarez was waiting in the box, but it never got through to him. And it's Razier to bring it through. And remember, Razier didn't have a single shot in that first half, so I believe he's 1 for 1.
You believe?
I believe.
I mean, that was his first shot of the entire game.
I might have been wrong. He might have had a second one just at the start of the first half, second half.
I think he is 1 for 1 at this point. Solid record.
Solid.
Going through there. Of course, this game, for me, incredibly important for Gorilla in terms of his, or one of the favourite status, if you like, because this group is definitely not easy. Yogosescu is probably the big outsider in this one, but the Royal in there as well.
Yeah.
If Razier can upset in this game, could prove crucial to Gorilla's chance at success. But still a long way to go. And we can talk about favourites all we want, but such a tough lineup here in Berlin that honestly, we're going to be seeing upsets as we go through the day.
Well, the first game's always tricky. Obviously, we heard from Spencer at half-time. The Royal was winning that game 1-0. So we'll see how that develops as the game goes on. Obviously, if someone comes out with 3 points, a draw's not the end of the world. It certainly gives you a good chance going through to the next matches. That was a tricky tackle from Vieira, but he won the ball in the box. Now a counter-attack chance here as Ronaldo brings it forward. Long through ball to Messi. Not going to work out this time, but he gets a little lucky on the bounce from Ferdinand. And now Suarez to Vieira. Looking for maybe the break on the wing there. Kyle Walker was trying to get forward, but Messi now looking to try to go for the cutback. A solid defending there from Sergio Ramos, but it's not cleared the danger just yet. Marcelo will find in the end a route down the left wing. And Vieira will slow things down. Messi's leg swept away from him by Vieira. It's a free kick for Razier.
Yeah, and you know, he said great defending there. It was in the first place. The pass was dodgy, to say the least, right after that, but he's cleared it. That's the important thing for Razier now, making a bit of a run down this top side with Messi, but couldn't get past Walker in the end and tried to cross it in. Lost out on it though, and now Gorilla will have a chance to break once again, and it's standard Gorilla stuff, almost as direct as you can be without just throwing it over the top.
You know, Gorilla's talked about his defending, obviously, how he's tried to improve it. I haven't seen, actually, his defenders, talking about Kyle Walker and Marcelo, getting forward that often. I wonder if this is like a choice, a solid choice in his tactics, whether he's told them to stay back or whether he's purposely not utilising them down that wing and prefers to make sure he uses those attacking players, which keeps, obviously, his back four in a solid line. We'll keep our eye on that one. Suarez to Vieira for Razier. That's a great chance, Ronaldo! And then it's 2-1 now. 100% score rate for Razier. Didn't get a single shot in the first half, but he has turned up in the second.
Yeah, and you were just talking, you know, about the fullbacks staying back, but in this one, it's the centre-backs that were just out of position there. Razier with great build-up on that one. Finds that through ball to put himself into the lead. Now the pressure is certainly going to come for Gorilla, and he's going to be making some changes from this one. In fact, it looks like there'll be a formation change to 3-4-2-1, I think that was in the end.
So, yeah, I believe we saw him switch to 3 at the back in Madrid. I'm trying to think it was against the Principe game, maybe, in the actual grand finals. But he switches to 3-4-2-1. Ronaldo going up front, I believe. Neymar on with Suarez as well. Obviously, he was out there anyway. So, Neymar being brought on. And yeah, he's just making a couple of changes with Ramos and Hullet in the middle, Ramos at the back. So just a couple of adjustments, but 2-1 down, 15 to go. Pressure on Gorilla in the opening group game.
Pressure's on. Let's see if he can change things now with that switch up in formation. He's lost the ball almost instantly from this. And with that change of formation, for me, signaling that he knows he needs to score. Will he switch back if he does score? How does that all affect things here as Ferdinand comes charging out of the back line? He may just get Ronaldo through. Walker gets to it just in the nick of time. And that could have been dangerous almost instantly for Gorilla again.
Well, I mean, that's it. Going 3-4. So he wants to get people forward. He needs to get people forward. 3-4-1-2, I believe it is. He switched to. Obviously, it leaves Walker, Ramos, and I believe Marcelo at the back. Took Pogba off, put Neymar on, so he can't really switch back. But Ronaldo's got a chance and finds the top corner. And that is an instant reply for Gorilla. as he makes it 2-2.
And that's what I was just questioning. Where is the switch going to be? And I can tell you, he is switching back.
He is switching back. So he has. So, okay, so that means with Pogba out, who's he bringing in midfield then? Because he's got Hullet and Vieira in the centre. He's just going to, okay, so he's going to leave Neymar out on the left now. He's just adjusted. Neymar was on the right, now he's moved to the left. He's got Suarez on the right with Ronaldo and using Messi in the cam role.
Yeah, Messi just behind him there. And that was the
4-2-3-1.
question.
Switch back to 4-2-3-1.
The question that I threw in there, will he stay with that if he scores? Does he go back to his more standard role? And look at this for a turn. Bam, straight into that top right-hand corner. Not a thing the keeper's going to do to stop that going in. And we are tied up again. 81 minutes again. So a great time, really, for Gorilla to be putting this one back level. Question is now, does Razia settle for this draw? Does he go all out and risk getting countered again?
Yeah, just change to balanced as well, Gorilla. So just a little change, and like you say, does he go for it? I mean, it was 2 shots, 2 goals for Razia. Gorilla's going to be a little upset by that one. That was a beautiful overhead through ball. Suarez brought down, though. Free kick, and this is dangerous. We've seen a couple of these going in now. Obviously, not going to go for goal from here, but going to try and set something up. And let's have a look around. He's going to try to go for an in-swinger here. Hullet tries to get it in there. Hullet clears it. And Suarez, in the end, will clear the danger. Counter-attack chance for Razia as a lot of defenders forward.
Ronaldo going to knock it back here. Oh, he's been taken down there. So, you know, the return ball to him was there, but he was already down on the ground as he try and feed it through. Ferdinand getting in the way of that one. Still 4 minutes plus stoppage time to go in this one, and Razia is moving forward. Pogba directly to Ronaldo. They found Neymar. Will he have a shot? He will, but it's gone just wide there. That was the chance for the winner here, possibly for Razia. And yeah,
puff of the cheeks.
Breath of relief, to say the least there, I think, for Gorilla.
Yeah, just dragged wide. And now we're going to have, what, probably maybe 3 minutes extra time max, I would say. Ramos to Neymar. Maybe just keep possession, be happy with a draw in the first game, who knows? Could he try and steal it at the last? Marcelo building it forward. Vieira overhead through ball to Neymar. He's got Suarez arriving. Messi's there as well. He wants to cut it back. Ronaldo's free. Can't get the ball out of his feet, though. And Ramos, in the end, will clear the danger. Now Suarez feeds it through. Razia with Ronaldo on the counter to Messi. Just about a minute to go by my estimations here before the final whistle. Suarez maybe on the last attack, but that's going to be a throw-in. And I think that may well be all she wrote. 2-2, the final score in the first group game here of the second set. That's going to be Group 5. So one apiece there. Of course, the big thing we need to know is how it went. Obviously, the Royal was 1-0 up at half-time. We'll get Spencer's view on that in just a few.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Razia coming in against Gorilla, first group stage game, that's a great place for an upset, of course, and had that 2-1 lead from Gorilla's side. He made that tactical change, the change of formation that really set him up. This is the second half highlights then, of course. It was Ronaldo who fed through to a sliding Suarez, who just knocked it in. I think keeper's legs just really buckled there. He didn't really move whatsoever. And then, of course, we did see Razia taking the lead with Ronaldo. But on the other side, it was another Ronaldo beast to bring Gorilla back into the game at 2-2.
Yeah, and obviously it's great that he made the change and managed to get the result back. Should he have stayed that way and maybe gone for the win? Or, you know, obviously champions can realize when they should consolidate their results, and obviously ended up with 2-2. 1 point in the first group game. You know, we talk about it, the first group game is always a nervy affair. Yeah. Probably against Razia, I think who he would probably count as his toughest opposition in this group. Razia obviously qualified from Paris. The Royal, the winner from Sydney. But we've already seen European dominating so far. Does he feel that Razia was the strongest opponent in this group?
Well, if so, he's got a point against him, which he might well be happy with. Let's check in with Spencer, see what's going on in the other games.
Thanks, guys. Yes, I was watching Group 3, a match between Rocky and Marlet, France versus Germany. This was actually a rematch from a game that happened at the Paris regional, which I believe was the lower bracket final, which I also believe Rocky won. The question is, would he do it again here in Berlin, in the home of Marlet? You know, he's a German player playing on German soil. First goal went to Ronaldo. A little bit lucky with the bounce back to him there, but Rocky did take the lead. Marlet gets one back, though. Suarez, fantastic skills in and around the box, gets it to Messi. He was never going to miss that. Makes it 1-0. There was another goal in this game, and it did go to the German himself. Ronaldo and Suarez, brilliant 1-2 pass back to Messi. 2-1, Rocky, who a lot of people were tipping as maybe one of the few people who didn't win a regional final but could still win the whole thing here, has lost his first game. Marlot's won it. The other game in this group was between the two Americans. It was Kid Mamito versus Gustella. I can tell you it ended in a draw, which means that Marlot is currently sitting top of Group 3. I can also tell you the other game in Group 4, which is the game you're watching, between the Royal and Yoga Sesk, ended with a win for the Royal. And because Gorilla obviously drew his game with Razaya, it means that the Royal, just like Marlot, is currently top of his group. So we've got someone not from Europe at the top of their group, guys. Who'd have thought it? The Saudi Arabian guys watching in the stream, I'm sure, are super proud of the Royal right now. I'll keep you updated with what happens in all the other games. For now, back to you.
Thank you very much, Spencer, keeping us updated throughout the day, all the scores and all the goals.
Hi.
Jimmy joining me
hey,
for
what's
this
up, everybody?
one. We're going to be switching up. We're going to be sticking, obviously, with the Xbox and talking about, obviously, the next matchup, which will be Gustella versus Rocky. Let's talk about Vitality Rocky to begin with, because, obviously, fantastic player. Came through second in the divisional for Xbox. Obviously, lost to TAS in that big finals.
I heard a lot of whispers about him being one of the favorites coming into this tournament. I talked to Spencer, I talked to Chu, and you go online, you read some things like, listen, Rocky might not have won his regional, but he is the guy. He's the guy that they think is a favorite. We look at the groups right here, he's now on the bottom. So he's got a lot of work to do going against Gustella. I saw Gustella's game against Kid Mamito right now. He scored right after halftime. We see a lot of goals that are scored right after halftime. He used that to great effect. Whatever changes he made, you might want to consider starting that against Rocky. And Marlot came down from a goal. Rocky had the 1-0 lead. And Marlot came back, chipped away, got 2 goals right before halftime, and then killed the game off. So this is a really exciting group. So this game, too, is obviously very pivotal.
Marlot, one of those players that came under the radar at Paris, and obviously said, you know, representing the underdogs as it was. And the Royal, well, as you mentioned, the Saudi Arabian getting that win over Yoga Sesk. Can be happy with that one. Razor Gorilla, we'll see how that plays out, of course, that group continuing. That is the Xbox, but of course the PlayStation also had their games earlier on. Rain picking up his win. Rain, a veteran of the scene for many a year. King Ep also came through, obviously, in Madrid. He picks up his first win over Principe. Big surprise there, no doubt about it. Principe, obviously, the divisional and regional champion in Madrid, taking down Gorilla in that final. Timo, we saw it obviously here on the stream, taking down Salazar, his teammate. But Lucas, the divisional winner in Miami, obviously lost out in the end to Rafifa in that grand final. The regionals, obviously also representing Brazil. So we'll see how he does.
Yeah, it's that was a 1-0 game, Lucas and Phantom. So it was very, very close. Could have gone either way. You know, it's a real thin line between success and failure at the highest level. So it's, you just never know with these guys. I mean, you thought Rocky had it. He was up 1-0. He was going to cruise. And Marlot came back and chipped away. And Principe, he was under the radar heading into his regional. Nobody knew who he was. And now he's the Italian prince. And there's a lot of expectation. And King Ep comes in and smashes them. I thought King Ep was the best player throughout that whole game. Even though Principe got 2 goals, King Ep was the guy in that one.
I'm trying to think whether they actually faced each other. They must have. They must have faced each other when they were in...
crossed paths at some point.
Yeah, and Principe came out obviously on top. But as you say, a lot of pressure on him. Obviously, there was no pressure on him at all in Madrid. It was his first ever tournament. But here he is in the regionals. But we're going to be covering off against Rocky versus Gustella, of course. Gustella, the godfather of North American football. Can he take down the Frenchman, Vitality Rocky, who was fantastic, honestly, in Paris? Other than TAS, he was the only guy that stopped him. But we've already seen Rocky lose a game. Somewhat surprising against Marlot in the opening. So a lot of pressure on both of these players.
He didn't play poorly in the first game against Marlot, but he made a few mistakes. And like I've said a few times throughout this broadcast, you get punished for mistakes at the highest level. And that's why you're here. You're playing against the best of the best. And you can't, those little tiny half mistakes turn into goals going the other way. So as long as he can get that out of his game, then I think he's got a good chance of getting past Gustella here.
Well, here we go. You can see Rocky starting out in the reds. He's going from left to right. And of course, Gustella, not the USA colors that he was using throughout in the Whistler Americas qualifiers, of course, but is still using that USA badge, keeping it real for you, Jimmy.
It's important. I'm not trying to show any bias towards Gustella.
Is that the USA quit? Maybe it is. I don't know.
We have a couple versions now.
Yeah, you got so many. It's not the dark blue, which is what he was playing basically throughout Whistler. But here we go. Chance of the shot already. And Marcelo's shot blocked by Vieira. Gives him an early corner. Now he's going to go short. Marcelo going to try and run it in. Messi off the pitch right now. There he goes. Realizes, hang on a minute. Can't pass to me here. I need to get involved.
Yeah, interesting play there, short corner, because if you do lose the ball, it does lead to a counter, as we're seeing right now with Gustella. Excuse me, with Rocky.
Trying to work it down the right wing. No real options available to him, so going to switch it back to Kyle Walker, who plays it down the right to Pele. What a link-up that would be. Walker still tries to find some space. Oh, Laurent Blanc, last-ditch effort. Not going to be knocked off the ball, but Suarez has managed to get it away from Marcelo. Cuts inside, nicely done. Still has to beat Marcelo a second time. Pogba tries to pick the pocket of Walker, but not going to work out for him. Pele muscled off by Marcelo. Brazilian counterparts through different eras of the game. And a tense opening 11 minutes here. No one really coming out on top. Obviously, we had the opening shot from Gustella, but Rocky, it's something we saw with Rocky in Paris, was very much about his possession play football. Neymar looking to cut inside, but as of yet in the opening 10, we haven't seen a lot of possession. It's back and forth.
Listen, this is a defender's dream. I'm loving every part of this. So much great defending on both sides of the ball. There's going to be a through ball at some point that's going to break the pressure. But right now, they're just feeling each other out, seeing what each other's got. I appreciate that.
And how do you feel when those through balls come? I mean, as a defender, it's like it's cutting, because it's just like think back to the Modric through ball we saw earlier on. When one of those balls works, you're just like, well, that just removed me from the game. And obviously, you got to look at yourself. It's a positioning, but sometimes they're just world-class passes.
Yeah, those are the ones that kind of tease you, that you think you can get it, and then you can't get there, and then it's an easy tap in, as we saw with that one through ball. It's tantalizing. And sometimes, like you said, the pass is so good that you want to actually applaud them for a good pass, but you can't show that on the field.
Yeah, then your teammates are like, what are you doing?
Yeah. That's just a good ball. It was a good pass. What do you expect? I love the game. I respect the game.
Oh, well, Jordi Alba being used as the left back, I believe, there. I think I just saw for Rocky. Actually do recall that being the same for him in Paris. So maybe just like Gorilla, sticking to the same team he used back then. Neymar flattened. It is going to get dragged back to that free kick. So chance for Rocky to try and tee something up here. Just rolls it forward. Down to Neymar. Space opening up for him, but couldn't get the pass through. Suarez knocked off the ball. Ronaldo doing a bit of defensive work, and finally Suarez will win it back. Good tenacity from him to stick with it and make sure he doesn't get knocked off the ball.
Yeah, good play by both teams. And it's not maybe the most beautiful version of the game at the moment, but I do appreciate the tenacity that both teams are showing, both players are showing. Going forward, still being aggressive, but nothing is going to be easy. Like, you're not just going to get here to the final in Berlin and be like, hey, listen, I'm just going to roll over now. So they're making it difficult for each other, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, and Chuboy will be appreciating as well, representing North American football. Suarez muscled off it.
Hey, I fit into there too.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Yes.
I mean, you're gonna start.
I got Kim and Mito, and
you rip off your shirt, and there's like an American jersey under there. I mean, you're kind of in the American colours. It's a polka dot red and blue.
I was like subtly supporting.
Yeah, okay, I see how it is.
I hear a lot of UK support for you guys, and
that's true. That's
you
true.
as a de facto German.
I mean, look, we have to sing the UK praises because in esports we don't get too many chances. Or just in sports in general. I think it's safe to say, especially in football. We can't sing the England flag too much there. But Vieira for Gustella. I'm hearing shouts as goals go in around the ground. We'll be hearing from Spencer in a little while. Of course, you guys are going to want to know what the other results are. We'll get them as and when they come. But as it stands, a cagey affair in this opener. Messi maybe looking to open his account. Ronaldo, a little freedom moment, got himself a free. Can he try and get the back heel? No, Suarez tries to place it past Neuer. Just parries it wide, and Pogba couldn't get the deflection. And Neymar will put it out for a corner. It's going to be a short one. Trying to wriggle some space. Messi does make himself available now. Marcelo's found a moment. He can cut it across. Back to Laurent Blanc. Oh, no.
Oh, penalty. Did he call?
No, can't be.
Pen?
Surely.
What did he
the
call?
Referee seems confused.
Wait, I don't know what I just saw. It's like he pulled his jersey, and that's what he called. What? How is that?
That was a penalty?
Wow.
Well, okay. Wow. Ronaldo stepping up. Gustella straight down the middle. And Gustella scores against Rocky. And this is a massive matchup, because if Rocky was to lose his second matchup, he would almost certainly go out of the tournament.
Rocky. Oh, so unlucky. First, the penalties a bit. I'd be talking to the referee in the parking lot, I think, after the game. Then his goalkeeper doesn't get there when you think that he should. I mean, these are the kind of plays that I think make a champion, because if you can fight back from this adversity when things are going against you, you can still win the game. It says a lot about what he's capable of, and I think it would show well throughout the rest of the tournament, but we still have a lot of game to play, so we'll see if he can get back in.
I think I'd need a couple more video replays at that penalty to figure out exactly what went wrong. There was clearly something in there that the referee saw. Neymar tries the through ball, not going to get there. We'll win it back, though. Now to Suarez. Think back to that moment he had that chance. It seems so long ago. It's been Guastella in the light blue that's been pushing. Now Suarez finds Pele. Might have to go for a shot here. A little nudge in the back from Laurent Blanc, not quite enough. Pogba. Back to Vieira, still trying to work that opening. These short, intricate passes. Gets it to Suarez. Ramos runs him off. It's Pele. It's surely back to Suarez. He can't get his feet out of it. And De Gea is back. Laurent Blanc,
what is going on?
The champion of that defending.
Unbelievable. Some risky defending there from Guastella, which led to a great opportunity for Rocky, but he can't get on the end of it. Pele can't get it done on the attacking end. Gets called for phantom penalties on the other end. I mean, I wanted to bring that up. Like, does he go to the referee and be like, listen, I'm a legend. I'm Pele. I'm like the guy. How can you give me a penalty? How can you call that against me?
Well, half-time is upon us. And as it stands, it's still 1-0 to Giuseppe Guastella, the American godfather representing here in Berlin. Finds himself 1-0 up against Vitality Rocky.
I want that last 5 minutes that we just saw to be the whole second half.
Yeah.
That was really engaging, really entertaining. They were feeling each other out for the first 30 minutes of that game, and then it really opened up. Finally got some chances. Obviously, we needed a penalty kick. That was a little sketchy to kind of open it up, but I really expect us to see a very entertaining second half.
Well, we may get to see the replay of that penalty. Marcelo with the cutback here. And there's Laurent Blanc, right? Okay, there
Was
was.
it handball?
Okay, no. The knee came straight in on Blanc. The knee on knee, straight in there.
Oh,
that was a solid tackle.
Okay.
Actually,
I don't know. I need to see it again. I guess I was looking at the wrong
And Ronaldo doing the drag across the floor.
Good, solid penalty.
And this just at the end here, you saw it just before half-time. So close, and just couldn't get it away. Then back to Suarez, and Blanc came flying in, and then De Gea's down there. Oh, Messi
great.
at the back, that's for sure.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
I want to see that for the whole second half. That's what I want to see.
90% pass completion, of course, in the previous games, but as it stands, Rocky finds himself 1-0 down, losing the first match. Big result there. We'll see how it goes in the second half. Let's get down to Spencer with all the other matches.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I've been watching Group 7, a big game between Principe and Rain. Rain was someone who I quite like the look of in one of the former regionals, in the Americas regional, because very attacking player, scored a lot of goals, probably conceded a few too many. That's why he didn't win the overall regional, but very impressive. He was going up against Principe, who we know all about, but we also know he lost his first game today. And this is someone who only just won the Madrid regional, 2 weeks ago? And you're starting to wonder whether it's working against him. Maybe people have seen his tactics and seen what he's got to offer so recently. Look at that goal from Rain. That is a beautifully lobbed finish against Principe. So right now, Principe is currently 1-0 down in this game. Does he get one back with his chance for Modric? Surely. No, he doesn't. Handanovic makes the save, and that's how it finished at half-time. Currently 1-0 to Rain. If it stays like that, one of the biggest shocks probably so far today will be that Principe would be eliminated off just 2 games in the group stage. The person that most of us thought would dominate the PlayStation division would not even be getting out the group. I can also tell you, in the other game on the Xbox side, Huge Gorilla currently 1-0 down. So there's all sorts going on, guys. Drama kicking off. I'll keep you updated, but for now, back to you for the second half.
Yeah, it's a lot of shocking results.
Some really big results happening here in the second stage of groups. But we obviously saw some upsets already, and with basically so many top players in attendance, it's no surprise that somebody somewhere is going to get upset about a big name dropping early. So far, it may well be another one here. Rocky, 1-0 down to Guastella, who's looking pretty good in these opening group stage games. Vieira can't quite outpace Walker there. And in the end, it will be a simple pass back. But he's going to intercept it again.
Yeah, my biggest concern for Rocky heading into the second half is that he hasn't had too many clear-cut opportunities. And that's concerning. You want to feel like, hey, listen, I got a lot of opportunities. I just didn't get them on goal. The goalkeeper made good saves. He's not even getting those type of opportunities. And I think that's what he needs to address with some of his changes into the second half.
Well, and the biggest thing for me was Rocky, especially in Paris, was all about possession. He had 70% possession in almost all of his games up until that final matchup against TAS. Now he's got a real big chance. Puts it back for Ronaldo. The equalizer is there.
I never positive jinx people. That's amazing. I talk about what he needs to do, and he did it. And now the game is tied 1-1. Good, cool, calm, composed. He had possession in the box, and he hits the back of the net. I think he actually hit both of our points, which is amazing. You said possession. I said he has to get good opportunities.
And also,
maybe we should coach Rocky.
Hits an early second half goal.
That's it.
We've seen a lot of these early goals coming out the second half. So, 1-1 here. That gives certainly Rocky a reprieve. Guastella, of course, won his opener. So he's currently on 4 points, I believe, in that group. But Rocky, after losing that first game, gets himself certainly the 1 point, but he wants more, I feel, here. As it stands, though, the light blue of Guastella. Ronaldo with a big chance here to try and put it across the goal. It's a brilliant finish and an instant reply from the Godfather.
God, what a finish by Guastella. And Rocky's got to be kicking himself. The defending there, honestly, is not good enough at this level. He lets him turn, runs right into the box straight. There's not like there's any movement or any feints or any trick moves. He just ran, turned, hit at the top back corner. Thank you very much. Guastella's like, is it supposed to be that easy sometimes? Is it supposed to be that easy? I don't think he cares because it's now 2-1.
It is 2-1, and he's looking solid. Ronaldo scoring every goal so far at both ends. So, are we going to see an instant return? Neymar to Suarez. Rocky in the red. Suarez back to Hullet. Maybe we will. Oh, Ronaldo. I thought he was going to try and shimmy and turn and shoot there. Instead, he tried to lay it off with a big hit. Didn't come, though. Suarez back to Hullet. One-touch stuff here from Guastella as Pogba tries to calm things down a little bit. Loses out, but it's Vieira that will win it back. Suarez looking for Messi. Messi's through. Suarez almost bundled off the ball there and will, in the end, give up possession to Rocky, who needs to once again find himself just a little momentum here. Guastella, nice timeout here. 61 minutes, just a little mental break.
It looked nice because I thought that Rocky was going to go out wide, and I think that's where his first goal started. He went out wide, he cut in, he took the space that Guastella was giving him, and he exploited it, made a good couple passes, and it was at the back of the net. Made his goal look very simple as well.
Well, it was Rocky in possession, so it was him that's called for the break. I just wondered what change they're making. While that's happening, we'll just see whether a shot comes in here. Pele lays it off to Suarez. Walker to Ronaldo, looking to set something up. Neymar try and bustle. That was never a pushback. No, it was an offside. Let's get down to Spencer, who's got more results.
Wowie woo-wah. We have got goals going in all over the place, guys. Right, listen, as I told you, Principe at halftime was down, which meant he would be out. I think he heard me, because within minutes of the second half, he scored a couple of goals and made it 2-1. He was leading, but then Rain came back and said, no, 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 no. I fancy a bit of this. He made it 2-2, so that game is still very much alive. I can also tell you there's been a second goal in the game between Gorilla and Yoga Sesk, and guess what, guys? It hasn't gone to Gorilla. It's 2-0 to Yoga Sesk. Gorilla looking like he could be on 1 point after 2 games. No one saw that coming. The Royal and Rezaya are also 1-1. Oh my God, I can't take it, guys. I'll keep you up to date, but it is kicking off.
That's incredible, because that would put Yoga Sesk on 3 points. Obviously, the Royal, I think what he was saying, he was drawing. That would put him on 4 points. And Gorilla on 1 at the bottom. This is like Paris all over again for Gorilla, not the Madrid player we saw turn up and dominate.
Well, he had talked about keeping the same lineup that he had in Madrid, but maybe there was something he had to do using both. Something from Paris, something from Madrid. But there's a lot of pressure on him. A lot of people know how he plays. They've seen him play for a number of years, and I think that takes its toll as people get familiar with your playing style.
Oh, great through ball there for Guastella. Also had the foul. Pogba tries to bring it back now. I think he was looking to maybe try and bring that foul back, because he realized he knocked it on too far, but didn't work out for him. Tried to shrug the defender away. Neymar holds strong there. Suarez, oh, if he just gets this ball through to Hullet, it could be an equaliser. Lays it off for Pele! 2-2, brilliant.
What a finish by Rocky. Good composure in the box again. Good run, though, by Hullet to split the defense. That's where it all starts. Good running from midfield. And he has that chance to maybe hit it first time as it rolls past him, maybe by the penalty spot. He elects to play it out wide to a simple tap-in for Pele and says, thank you very much. Very similar to his first goal, D-Man, where he has that composure in the box. I think that's a special skill that not a lot of players have, because sometimes when I'm playing, yeah, I get a little nervous. I get a little squeaky bum time anytime I'm trying to control the controller and have to to do certain things and have that wherewithal to know that there's another option off to my side. So great finish, though, and a great setup. It all started with a nice run from Ruud Gullit that kind of split open the defense.
And brilliant finishing as well. Obviously, Pele on the 75th, so 2-2. Where do we go from here? Rocky replies twice on Gustella. Remember, Gustella replied instantly after that last goal. You can see 53 to 56. Will we see another straightforward return for Gustella as he tries to push forward? Vieira will find the pass to Suarez. Vieira keeps on pushing forward, but not really the keenest of options for Gustella available. Suarez goes to Messi. That's a much better option. Now Vieira, he wants to lay this pass off. Hasn't got the greatest of footwork, but he will get the pass away, and he's a big unit to try and muscle off the ball. Messi will find his way through, and the shot deflects off Ferdinand's knee in the end. Maybe we're going to see an inside corner. No, Marcelo going to try and run it himself. I'll stick with it because he's trying to wriggle his way through. He does manage to find a pass to Suarez, gets it to Messi. Oh, on the last second, Boateng gets in front of it.
This is just an absolute melee in the box. But again, another sight of good composure from Rocky, this time on the defensive side of the ball. We'll see if that's enough for him to get a break going the other way.
Well, the FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series is brought to you by Mr. Speaker. Do check out their headphones because it is working well so far. Rocky, Suarez, oh my word, just muscled off it at the last. I thought you were going to hold my hand then, Jimmy.
Well, you were looking down to read, and I appreciate Mr. Speakers, but I'm like, this is something happening right now.
Right
you need
now.
to look up. Look. Something exciting is going to happen.
Well, Messi may well try and go for a long ranger, but Boateng is there again. Solid defending from the big German. Based from München. Here in Berlin, though, the action is absolutely hotting up in the group stage. We've already seen 8 players go to the wayside. We're going to have another 8 fall in just a couple of games. Ronaldo through to Suarez. Can he turn it? He can. Gets it to Ronaldo. Oh, almost struggled. And Jordi Alba at the last gets his foot in there.
Ronaldo almost played a 1-2 off somebody else's shins. That would have been amazing.
Hashtag things Ronaldo does. Pogba, well, just 3 minutes extra time. Standard here. A win was really needed for Rocky. Costello will be happy with a 2-2 draw. Well, I mean, he's given up the lead twice. I'm not so sure how happy he'll be about that, but Rocky certainly needs himself a win in this final game if this ends to a piece, and it will. So Rocky finds himself just on 1 point going into the final game. That is dangerous territory for the man that a lot of people would have put tagged as favorite in this group.
Yeah, it's a result that keeps him alive, but definitely not where he wants to be. And then for Costella, he came back from a goal down to tie his first one. In the second one, he gave up a few goals. So he's pretty much balanced out his performance thus far. So we'll see how he does in game 3.
Yeah, so lots of goals, lots of games. This was, of course, the matchup here. It all happened in the second half. First half was just 1-0. Rocky, instant reply at the start of the second half.
Yeah, great finish, and he does well to cut out of some pressure with Vidal there. Hits the back of the net. Love the composure from Rocky in the box.
Yeah, and this, of course, the instant reply on the 56th. Straight finishing from Ronaldo.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
a little more questionable defending, I think, than anything else. But yeah, good finish by Ronaldo. And then here, Ruud Gullit gets himself in a great spot. Nice run from midfield. Good simple layoff to Pele, who says, thank you very much. I'm going to put that in the corner.
Nice setup as well. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Well, we've talked about the godfather of North American football. Let's have a little word with Giuseppe Costella.
The players that are probably going to give me the toughest challenges are probably going to be the players from Europe like Gorilla, Taz, Dax is another good one. For some reason, Europeans just dominate the FIFA scene, so it's just maybe a cliche or maybe a stereotypical thing where the European FIFA players are the best. Even in real-life European soccer, the European teams are way better than the North and South American teams. But I'm here to prove myself, and I'm here to make USA proud.
Well, he may well try and make USA proud.
That's a lot of pressure he's putting on himself.
He's doing pretty well, though.
He is.
He's making himself pretty proud
Got
right
2
now.
points through 2 games. Yeah.
Max headroom.
I said that about 17 times. It's like a remix of my comment.
But yeah, I mean...
But when he puts a lot of pressure on himself to say that he's representing all of the U.S., I mean, I want him just to Keep it specific. Just one game at a time, one play at a time, because that's a lot of weight he's put on his shoulders.
But it is a weight that he's carried himself, because he's been in the FIFA Interactive World Cup, I think, like 7 times. Five, 6, 7 times. A lot of times. I know that for sure, representing America. So it is something he's always done. He's always worn the American jersey. You know, obviously he's not got it on now. He's got his sponsor shirt on. He has to represent, you know, pay the dollar bills, as it were.
Understood.
Still carrying his USA flag, though. But it's something he's done, and like you say, it can put pressure on yourself. You know, you feel like, I am representing my country. You've seen, obviously, Chris already fall in the earlier groups, obviously, who he played in Whistler.
I want to see if he has a tattoo. That'll take it over the edge for me. He's that committed to the country. No, I really appreciate that he does do that, that he represents the U.S. men's national team with pride and our country with pride. There's a lot of competitors here that maybe don't appreciate or respect American soccer, as it were, and you know, we had to fight for it in all areas, and esports and FIFA 17 is a great place to do it. I'm still fighting.
You're still fighting the good fight. We'll have a word with Spencer in just a few moments. We're just waiting for the games to wrap up. You can see it's all happening behind our shoulders, all the games that are going on. There's a very excited Principe's face, and there he is in real life, currently in a bit of a melee with Rain, I believe. Rain, one of the veterans of the scene, of course. Principe, his first ever tournament offline in Madrid, goes there, wins it. Lots of pressure on this guy in the PlayStation bracket.
And a lot of the competitors have been scouting. They've had the opportunity to scout and see how all these guys are playing, and Principe got to showcase his games. You could actually go back and watch the archive and do some homework as well to really understand how he plays, since there's probably not a lot of history. And I think that's working against him, and maybe he's putting some pressure on himself, that he just came out of nowhere. Everybody's like, hey, this is the guy. And we're even talking about like he's the guy, but he won one tournament, and hat tip to him for that. But this is a whole nother level.
Was it a lucky tournament? Was it?
I wouldn't say it's luck. I mean, if he squeaked through every single round and maybe won each one, he dominated.
He dominated it. Let's get down to Spencer with all the results.
Yes, guys, Group 7 is kicking off big time on the PlayStation side. One thing I can tell you is King Ep has gone through from it and Mizuko has been eliminated, right? Those things we know. We also know there was another game happening. It's only the second game, remember. We've still got another game to play. That game was between Rain and Principe, and I've been updating you with the various scores throughout. We did know that if Principe lost this game, he would be eliminated. And I can tell you that at points he was losing, at points he was getting back in it. Now it's time to tell you exactly how it finished. The first goal did go to Rain. Look at this dink. And remember this dink, okay? Think about why it happened. Think about the positioning of Principe's goalkeeper. A bit of a spoiler alert, you might see it happen again.
That's the chip life. That's the Air Japes back in FIFA. You know, shout out Air Japes.
Yes, Air Japes, we remember you. Modric gets the goal there for Principe, makes it 1-1. And then Principe actually fancied it. Suarez, lovely turn, given probably way too much time in the box, went up. At this point, Principe looked okay. This is the Principe we remembered. But Rain is a very, very good player. Not only did he go 2-0 up, he went 3-2 up. Sorry, 2-0 equaliser. He went 3-2 up. I mean, this was a little bit of a lucky rebound there off the bar. Came back to him. Courtois eventually cleared it, but Nangolan, is ridiculous.
I didn't even see that before.
He loves that little L1 button, and it is L1 because it is on the PlayStation. He loves a chip. Nangolan has been scoring some very good goals today. I'll have you know, it is always a Belgian. So if it stayed like this, Principe would be out. Look at this. Injury time, guys. Pogba finds Dybala, who's onside, and what a finish. That goal has kept Principe alive. The Italians watching will be going crazy. All I can say is, mamma mia.
Is that last replay like a replay of my weekend league? Because that's what Dybala does to me, like in the last minute. So very, very realistic to my weekend league, if I have to say.
Unbelievable stuff, but Principe is still alive in the tournament. He's going to have to win his last game, but he's got a chance, and there's his stats you can see on the screen. It's his first competitive appearance, was back in FIFA 15 at the PlayStation Italian League. He won Madrid. Right now, he hasn't won a game, though. He's going to need to win his third game if he's going to make it through. What's happening with you, Chu?
Well, as you guys already know, you can hit us with the hashtag FUTChampions to talk to us, Spencer Owen, at ChewBoy, or at EA Sports FIFA. Now, of course, we've been talking about the EU domination. Of course, I represent Americas. And actually, in the second round of matches, we're doing kind of well, to be honest. Like Rain and Guastella doing pretty well. So I asked you guys, which European country is looking the strongest right now? You guys said the UK is looking amazing. Germany is second, and then France in third. I mean, I feel like UK voters are kind of like, you know, the Arsenal fans of like the social media voting at FUT Champions. So we'll see. You know, we got some tough competitors out there from the UK. Gorilla, he still needs to win, I think, to go through. So Tass is already through. A lot of UK guys, I think Shells is also through as well. So
telling you that.
A decent representation for the UK.
Yeah, Gorilla did lose his second group game, guys, so he's going to have to win. Just like Principe, he's got that 1 point. He's going to have to win his third game. We'll keep you updated. It's all kicking off. Don't forget to get involved in social media. Chu is on it for you. For now, sorry. Back to you guys on the desk.
Yeah, some epic matches there, Jimmy.
Can we just talk about that last rain goal? The Nangolan goal?
The Nangolan, which ironically is Principe's favorite player.
Had I scored that, I would have dropped my controller and walked up. I didn't have anything left to prove.
I would have dropped. At least it was the controller.
I would have dropped something. I would have dropped it.
What a
goal.
But Marlott, look at this. It's Group 3 and 4. We've already seen Group 1 and 2 that happened earlier on today. If you missed it, you can see Dax, Rafifa, TAS, and Quintex went through. It is all happening in Group 3 and 4 right now. Marlott, top of the group, top bins, 6 points non-stop. Gustella's actually looking pretty good. Rocky has to win, but it could be open for anyone in that group. Of course, 2 and 1 points. The Royal, top of the group, still won his first game, and he drew his second, but Yoga Sesk just beaten Gorilla, puts Gorilla on the bottom of the pile. 1 point is all he got in Paris. Is he going to walk away here in Berlin at the grand finals with 1 point? The man that won the divisional.
He has to play the Royal.
In Madrid.
He's playing the Royal in his last game.
What a game.
And Royal needs something out of it as well, at least a draw, I think, to really solidify
Yeah, no,
his
absolutely.
position. So there's everything to play for in Group 4. Group
Nobody's
3, obviously, Marlott, hat tip to him. He plays Guastella next. It'll be interesting to see.
Let's have a look at the PlayStation. You can see King Ep came through in Madrid, playing very well at the moment, the Dutchman. Rain, we just saw him in that epic 3-3 with Principe. Principe in trouble still in that group with that 3-3 score, but he's going to play, I believe, Mazuka in the last one, and Rain, we were playing King Ep. So that could be an interesting one to see how that works out. But if they draw against each other, Principe has no chance of getting through.
Right.
That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
It's tough.
Timo and Lucas both on 6 points. It looks like that group is done and dusted. Phantom,
well done to those
Phantom
guys.
from Japan and Benedict Salzar will be going out. So coming up, we're going to have some massive games. Of course, Royale up against Gorilla. It is a game that everybody wants to watch. You certainly will. I want to, Jimmy. We'll see you then.
Price Tool gives you policy options based on your budget, so you finally get a say. It'd be weird if you didn't get a say, right? Wait, if I'm just thinking this, can anyone hear me?
Giving you a say with the Name Your Price tool. Now that's progressive.
Man, I can't even smile awkwardly.
Now the hunter becomes the hunted. We just for one, this ain't no drill, baby. I'm still a player.
Okay, guys, a new season, a fresh start. Today is about winning. In football, this is the most important thing. When we win, we make the fans happy. They are why we train. They are why we are here. So remember what we need to do. Be strong on the ball. Make intelligent runs. Be ruthless in front of goal. And own every moment. The time has come. You are ready. The fans are ready. Now, go show them why we are the best.
Great strength there from Azar. What a run from Royce. Martial, hard and low. That is world class from James Rodriguez.
Make them happy. Make them sing your name. When you play for the fans, that is when we win.
All right, I got the open road today. It's just me. Let's go. I'm gonna get some... Look at that up there. Do some cool jumps. And you know what? This could be you. This could be you saving money. If you switch to Progressive, you can save up to $598. It's a lot of dollars. And you know what? They got cool discounts like paperless, multi-car, and if this truck will scoot out of the way, and if you can pull off a nice smooth park job like that, they've even got discounts for being a safe driver.
The FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Visit progressive.com today.
Welcome back to Berlin, everybody. We're going to keep going through the group stages here. We've seen some impressive performances across the board, some shocking results as well. Jimmy, what's your opinion so far?
It has been crazy, but I expected crazy when I walked in. There's so many big names, so much to play for, so much money at stake. I mean, how could there be anything but some craziness in this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, that's why we're here, right?
That's right.
We've come gone all over the world. We've brought it down to just these players, and well, that's the reason, because the level is so tiny, the difference between these players. Let's have a look though how they are going to go through the tournament first of all. Of course, we are in the group stages right now, 4 groups of 4 players on each console in that round robin format of playing each other once. And of course, the top 2 of each group advance through into that double elimination playoff, which will be kicking off a little bit later on today.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty standard. I think any tournament has 2 players going through to the top group. So it'd be interesting to see who you see the groupings. Dax and Rafifa getting through group 1, hashtag Tass and Quentin getting through group 2. But we're going to see Marlet and Guastella. That group is happening right now. Rocky and Mamito are playing against each other. And the game that we're watching is the Royal and Gorilla.
And that group is absolutely open right now.
It's wide open.
4, 3, 2, 1, the points for those. So still really anything can happen. Obviously, the PlayStation is also going on. We saw earlier on the groups 5 and 6, so let's focus on 7 and 8 for now.
7 is just mind-blowing. I didn't think that Principe was going to be at the bottom, fighting for his life in group 3. And then group 8, Lucas and Timo are like, yeah, thank you very much. We're done after 2 games. We can relax in game 3, and they can start preparing for the knockout rounds.
Yep, headed through. The question is who goes through first and second, because that is going to decide who you play in the next round as well. But this is our game. This is possibly the game in the group stage. Just looking at how the groups look right now, it is, of course, Gorilla versus the Royal. No win so far for Gorilla. Of course, that loss and the draw we've seen. The Royal with a win and a draw. But a win for Gorilla here can just throw this table completely on its head.
Absolutely. For me, with regard to Gorilla, it's can he get out of his own way? I really think it's mental at this point with him. He's proven in Madrid that he can do it. He can get there when he relaxes and plays. But he showed us in Paris that when there's expectation and the weight of the pressure, sometimes he can't handle it. So it's just a matter of him playing simple, doing what he does best, and just getting out of his own way.
So, Jimmy, let's not waste any more time. Let's get right into this one. Gorilla, right from the get-go, then playing from left to right in the blue. Already having a quick attack there. The Royal, of course, in white, from right to left, and
like an early cheeky back heel out of bounds.
Questionable back heel. That was reminiscent to my back heels yesterday, Jimmy. Let's not lie about that one. But here is Best on this bottom side for Gorilla. He's managed to find Alves, who will find Ronaldo. Where's he going to go from here? Tries to get through to Hullet, but Walker had got in the way. A bad clearance, and the shot comes off. But Van der Sar is there, will collect, and will even drop it to his feet to have a run of his own.
Yeah, good early start from Gorilla. Puts himself in a good position, some good entry passes into the box, good signal of intent, as I like to say, with regard to him saying, hey, listen, the Royal, this isn't going to be an easy game. I'm coming right at you.
There's a ball over the top. Best will not quite get onto the end of it. I was wondering where it was going to drop. It did fall to Ramos. Again, the back heels, the Royal seemingly enjoying those today, but the 2 we've seen so far have not found a man. There's another powerful through ball. But again, it won't find Best. A bad pass, though, for the Royal. This is leaving George Best, who, again, can't quite get it across. Suarez was there, but it was half blocked by the defender, and Van der Sar will collect again.
And Royal's dodging some bullets. Bullet says he's pretty much shooting at himself because he's the one making these errors. We see another giveaway in a bad area. Now, Gorilla has to take advantage of these for it to really count.
Oh, position there for Ronaldo, and it was kind of just swung his body around on it. Dragged it way too wide. It looks like we're going to be seeing already some early changes. I think it's the Royal that's actually going for that one. You see that quick wipe of the hands for Gorilla.
I'm wiping my hands as well. I'm nervous for him.
When the nerves are there, you know, you're under the lights, the sweaty hands do come into play, and it's always better to get rid of that wherever you can. For the Royal, he's had a bit of a dodgy start, if we're being really honest.
I'm curious to see what kind of changes he did make. He's got to maintain some better possession because right now it's one-way traffic. It's all been Gorilla.
So only quarter of an hour not even into this game. And there is another. You see a shake of the head and a bit of a smile from the Royal. His own player getting completely in the way of it. Bit of possession, I think,
That's
for the
all he
Royal
needs.
would do him a lot of good.
It doesn't even matter what part of the field. Just keep the ball. Try to regain some control. Take the air out of it. Another bad giveaway.
It's Ferdinand that will come out for this one. Best, where's he going to go? We'll play it in to Hullet. Ronaldo got one man to beat, and he'd be through on goal, but drags it back. Here's Suarez, edge of the box,
ball.
into Best with the right foot. Brilliantly done, controlled.
And deserved. And much deserved. He's been the better team throughout. The Royals been handing him gifts throughout this whole game, and he finally unwrapped one, and now the lead is 1-0.
Georgie Best coming up big for him.
Sideburns, look at those. So amazing.
I hope they come back into fashion.
Me too.
Because I do believe that you would look absolutely
I might have rocked them back in the day, you know? How do you think I attracted my wife? The sideburns.
I really
Too
hope
much
that's
info?
true. I really hope we can get a photo of that for Chew on social media. Someone dig that photo out, if it's even a truth. Marcelo here for the Royal. I think that's the first time he's really been in the opposition's third, honestly, in this game. As we said, settling of the nerves, bit of possession for the Royal is what he could really do with at this point. It's Marcelo, again, these passes are a little bit short, not really quite finding their man, but finally we'll get some space here. Pull it, Vieira now into Messi. Can he turn? He turns into Ferdinand, which he will deal with perfectly. A bad pass away though, and again the Royal trying to push through, but just hitting a brick wall every time.
Oh, what a ball.
This is a ball through, and he's going to get on the end of this one. Keeper comes out, Van der Sar. Last second, really, before Suarez got into that one. Scary moment again for the Royal.
So another giveaway there. It's almost like the Royals surprised that Gorilla's playing as aggressive as he is. And I find that surprising, given how everyone knows how Gorilla plays and given what's at stake in this game 3.
Let's see if the Royal can turn it. I mean, it is only 1-0 at this point. It has been pretty much one-way traffic, but there's a ball through, and Ronaldo slots it away. The Royal on his feet. And you could say deserved or not at this point, but it's one chance, and he's made it count, and that's the difference here.
Against the run of play in my eyes, but he found that one pass, that through ball that mattered, cut the defense. Good patience here, good running off the ball, good first touch. A lot of goods there. A lot of 4 or 5 really good decisions that led to a goal. And now it's 1-1. With everything to play for, I'm curious now how Gorilla plays, because I think that's going to give the Royal a lot of confidence.
Exactly. And we've seen what he can do when he has confidence as well. Definitely scary opponent to have. Fancy footwork, as usual here from Gorilla. That will set Modric. Oh, with a little bit of time through. Actually, Suarez will get on this one. Advantage was there, so we got the free kick nonetheless. This time it goes into Best. He takes a touch, and with the left this time, he'll hit the roof of the net, and Gorilla takes the lead again.
Can we talk about the composure right before the goal? He fakes the shot, pulls it over to his left foot, and then from there you knew he was going to hit the back of the net. A great response by Gorilla. Fantastic goal. He's shaking it off. He knows it's good. He's blowing off. His hands are so hot right now. They're hot. But the Royal responded well last time. We'll see if he can do it again.
Gonna need to. I mean, I say need to. At this point, you know, you look at that table, 4 points for the Royal before this game. He'd be still on 4 if we stuck to this, and Gorilla would then have 4 as well. So just a complete open group at this stage. We'll obviously have to find out what's going on in those other games to get a complete picture. And there is Best once again. Honestly, these legends, which don't forget, only available on the Xbox here, guys, not on the PlayStation. And it's certainly paying off for him. You might get another one. Oh, Van der Sar, a legend, of course, himself, manages to get a hand onto it, and it bounces over. Cross comes in. Ferdinand, I think, sorry, it was Ronaldo. I think Ferdinand got there just in front of him for it. And it's going to be swung in once again. This time, though, the Royal will keep it under control, but he's boxed in here on this bottom side. Gets a throw in, though.
That's what I love about Ultimate Team on the Xbox. You can use the legends, and you get to build this dream team. You can use George Best, who's not even living anymore, and insert him into the game and play him with some of your current players that you love to play with. And that's a mouth-watering situation that I love to have. I don't use it maybe as often as I should. Now when I see George Best play, I want to insert him into my team because I don't use him enough when I'm playing.
Well,
just a mental note to me.
Yeah.
Use George Best.
Just write that one down, I think. Certainly working out for Gorilla here, of course, has both of his goals up until now. We're not even at half-time yet. This clash really living up to what we were expecting of it. It's Hullet here for the Royal. We'll just knock it back. Bit of space for Marcelo to stretch his legs on the bottom side. Tries to step back with it. And Gorilla completely reading that one. There's another direct ball. Where's Suarez going to go? To Modric. Pogba just getting in the way of that one. And now a chance for the Royal to break. It's a sloppy tackle, really. It's completely off balance there, and Ronaldo will lose possession. But again, somehow it falls back to the Royal. But again, he gives it away.
Yeah, both of these teams are playing very, very narrow. Not a lot of action going outside of the box. Here, Suarez is outside of the box, but it doesn't seem like where both of these players like to make their hay.
There's Ferdinand, kept hold of it, but again, the pass wasn't there. Hullet gonna turn into Vieira. Now Ronaldo, where's he gonna go from here? Tries again the fancy footwork, and that will be half-time. Concentrated so much there, I didn't even see the half-time approaching for him. Gorilla up 2-1, and really only that single big chance for the Royal.
But he made the most of it. But he made the most of it, and that's enough to keep him in this game. I think a draw would see him through on 5 points, but the Gorilla needs this one. So I think he needs to continue to press, because we've seen other players that were just trying to maintain that 2-1 lead. Always comes back to bite you, in real life and in FIFA 17.
Well, we'll see if he can really add to that lead, and that's always a tactical decision from a lot of these players, right? Do you sit back and say, I can hold this one, I'm confident in my ability? And here's the goals then, and again, it was the best show.
Yeah, George Best was all over it, hitting the back of the net. This is the first one. Good entry pass. Much deserved at that point because it was all Gorilla. And here's the one chance from the Royal. Thank you very much, Cristiano Ronaldo. But a great response from Gorilla. Great feint there. What a feint. That sets up the whole goal. Obviously, the entry pass is beautiful as well. But his cool, calm composure makes it 2-1, and that's the final score here at the half.
Yeah, Van der Sar, almost getting his hand to it.
Almost.
It's kind of like, no, just can't quite reach it on that one. Brilliant stuff, honestly. And I mean, Gorilla has to do it now. The pressure is on him.
Yeah, it is on, but something I think he's handled. He showed in Madrid that he can handle some adversity especially after the disappointment of Paris. So we'll see what kind of changes he makes and what adjustments, because the Royal's going to have to come back in this. Whether he loses 3-1 or 2-1, it doesn't matter. But if he goes and makes it 2-2, then obviously he's going to go through the group.
Well, this group is as tight as you like. So let's check in with Spencer and see how the rest of the games are going.
Yeah, guys, we've got to the business end of all the groups now. There's people that are going to be leaving the process pretty soon. Let's take a look at Group 3. The game I've been watching is between Rocky and Kid Mamito. Both these guys entered this game on 1 point, having won no games so far, lost 1 each and drawn 1 each, okay? Let's take a look at what's been happening in this game. Now, on the ball here with Pele, we go into Ronaldo. Ronaldo, lovely little scoop turn, finds Suarez in the box. Rocky goes 1-0 up like so. That's a good position to be in this game. That would have put him on 4 points if it stayed like this. There was another goal, though. There was another goal. There's more than one other goal. The next goal fell to the American Kid Mamito. Okay, so Rocky obviously representing France here. But Mamito, lovely build-up play. Suarez, what a finish. 1-1. If it stayed like that, it wouldn't be good for either of them because they'd both be on 2 points. But Rocky does get a goal on the stroke of half-time. Brilliant footwork from Neymar. So that means that currently Rocky's leading that game 2-1. That would put him on 4 points. That would put Kid Mamito out. And the other game of this group is between Marlott, who's already got 6 points and has already won the group. He's taken on Gastella of the United States. That game is currently drawing, which means as things stand, Gastella would be leaving along with Kid Mamito. Both Americans would be leaving the process. And sorry, Italians, look away now. I can tell you that amazingly, Principe is losing 3-0 at half-time to Mizuko, who's already lost both his games. So Mizuko's already out. Theoretically, he has nothing to play for, but he's beating someone who, me included, we all believed the hype of Principe, but he's beating him 3-0. It's unbelievable, guys. Back to you.
Jimmy, you were holding your head there as you heard of the American
just
news.
The thought of Americans getting knocked out. I thought at least one would get out. With the odds, 50% chance to get one of them out. So I'm hoping for a better second half from both.
We'll see. I mean, 45 minutes in-game, of course. Plenty of time for those results to change around. And, Jimmy, this might cheer you up a little bit because at 4 o'clock we are going to be revealing the team of the season for Premier League. So make sure you tune in for that one. We'll have Chuboy down at his screen to run you through all that.
That's
one.
a big deal.
You know, all the guys that you want, because honestly,
as someone who plays with a mainly Premier League based team in Ultimate Team, then I know it's going to be good.
It's going to be good. I've seen some names. I've seen some things leak out there. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm excited about seeing what some of these numbers are for some of these guys.
That's what we're going to find out. There's some stats for you from the Royal. Interestingly enough, how many does he score a game? Just over 2. Concedes over 1 a game as well, which is something that not a lot of these players have. It's certainly exciting.
Yeah, for the neutral,
right?
I'm excited. I love when the Royal plays because it's always end-to-end. He hasn't had too many chances going forward here, but it's not due to a lack of trying.
Well, the question is, can he do it here? Because he finds himself behind now. Theoretically, he could still go through. Theoretically, because we don't know the score of the other game right now, he could also go out if he ends up losing this one. That's how close and, quite frankly, ridiculous this group is right now. As Neymar coming on there, Kante on for Vieira for the Royal, and already we see a bit of a fast start for Gorilla there. It was a little messy as the balls were just knocked around between 2 or 3 players. There is Kante, of course, brought on for the Royal at half-time. Neymar also the sub on for Gorilla. What can he do with him? Nothing for now. It's Royal now who's going to push away. Fairly balanced start to this second half.
Yeah, again, though, Gorilla with the fast start, being a little bit more aggressive. Love the defending there by the Royal with Sergio Ramos. Good cutout, good anticipation, as any good defender does. We'll see if it leads to anything going the other way. But Gorilla still seems to be, or let's just say he has a little bit more control. He seems to be, he's the one dictating the terms and the narrative and the tone. And the Royal's doing a little bit more reacting, as it were.
Well, we know the Royal can score. Likes to concede as well. Probably doesn't enjoy it, but he does nonetheless. So let's not count him out of this one just yet. Ramos there, actually playing fairly aggressive as he slides it off towards Neymar.
Easy, Neymar.
Scoops it round that defender.
Ole.
But the pass, not quite there. Kante's going to get it away. Let's see if the Royal here on the break can do anything. Pogba will slide it back to Suarez, and Ferdinand, no nonsense, comes in and shoves him over.
Wow. Good high line, though, from Gorilla. You could see that his guys were holding a pretty high line, so you have to have a well-timed run from the Royal there.
All going to be thrown straight in, but there's no one waiting for him. And now a chance for Gorilla to have a bit of a switch here. Best going to be making a run. Dani Alves will try and find him, and apparently Ferdinand this time
apparently that's a push.
Will be called for a trip. Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
Where's he going to go? Is it short? No, he's going to hit it towards the penalty spot, but again cleared away by the Royal. Let's see if he can add a bit of pace to this game now.
I think if anything, the Royal just needs to have some meaningful possession in Gorilla's half. A lot of it's been on his side, which leads to more risks, which means if Gorilla wins the ball in that half, he's got less space to go and cover to get an opportunity. So he's just got to play a little bit higher up the field.
Messi. Oh, tries a through ball there. Modric, though, getting in the way of that one again. This time, though, he will find Suarez. He actually turned back there. I think he could have possibly got past his man, decided against it. And now Gorilla in his dangerous form of pushing forward. Can he go directly? Neymar will take out the one man. Oh, tried to, I think, pull it across there, but he had a man in the way. Ramos, it was.
Vieira, though, was running wide open to the middle of the box. It felt like he had made that touch and maybe made the decision a little bit early to do what he was going to do with Neymar, but he missed a good opportunity there.
There's the Royal then. Back up into Gorilla's third. Nice ball into Hullet. Messi's got space here. Can't get past Dani Alves, though. Vieira will clear it back out towards Ronaldo. Best able to get control as well. Now into Neymar. Those fresh legs brought on at half-time. Marcelo is pretty much fresh legs himself. I've not really seen him have a whole lot to do in this game.
Well, nobody plays wide out of these two players.
Exactly.
They play so narrow.
Ball through here. Pogba is going to cross it. Defender is there, though. Dani Alves will get to that first. Gorilla clears his lines. He's holding on. 72 minutes, 73 minutes gone in this game. And now it's Gorilla who's looking to extend that lead to give him the best possible chance to go through. Here is Neymar. Oh, tries the fancy trick. He may try it again here. Does. Gets past one, but Ramos has read him like a book. And the Royal is able to clear out and now push forward himself.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the showboat players, so I'm kind of glad he didn't score there, even though I appreciate a good move and good setup. George Best scored a great goal in the first half where he had a nice feint. But it's one thing if you're trying to showboat. Like, that's a 2-foot. I'm going to 2-foot you if that happens.
Ronaldo's through here, though. This is surely in. Oh, and just the strength there, shrugging off the defender. Shake of the head, really, for Gorilla. That tells me that he probably feels like this goal should have come a lot earlier for him.
Yeah, most likely. But, yeah, good setup, good through ball. Again, placed to the middle of the field. At some point, I feel like he's going to run into an opponent in the knockout rounds that are really going to clog that up, and he's going to have to figure out a different way to score. But hat tip to him for getting that third goal, finishing this off, and I don't think the Royal has any way back into it.
Yeah, we have to think as well, goal difference could be a big decider in this group. We saw as we kick this one off exactly how tight things were. It's now the Royal that's making a change. Not sure how the score's going off.
Yeah, it looks like
in the other
Monica
game.
Ray, he's up 2-0 over Jogasesk. Well, it looks like 2-1. It just turned 2-1 right now. Jogasesk just scored.
So that one's obviously this group as a whole is
4-3-2-1 right?
Yeah,
in terms of
exactly.
points?
It's pretty insane. Like, still, there's a lot of stuff that can go down depending on these last. I think there's about 10 minutes left.
Yeah, Gorilla had 1, so this would put him at 4. And then I don't remember who had 3 and then who had 2. Jogasesk maybe.
Well,
there's some action going on behind
There's definitely action going on.
I like when people yell.
Obviously,
it's fun.
We'll try and get some updates as we go as well, just so we can give you that clearer picture of the groups. For now, though, we see the Royal
making some changes.
Having to make changes. 3-1 behind.
But you're right. I think there is something with regard to goal difference. So if he loses 3-2 as opposed to 3-1, maybe that's the difference. There's still a lot for him to play for. You know, it sounds weird, like, hey, listen, just lose by 1 instead of 2. But in group stage play, that's the kind of stuff you need to think about.
See a couple of switches. Nainggolan on for Hullet. On the other side, Messi on for George Best. So Best scored his 2, but his time is now done. Messi will come on to replace him. Certainly not a bad sub in the overall picture. And Messi may even get this one through. Just a little chip from Neymar away from setting a man through on goal. Pele there. He's not going to get on the end of that one, though. Ramos was too quickly in position. 83 minutes gone. Pressure on here for the Royals. The ball sent over for Messi. And Gorilla, honestly, only needs to keep a hold of it down here. Keep that clock ticking away. Vieira back to Hullet. Can he find Ronaldo in the middle? Little back heel, the slide from Neymar won't get on the end of it. It's a goal kick.
If I was Hullet there, I'd be like, Neymar, what are you doing? You're in my space. That was for me. Give him an earful.
Maybe that's what he needs. But they're still winning, so I suppose they keep at least a little bit quiet. Cheeky dink over the top. It's Ronaldo, left foot. Van der Sar there. Neymar going to come in. It's right across the face of goal. Keeper wouldn't have held it if it hit that far post. But in the end, well, the Royal may be saved by that. You never know.
Gorilla's just toying with him now. And I think Royal made some changes to maybe stretch out his team. It's clear there's a lot more gaps in the back.
Yeah. And this is a fourth, surely. Oh, Van der Sar gets in there. Oh.
Dodging.
And he's hit
Dodging some
Modric.
bullets. If he gets out on goal difference, it'd be incredible.
That'd be pretty insane considering the chances that we've just seen here for Gorilla.
Or if Gorilla doesn't get through because of goal difference.
Or that'd be absolutely devastating, I think it's fair to say. Here's Nainggolan. He's going to have a shot, but De Gea off to his right. 2 minutes added on, so this is the last roll of the dice, really, for the Royal. With Kante. We'll skip past 1. Off to Ronaldo here on the edge of the box. Can't quite get it through. We'll get a second chance, but Hullet is there. We'll clear out, and it is a 3-1 victory here for Gorilla. Question is now, is that enough?
I don't know. He doesn't look happy. The Royal looks kind of still got a smile on his face. I don't know. I think he's out. I think he'd be reacting a lot different. I look forward to seeing this. But yeah, he got a 3-1 victory. Just wish he would have played like that throughout the whole tournament.
And I mean, that's always easy for us to say, and of course it's easy for him to say by the end as well, right? Why didn't I just play like that in the other 2 games? Which I don't know. I think
Captain Obvious right here.
You can't look at it, especially he can't look at it like that.
No, but I think there's probably a few plays in each game that he could have done different that would have led him into a better position. He had some really good moments here. This one in particular, Ronaldo shrugs him off in the second half. That puts it up to 3-1, puts the game out of reach. But yeah, there's something about Gorilla's play. It's very narrow, and I think at times, as he gets into the bigger tournaments and against the other top players, it could hurt him, you know, if you don't have other options. You know, and I don't know, maybe that's the goal. We have to look at the goal difference and see how it all plays out.
And these are those
What
two
a save
big
by Van der Sar.
chances. Got unlucky there as it hit Modric in the end. This one was a great save by De Gea. It was fairly central though. I don't think it was too dangerous overall. And we see Gorilla shake of the head. Referees there, and of course, will be working out exactly how this one all goes down. Bit nerve-rattling and nerve-rattling.
Yeah, I think it's nerve-rattling.
Nerve-wracking.
Nerve-wracking. Rattling, I think, works too.
Nail-biting.
They look rattled, but based on his reaction, I don't think he went through. I think my guess is that he went out, unless they're trying to calculate some numbers.
The funny thing is, Jimmy, I've got
You get the special
fantastic
info?
person in my ear telling me who's gone through. Guess what, though, guys? Before we do that, I'm going to have a word with Gorilla.
Knowing that other players want me to win or expect me to win an event is obviously a pleasure, and obviously it's always nice having other players saying your name, that one of the favourites to win the event, but I don't really put pressure on myself. I know it's always an honour to obviously have respect from other players, and it'd mean everything to lift that trophy. Obviously I've started playing competitive FIFA in FIFA 15. All those tournaments that I've won, all the practice is now to be put into place in Berlin, and this is the biggest ever FIFA Ultimate Team event there ever has been, so hopefully we can win it.
Well, everything put into place. I can tell you from this group, Razia went through.
Okay. That's not surprising.
And Gorilla
went
through as well. Goal difference deciding this one.
So he's been trolling us the whole time with his body language.
I mean,
because I thought for sure he had gone out.
To be honest, it's I think you first of all angry that you maybe didn't win this more clearly, angry that you didn't come up with the goods in the 2 games before. I'm sorry for teasing you guys at home as well. I wanted to be sure of it as well before we revealed that and went the wrong. Yeah, I mean, what a group that was, coming down to goal difference.
And then the Royals got to be disappointed. I mean, he put himself in a good spot to just need a draw in the last game, and for not to see it out, got to be disappointing.
Well, one man that has all the action from the other games is, of course, Spencer. Spencer, what a crazy group.
Unbelievable, guys. I mean, I've had the benefit of watching Gorilla play a lot of different tournaments, and I wouldn't read too much into his body language. He always looks pretty upset because he's a perfectionist. When he doesn't win games comfortably, he criticises himself, and that's probably why he's able to play at such a high level. I'd definitely say we haven't seen the best of him so far, but let's concentrate on Group 3, this big game between Rocky and Kid Mamito. They had to win to have any chance of going through, these guys. I can tell you the same game in the other group, sorry, the same group, the other game, did finish in a draw. So it meant that Gostella was going to be going out. Whoever won this game would be going through. So would it be Rocky? Would it be Kid Mamito? You can see this lovely goal from Neymar. We saw it earlier. Fast feet in the box. Put Rocky 2-1 up. In the second half, what would we see here is Jordi Alba has the ball on the left-hand side. Beats his man comfortably. Pulls it back for Messi. First time pass is brilliant. Ronaldo finds Suarez. 3-1 to Rocky. It's a late goal. Gives Rocky the win. And you know what? It gets him out the group. And we're seeing a pattern here, guys. There's a couple more non-Europeans be eliminated. I think it is the day for European dominance, guys. I'm not going to lie to you, they're doing very well. And why they're doing well? Because they play a lot of FIFA 17 Ultimate Team. Let's find out more about everyone's favourite game mode on FIFA.
FIFA Ultimate Team. Make improvements to your squad. Take your squad to the pitch. Show your skill. Sign your favourite players. Score world-class goals. Build your ultimate team. Who is in your ultimate team?
Guys, welcome back. I am looking at the most OP, the best team this season that has ever existed in FIFA. The new Premier League team this season just got announced on Twitter. I know you guys saw those tweets. Look at this team. All of them are walkouts. Have you ever seen a team like that? Every single one is a walkout when you pack them. Of course, just announced it's going to be available in the game right after the stream. I think 6 p.m. UK time. Look at this. De Gea, Vertonghen, Marcos Alonso, what a beast. Azpilicueta, Kyle Walker's OP, Beast FC, I know you're looking at that one right there. Mane, I really do not want to face this card ever. I think I'm going to retire from the Weekend League now, to be honest with you, because that player is just going to ruin my life. Hazard, 98, Dele Alli. Now, the good thing about Dele Alli and Conte in the middle, they're the same rating as the Player of the Year version. So if you did the SBCs, hey, you got something nice and purple. you don't need to be worried about them like I was. That's a big sigh of relief. Up top, we got Lukaku and the top goal scorer of the season right now, Harry Kane, on the bench and reserves. Lloris, Alderweireld, 92, David Luiz. Okay, if you did the SBC, maybe, you know, you're a bit mad. KDB, Ericsson, Sanchez, Ibra, Valencia, Keane, Ander Herrera, Lallana, and Diego Costa. Now, we all just found out that the 24th player available in the daily knockout tournament is going to be Gylfi Sigurdsson, 89 rated, another walkout. Again, guys, this is the best team this season I've ever seen. I'm looking forward to using these. They won't be available in this tournament, but you'll be able to pack them after the tournament is done. Now, let me send it over to Jimmy, who's talking to somebody who's going to be using these players a lot, Gorilla.
Thanks, Chute. I am here with Mr. Gorilla. Now, I saw your body language after you won a game. It didn't look good. I'm like, oh, he's out. He's out of the group. Gorilla didn't make it through, but you did actually make it through. Walk us through what happened.
So the first game I drew 2-2. It was my own fault. I could have got the win. The second one I deserved to lose. Just didn't click. But heading into the third game, I knew that I needed to win and by some margin, so 2 or 3 goals. But the game finished 3-1, and I missed at least 2 or 3 one-on-ones to make it like 5-1. And I thought that the goal difference would have cost me the group, but yeah, I got through. So
yeah, thankfully it didn't. Now talk to me about your psychology. Obviously you dealt with some disappointment in Paris, and then in Madrid you did very, very well to get to the final, but didn't actually win. You lost to Principe, but you won your division. Yeah. What did you lean on in this experience to help you?
The Madrid and Paris heading into this event?
Yeah.
Obviously, the Paris event was a wake-up call. I've said that in many interviews that, you know, I tried to improve myself and put more time into the game. Madrid, I think I played some of my best FIFA, and I think it's just adapting to this gameplay and, you know, just getting into the zone. But I started off slow, played really good the third match against Royal, so hopefully I can take that into the knockouts, and we'll see what's what.
How much homework do you do? Because I'm curious as to all the players. You're very familiar with them in some, but some of the other regions maybe not so much. Do you go watch the archives? Do you go watch their other stuff? Do you go see their highlights? What do you do?
Yeah, especially the regionals. So obviously the American rest of the world. I've watched a few of those games, so I know roughly of how people play. Obviously the people in my group, I looked how they play, direct or possession. But I know how most Europeans play because obviously I'm from European. But yeah, overall, it just depends on the opponent. Obviously, looking at your group and what players you've got.
Well, speaking of other regionals, we're going to throw it to the Americas Season 1 and Season 2 recap, brought to you by BenQ.
The Miami round of the EA Sports FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series Season 1 was filled with drama.
As the best go at it for $30,000.
Miami featured the closest group stage in Season 1.
I think it's really hard to call who has the edge.
And that was what it's all about.
Penalty drama dominated the knockout rounds.
We've seen penalty shootouts en masse.
6 players earned the right to compete in Berlin, and the final was an all-Brazilian affair.
Lucas facing Rafifa.
End-to-end stuff here between these two. They're not afraid to attack, that's for sure. Ramos puts it through, Sonic Suarez! Oh, it's another early goal from Rafifa.
Massive chance there on the volley, but there's a goal coming, I can smell it.
Gets it off to Suarez, another chance to Ronaldo!
We see Rafifa is the champion here. And honestly, he's done Brazil proud, he's done himself proud, he's done everyone in this tournament proud.
Then, the Season 2 Americas Regional Final traveled to Whistler, BC, Canada.
Welcome, Season 2 Regional Finals, live from Whistler, British Columbia.
Upsets abounded. Amman was knocked out early.
There it is, a goal for Jogasesk. Very unexpected. Amman has got to be devastated at this point.
NYC Chris arose from the lower brackets into the grand finals.
Offside position down on the left wing here. There it is. Through ball, Suarez! And Chris is going to be the first man to come from the lower bracket and wins the PlayStation divisional title here.
Berlin has now 6 more players in the mix.
The crowd absolutely hyped here in Whistler. Of course, through to Ronaldo. Might get a shooting chance. Ronaldo! The tapping. Suarez! Castella scores!
We are into the second leg. This is certainly a great chance for him. He falls to Messi. Control. It's in.
That is it. Castella's the champion.
Today the title belongs to Castella, and with it comes a ticket to the FIFA Ultimate Team Championship Final in Berlin.
Well, what a start we have had already here in Berlin, and we've still got more action to come today, and of course the big climax tomorrow. But the group stages are done, guys. We have our people that are getting out the groups and our people that unfortunately are going to be leaving the groups. You can see them on the screen right now. This is the Xbox side. PSG, what a day it's been for Paris Saint-Germain. Both their guys getting out of Group 1. Dax and Rafifa are through. Group 2, #TAS and Feyenoord Quintenex are both getting out of the group. You're seeing a pattern. Europeans are making it out the group in more cases than they're not. Group 3, it's Marla and it's Vitality Rocky. And Group 4, look at that. The spread of the points in that group is really, really dispersed. Monaco, Rizaya and Gorilla are the guys to get out, but the Royal and Seth going out on 4 and 3 points respectively. That's got to hurt. Again, though, we're seeing a lot of Europeans make it out. If you're not from the European region, you've really got to step up your game today. Group 5 is an all-German affair as the Stranger and Sihan make it out very impressively. On Group 6, we had Eggshells from the UK and Manika from France, both making it out of their group. And Group 7 and 8 were the only groups we saw people get maximum points on. King Ep for the Netherlands, Rain as a non-European getting out of the group, well done to him, from the Americas of course. And in Group 8, a first person to win a group, not from the European region, it's Lucas from Brazil. He won his group, won all his games, and Timo X gets out for Germany as well. So the knockout rounds are what's coming next. It's 8-player double elimination bracket for each platform, Xbox and PlayStation. Up to 4 simultaneous games per round. The double elimination format is key, guys. Remember, this means you can lose a game and still win the whole thing, including that $160,000 jackpot, okay? You can make it. So don't lose your head if you lose a game. Get back in it. It's 2 games you've got to lose to be eliminated. So best of luck to everyone that's making it to these brackets. We're going to have a break now. When we come back, we have got the bracket game. This is where it gets interesting, guys. I'll see you soon.
3, 2, 1, go! Through this course that is designed by somebody who absolutely hates me and wants to see me fail at every single corner. All right, we're gonna get past this blue shell here. Coming up on the sign, which I didn't learn in school. I don't know what that is. All right, coming around the bend, we got this chicken. Where's he going? Probably Progressive.com to save himself an average of $598 on car insurance. I bet it feels just as good as raining confetti when you parallel park.
Now the hunter becomes the hunted. We just for one, this ain't no drill, baby. I'm still a player.
I know what it takes to be fast. I've been racing since I was a kid. It's in my blood. To achieve greatness, you've got to take chances. And they don't come any greater than this. Download Real Racing 3 now.
I still remember my last orders. The day the real war began.
Avenge our emperor!
PlayStation.
Chugga chugga Charles, my man. Hilda, like the new do. Got some layers in there, huh? The more the merrier. Gotta have this stuff in the morning. Oh, that's too hot.
Act your age. Dump your parents' insurance company.
No, they cut one of his things. He was going to do a tweet thing, they didn't do it.
There you go, Berlin. Group stage play on both consoles is now complete. And Spencer, we have seen some surprises. Favorites like Tass and Rafifa moved on to bracket play, while somewhat astonishingly, players like Wistela and Principe will not be advancing to our championship bracket play here in Berlin.
Yes, that's right. Of our 6 regional champions, only 2 will move into the knockout rounds. Joining them will be 14 other players, 8 on PlayStation, 8 on Xbox. And if you've been following our Season 1 and Season 2 regional finals, you'll recognise the double elimination format. One of my favourite formats, Jimmy.
And I love me some double elimination format as well. And from the 32 qualified players we had in group stage play, we're down to 16. Win, and the player takes another step towards the championship finals here at the Adidas base.
And if they lose, they find themselves on the lower side of the bracket, playing to keep their championship hopes alive.
Now, at the end of things here today, we'll have trimmed our field down even further to the 4 best players on each console. So, Spencer, who do you like in the PlayStation division?
Well, I like a lot of them, Jimmy. I'm not going to lie to you. Some very good players here. There's a couple of guys, actually, who have come out of their group winning all their games.
Can I name them? Lucas and King App.
Very good.
Thank you.
I am not going with those guys, controversially. I think they're fantastic. I think they could definitely do it. But for me, the guy that's standing out is the Stranger.
The Stranger?
I liked it. I think he just came out in a difficult group, scoring lots of goals. And we've seen him in previous tournaments, obviously. I always liked his attacking play. I think he could be one to watch.
Do you feel like we're going to get to know him better so he won't be as much of a stranger?
Well, that's his special thing. It's about being the Stranger, Jimmy. You don't want to lose that. But no, I definitely think he's one to watch, but everyone on this PlayStation side is quality.
Of course. And on the Xbox division, I am going to go with #Tass. You might be familiar with him. Spencer, he is a fantastic player. He can do it on both sides of the ball. He's a Jedi master when it comes to the mental game, and he's very flexible in his play. And I love his confidence. I think he enjoys being the favorite. There's nothing about, he likes to intimidate by saying, listen, I'm the best, you got to come at me.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I hope he's in a shot. I think Dax had an amazing group stage as well, though, in that group of death. Some people might have not tipped him to get out of it, but he actually dominated it, scoring loads of goals. I think he scored 9 goals in his first 2 games. That doesn't happen by accident.
This is the 3rd time we've seen him. We saw him in Season 1, Season 2, and now here. This is the best that he's played, and I think he's peaking at the right time.
That's what all athletes do, right? Like with the Olympics, whatever it is, they train to get good when they need to be at their best. That's what Dax is doing.
And you know who else is peaking at the right time? Joe and D-Man. Take it away, guys.
Absolutely peaking at the right time, or something similar to that, Jimmy. Thank you very much. But yeah, we are going to be moving now into the playoffs. Double elimination, of course, and honestly, fantastic group stage, just as we'd really expected.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Some brilliant games from the very big opener of Dax winning 5-0 over Rafifa, his teammate. Of course, both did progress through them groups in the end to some stunners. I mean, Gorilla in the last game there of the groups having to beat the Royale. The Royale, of course, the regional winner in Sydney, knocked out the tournament. And as they just said, 4 of our regional champions all knocked out. But that's why we're talking. Some very fierce competition here.
You know what we also saw in the group stage? Lots of goals, which means we've unlocked another SBC milestone, which is because we had over 160 goals in the group stage. They are only available for a limited time, though, so make sure you check in-game or via the companion app. And I've sadly not had time to do any of these, so you guys are just reaping all my rewards.
Stealing your rewards. I'm not sure if it works that way. I don't think that's how the app works, but of course, the knockout stages will be tomorrow. We have obviously knockout stages here, but it's all building up to the grand finals. We're going to be down to the final 8 today. That's what we're looking towards. Obviously, we still have 16 players here who will be the final 8. You can see the format here. You can see an 8-player double elimination bracket for each platform, both on the PlayStation and the Xbox, and up to 4 simultaneous games will be played per round. It is a double elimination format. Of course, we're going to be starting out in the upper bracket round 1, then it falls down to the lower bracket round 1, and so on and so forth.
Well, I think we've talked enough. I think we should just get in.
We talk a lot,
some more. We do. That's kind of what we do. A lot of. And then we're going to jump into the action because you guys just want to see some FIFA, and we're totally on board with that. So we are going to jump into our first bracket game here. It's Shells versus Cyan on the PlayStation.
Yeah, Shells really turning up. Obviously qualified in Paris along with Cyan. They didn't actually face off against each other in Paris. Of course, Cyan losing 6-3 in his opener to the Stranger. So that was his loss of the groups, and it was a big old loss. Somewhat surprising, but he came back. I think he won 3 or 4-0 in his second matchup, and then obviously drew out there. Shells, though, just like he did in Paris, going about his business, cool, calm, quietly, bit like the stranger, I guess you could say, going under the radar. Obviously, he, going into Paris, he was somewhat of an unknown, but he qualified in third place, I believe it was. Lost to Timo in the lower bracket in the end, who obviously went on to play Sihan. But there is Shells, young lad from Birmingham, I believe, in the UK, of course, and a lot of people obviously on social media were saying that the UK, voting for the UK, it's unusual, Joe, that the UK does well.
We can be proud.
Or we can even say England. We don't even see the UK because it's actually English players. It's not just the UK.
That's very true. It's not often that we can say that in esports, but in FIFA, of course, it's a different story. England, the UK in general, a very, very strong region. You may see the pauses coming in there, of course, just to explain that a little bit. If you're not so familiar with Ultimate Team, of course, the players pick their best squad before going in there, and that all depends on chemistry. However, once that chemistry is locked in, as soon as we go into game, they can change things up without any penalty to those chemistry ratings. So that's what they've been doing here, changing things around. In this game, it is going to be Shells playing from left to right in the blue, with Sian from right to left in the white.
Yeah, it must be a bit annoying for him. Maybe that's a bit of mind games there, because obviously Sian representing Schalke 04 here in Germany, so maybe a bit of mind games. Like, yeah, I'm going to take the, I think it's a Chelsea kit maybe, that is in, obviously, the champions of the Premier League. But we should point out this is the knockout stages, as we said, and that means, of course, we can have extra time and penalties. And it's something we have seen throughout the regionals happening time and time again. Of course, we keep our eyes on this game. This is our main game, of course. There are 3 other games going on. Spencer will be bringing you all the action from them at halftime and beyond. So let's get this game underway, of course. 7 minutes gone. Very much a steady affair so far. It does look like it's going to be Shells on the attack, but Sian going to clear his lines, I would say easily, until Marcelo did that little pirouette.
Yeah, Sian put a bit of pressure in the first 4, 5, 6 minutes here, but Shells there having his first push-up, really, towards Sian's box, and ref's going to blow for that one. A little bit of a foul onto Ronaldo, and that's taken quickly here, which might allow Sian in. He's got Messi here on this top side. He'll have to beat a man to bring it across. It doesn't. It bounces around in the defense there. Finally cleared by Neymar, who's all the way back in his own box, doing a bit of defensive work.
Pogba intercepted that simple pass there. Arturo Vidal to Luka Modric. Bayern Munich to Real Madrid link up, of course. That's what foot's all about. Select the very best players in the world through various cards that are released throughout the stages of the season. Piszczek going to try and roll it back. He gets it nicely to Vidal. Modric slides it into Ronaldo, tries a turn, manages to win the ball back, but Florenzi, in the end, will clear the danger up to Messi.
Why is he going to go with this one? Has to cut it back. And dangerous pass through the middle there, and it's the opposition Messi. Again, you can have the same players on both teams selecting your ultimate team. To clear up any confusion for you guys tuning in. I know a lot of you are joining us this weekend that maybe haven't watched any of the regionals. Here is Shells coming through. Advantage was played in his favour. Had timed out, though, by the time he actually slowed things down and lost the ball. Here now is Sheehan. Here's Suarez. Will play Messi through. And he will beat one man, but he's gone too far. That last touch as he went forward will just put it out for the goal kick. 22 minutes gone. It's 0-0.
So this must be the 3rd kit for Schalke, right? Because it's the white, but it's got light blue. I don't know if it's just standard away kit or there's the 3rd kit. I'm not sure which one it is that Sian's using here, but there's so many kits available in FIFA. It is definitely a Schalke top I saw there. Neymar, though, for Shells into Ronaldo. First real shooting chance, blocked by Boateng, goes for a corner.
He's going to swing this one in as well. Front post actually will end up going towards the back post. Nicely cleared here, though, to find the feet of Suarez. Modric, we'll put it up. I thought that the defender was going to get to that one there, but it just bobbled on by, and now Pogba beating Marcelo as well. Tries to cut it across and then went for the shot after. Hits the post. And it looks like we're going to be seeing some instant changes right after that.
I'm not sure how Ramos got so much speed and curve on that ball from a slide clearance. Just to curve it straight off there. Shells, of course, focused here. 1-2 of his games in the groups. You can see on the other side. Lucas looks like he's just scored against Rain by the looks of it, judging by that spoiler alert there. Of course, that's the other PlayStation game going on. The Brazilian against that, I believe Mexican, isn't it? Rain is. Suarez, though, looking to lay it back, and Marcelo in the right place. Nangolan will clear to Pogba. It's going to get muscled straight off by Pogba. Could go from range, tries to lay it off to Ronaldo, but Manolas is there.
Suarez into Messi. Laying it around nicely here is Shells. Trying to have as much possession as he can. Tries a through ball. It is going to be snuffed out, though, by Piszczek, and instantly see a chance to push forward. Nice little through ball. I think the keeper's got that, though. Yep, De Gea out quicker. And he will dispatch it instantly down towards Florenzi. Shells is going to go again.
And then going through to Messi. So far, a very cagey affair between these two as we reach the knockout stages. This is the upper bracket round one if you've just tuned in. Group stages all played out this morning with 16 players, both 8 from the Xbox and 8 from the PlayStation, leaving the tournament. Not literally, we didn't push them out the door, they're still here, but Neymar, nice little through ball. Ronaldo, going to win it back from Marcelo. Trying to look for the pass through to Messi, but he's going to have to go via the middle of the field. Nangolan to Neymar, tries to take it on from range and looking for maybe the deflection to fall kindly for Messi there, but Neuer held on strong.
Yeah, easy. I don't say easy save for Neuer. It's Neuer at the end of the day. I suppose he might even think that was easy for himself. There's Messi. Tries and will be successful in getting it to Suarez. Modric now tries a ball through Ramos at full stretch, though. Will intercept that one. And again, Shells can have a go of his own. Nicely worked there. Good control from Neymar. Will put Messi on, but Boateng snuffs it out. It's end-to-end action here. Both of these players having great build-up, but there's a lack of that final clinical pass and the finish to put it away.
Yeah, still looking for that opening goal here. There's not been too many chances. It's, like you say, been a lot of this midfield battle. Messi looking for that through ball, looking for that opening. Nothing really clearing for him. Maybe going to go back. He will. To Pogba. Modric in the middle looking for it. Goes across, tried to find Ronaldo, but Manolas will clear. And both these players really cancelling each other's play style out. Like I say, they never actually met each other in Paris, as far as I'm aware. They were on the other side of the brackets. Messi, just couldn't quite slip that ball to Ronaldo. Defending is really the key to this first half performance between Sihan and Shells.
Yeah, stalemate here. And a close one. Sihan, he's a man of few words, and it's hard to read him, I think, and Shells is no different, we can see that. Obviously, staying as focused as possible here. That first half down, that's what they've got their eyes on. And that silverware, which the champion here in Berlin will pick up, along with a small chunk of change as well.
Yeah, a lot of players around Timo, it seems, back there, of course. One of the German players here in Berlin. I saw Benedikt Salzer, his teammate. They're in the same group together. Sadly for Benedikt, didn't go through. Timo is in good stead at the moment. Shells getting ready to get things underway here for the second half. Probably had the best chance of the game, but really that was only half a chance at the best.
I mean, it's the one that Sihan had that was close as well, but it's definitely been 50-50 this game so far. We've seen, one attack lead to an attack for the other, and then it's straight back in the opposite direction. It's real end-to-end stuff, but as you said, that clinical finish has not been there for either player just yet. But that may well just change. We are going to get here into the second half. It's round one of the upper bracket here in Berlin. It's Shells 0, Sihan 0 as we enter the second half.
They're trying the quick early attack there, and that's a heavy switch of play, working perfectly well to Piszczek down the right wing now. Ronaldo will win the ball back, tries a quick through ball, but it's not going to work out. Messi cuts it out for Shells here in the blues. He tries to work it through. Suarez goes and he shot outside the box, and that is the breakthrough he was looking for. And finally, instead of trying to work it intricately through the box, just turn and shoot. Perfect position, and curls one round Neuer.
brilliant start to the second half for Shells, and after it was so close in that first, it's exactly what the doctor ordered for him. Let's see if he can build on that. Of course, now for Xian, he's got all the work to do. Be a bit of a dream for him if he can get things underway and score one of his own to bring us level early.
Well, all the games, of course, going on. 50 minutes in this match, but there are 3 others in the PlayStation. Let's hear from Spencer. How are they going?
Yes, guys, 3 other games. I can tell you there was just a goal that was given offside in the game between Stranger and Manika, but I think Manika might be about to score now just denied. So I'm watching this one unfold as we speak. Still 0-0 then between Stranger and Manika, despite the offside goal for Manika. In the other game, we've got King Ep against Timox. King Ep currently winning this one 1-0. He looks very good value at the moment. Maybe he's about to make it. Oh, it's 1-0. It's just gone 1-0 as I'm speaking. Timox has got one back, so maybe King Ep not as good value as I thought. And in the other game I'm watching, which is between Lucas Rep and Rain, the 2 non-Europeans in this side of the bracket, Lucas Rep currently winning 2-1. Back to you guys.
Cheers, Spencer, and well, everything to play for still across the board in these ones then. We've just started off this second half. There's a ball into the feet of Neymar. He's got space to shoot, but Neuer had read it well. He's down to his right. Checked it out as well here. Scary stuff maybe for Xian. Let's not forget, this is double elimination. Just to remind you guys that aren't familiar with the format, it means it's basically 2 brackets in one. If you lose in the upper bracket, you go down into that lower bracket and you have a chance. However, if you lose there, that's the end of the road.
You get 1 chance, and that's being generous, I feel. Double elimination tournaments, very much an esports thing. Obviously not the same in, you know, your standard World Cup format, which you may be used to. That's a ball that's going to just wriggle its way through to De Gea. Ronaldo, hopeful chase more than anything. So running the clock down as he tosses one out to Messi down the left wing. Suarez, there was a heavy tackle that came in on Messi, but the referee allowed play on. Florenzi now down the right wing to Ronaldo, looking to lay it back into Florenzi. Good one-touch stuff here to Pogba, to Suarez. The last touch not quite onto Neymar. Boateng delicately turns it to Piszczek, and then he should be able to clear that. I say should because I wasn't sure really where he was going, but in the end, Ronaldo, delicate little head back, but Nangolan will intercept.
So build up again then for Shells, and this is very much how that first half went, you know, end-to-end stuff. Of course, it is Shells who managed to break the deadlock early on. He'll send Messi on this bottom side. He'll have to beat Piszczek. Certainly no easy feat, and he won't make it happen either. Boateng will clear out in the end. Ronaldo then down towards Suarez. He does have Piszczek there overlapping to help him out. Now Vidal into Pogba. This is a good build-up. He'll try and feed it through. Is he going to get there? No. Slide from Sergio Ramos, I think it was, and then the keeper just knocking that away. But Xian may have a second chance at this. Ronaldo turns inside one. We'll play it off to Pogba. Ramos got in the way of that one, but somehow Ronaldo will get it back. It's now fed towards Messi. He's got 3-4 men around him, and this time he won't be able to get through. And it's cleared out for Shells on the bottom side.
Xian piling on the pressure, but unable to make it count, and could be looking towards the end of this game and ruin these chances. To Ronaldo again. Ramos is there. The big brick wall.
Oh.
Stopping. I think he got the ball. I think Neymar, yeah, it was a clean tackle. Clean tackle, Neymar going down, as opposed to the penalty we saw earlier on in the day. Wasn't really sure on that one, but nonetheless, Ronaldo, good through ball to Suarez. He's got Neymar just at the side, shrugged off by Marcelo. Back to Suarez, back heels it to Pogba. Nice stuff from Shells here. Lays it down, makes a lot of space for Marcelo. Ronaldo inside, but Pogba will dispossess, and Xian will bring and make some changes.
Yeah, just going to flick things around. Don't want to go into that low bracket. We can talk about that a little because, yes, you do have more of a chance, but it's actually a longer road if you go from that lower bracket all the way to the final than if you just go through the upper bracket, which is...
Well, we saw Gorilla doing it in Madrid, didn't we? And he ended up playing, I think, 11 games, as opposed to if you go through the top, you play 7, I think it is.
Exactly.
So it's quite a marathon, as it were.
Yeah, so it's a lot of games. Obviously, we are spread over 2 days here in Berlin, so these guys have got a little bit more time in between their games to really prepare for their next opponents and make sure that they're fresh and
if you're wondering where the
right frame of mind.
If you're wondering where the Xbox games are as well, by the way, guys, they will be played after this. We're playing them PlayStation 4 games, then Xbox 4 games, then PlayStation 4 games, then Xbox 4 games. You won't be missing anything. in these first few rounds. Spencer will keep you up to date. I'm putting a lot of pressure on Spencer here, I feel. But he's got it covered. He's got it covered.
He's doing well.
He's doing well. Didn't he do well? Didn't he do well? I felt like the old man passing on some knowledge to him, but I think he's got a lot more knowledge than me, unfortunately. King App, Timo, as we said earlier on, it was a close-run game. We'll keep our eyes on them as they go on. But right here, Shells leading. And I should point this out. England leading Germany 1-0. In Berlin.
We are in Berlin, so might want to be careful with that one. Shells, yeah, and that was a good chance for Sian. I felt like he's held on to it a little bit too long, and now Shells is going to put a ball through. Flag stays down. Suarez, uncharacteristic really there of Suarez. Through on goal, and well, I think Shells is probably thinking the same.
Yeah.
It may be different words at least, but how on
well, I think
wide for
I think there was a choice word just said there. I don't know who could lip read that, but yeah, it was. I mean, it was a big chance. There's no doubt about it. A big, clear chance for him there to try and make it 2-0. And more importantly, probably put the game to bed. He wouldn't have been able to do a great deal from that one. But as it stands, with a 1-0 lead, and to be fair, Sihan hasn't really had a great deal of chances. So I don't think he's got too much to worry about. We'll see. 10 minutes to go here. Of course, turnarounds certainly can happen, and a 1-0 lead is not something to be confident about.
Absolutely not. We've seen how quickly these can change. 10 minutes is enough for a couple, in all honesty. However, you need possession, first of all. It's Shells that currently holds on to that. And I think we saw, it's safe to say that Xian shows frustration at times. We saw it, obviously, in Paris at those regional finals when he couldn't get a ball off task. And that is maybe, you know, mind games play a huge part in a tournament of this size. Maybe that is the way to beat him, if you can get him frustrated. However, maybe that's when he releases the anger as well. Let's see. Bale, fresh legs there for Shells. Ronaldo going to have a turn. Piszczek says, not today, mate. Luis brought on there as well for Shells, so really bringing a couple of men in. I was going to say there's advantage played, but he left it alone. He'll get a free kick. There's basically 2 minutes plus stoppage time here. Not a lot of time for Sian.
No, not a lot at all, and it's more importantly, the possession is in Shell's favour. So he hasn't even got the ball to try and work it into the goal. Neymar keeps it in the corner for Shells. Florenzi keeps the possession. Back to Neymar, looking to work something, but he's just going to hold on to that ball, and it's frustrating stuff for Sian. We've seen that frustration before. The layback comes in. Oh, Ronaldo's going to get his foot on it, but keeps it in the corner. Brilliant play from Shells. Not letting Sian have a thing, and that's even gone for a corner.
Yeah. Yeah, he's knocked it out there. That'll go for a corner then for Shells, and he's going to hold on to this one. Big tackle through the back there for Neymar, but final whistle already gone, and it is Shells who picks up the victory.
So, big win for Shells from the United Kingdom. 1-0. He'll go through to the winner bracket semi-finals, or the upper bracket, whichever you prefer. And that's pretty huge. I mean, he's one step away from qualifying for FIWIG, which is in London later on in the year. And more importantly, getting himself into some serious money situation, of course. 160,000 will go to the winner overall here. Some big old cash. This, of course, was the first half. Not a great deal in the first half, very cagey affair, but the second half was when we saw this goal come through, and it was Suarez from the edge of the D. A beautiful curler that beats Neuer. So, Sian, possession or not, didn't work out for him. The man that won the divisional champion in Paris lost out to TAS, of course, in the finals, represented Schalke 04. He's going to go down to the lower bracket. He's not out yet. Managed to scrape his way through the groups. Definitely not been able to find his form today.
Well, Steven, you know, we usually will be moving on to a next round here, but
we've got some extra time going
happy
on
with
in
that.
our first rounds, which is always good to see. So we are going to be jumping into another game there as well, which has been going on obviously simultaneously. Obviously next up we will be moving over onto Xbox, and that's basically how we're going to go through these brackets throughout the day. PlayStation then Xbox display mode. This is the game that's gone into extra time. So King versus Timo, currently tied up and in extra time.
So it was 1-1 when last we heard it, but I believe we are joining it at 2-1. Timo just scored as we were switching over to this one in extra time. So a quick goal there. King of course, qualified in Madrid. Timo, I believe, was in Berlin, in Paris.
Yeah.
Of course, he lost to Sihan in the finals, of course, in the divisional final. But yeah, Timo just scored as we moved into this one. Of course, he's in the green of the Wolfsburg kit, and King up in the blue.
Here is Timo with Suarez, who is on as well for him. Time ticking away. We're about to hit half time here of extra time, so King is the one that has the pressure, certainly, as we continue. Maybe a chance for a leveler before we hit the half-time point of extra time. Super defensive going in for Timo there. Boateng coming across and taking it away from Mane.
Doing the step overs there. You're 2-1 down in extra time. Sitting there doing the step overs. Not sure on that one, but Neymar back to Mane. Looking for a ball. He tries the back heel to Ronaldo. Not going to work out. Alaba just takes his legs from under him. No nonsense stuff there. Neymar once again tries a solid through ball to Suarez, I believe, in the box there, but instead didn't work out for him. So, second half of extra time. You can see from the stats saying it's been a very close affair. Now, interesting stat for you about Timo there. Obviously, Benedict Salzer in the background, his teammate. Won't probably like hearing this, but Timo has been down in 3 of his matches and come back to win. And now, well, he's doing it again. He was down 1-0 in this game, brought it back to 1-1. If he wins, of course, this will be his 3rd game.
Yeah.
So the comeback king maybe on his way through to the winner bracket, round 2.
Still 15 minutes in game to go though, so
plenty of time.
Plenty of time might be
well,
somewhat generous.
This was that 3 minutes.
Exactly.
No, not quite. Not even.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, like 2.5 more like in real time. So Alaba down the wing to Suarez. Suarez tries to nudge it forward. Oh, the little tug on Neymar was just enough to stop it going. Extra time here. Or VL. We are in German console version, I believe. Actually, that would probably be a Dutch version. Possibly.
Which is probably very
Dutch,
similar.
isn't it? Yeah.
Boateng here will collect. Timo knowing all he needs to do is keep the ball. Easier said than done, though, possibly. Or maybe not. Suarez, great little tackle, and there's a load of space for him to run into. Defense going to come back, and that's a great tackle from Kante. Perfectly timed there for King. Tries the through ball to Mane, taken away, though. Does fall to Neymar, though. Ronaldo. Where's he going to get it through? Surely we'll send Ronaldo running. No, he's tried it on the bottom side. And a little bit dangerous there, back to Neuer. And it finally will land back with King. He tries another through ball. Alaba will let it scuttle away, and that is a corner here for King.
All right, let's see. He's going to play it short. Kante, just 6 minutes in game to try and get something back, and it's only wriggled its way out to Suarez for Wolfsburg, and he just turned around to welly it, like literally clear your lines. That's exactly what he's doing now. He's got himself those 2 goals, and that's the important part. He's lost, regained possession there because he just wellied it in his face, into Pogba's face there. Alaba. this is English defending from Timo here. It's like, get the ball out, clear it. But, okay, 2 minutes to go. Goal kick for Neuer. And I would say probably 1 minute extra time max, probably going to be on the clock here. So King in a little bit of trouble, looking like the lower bracket might be where Timo will be sending him. Neymar into Ronaldo, through to Suarez, surely the finisher. No, hits the woodwork. Doesn't matter, it's still him in the lead. And then with just 2 minutes extra time, there's not really any time for King to get the ball away, and Timo will take it 2-1, and congratulated by the big German following that is around him, of course, here. A lot of German players attending this event. Of course, we are in Berlin as well, so a lot of management around as well. But King App, who came through in Madrid, will go down into the lower bracket. He's not done just yet.
Not done just yet. Obviously, a long road ahead of him if he's to come all the way back, though. But let's check in on the other games that have been happening in this first round on the upper bracket with Spencer.
Thanks, guys. This is Action Stations. There's big games happening, big results, of course. You've just seen 2 of them and the ramifications of them. Obviously, we know that we know who's going through from those games with Timox and Manica. The question is, what happened in the other 2? This is a game between Lucas and Rain, the 2 non-Europeans that made it through on the PlayStation side. And you can see the first goal there went to Lucas Rep. Pogba here, inside the box. Little Ronaldo chop, falls to Modric, and then Suarez makes it 2-0 to Lucas. Rain does get one back after Neymar does some nice work on the flanks, finds Nangolan, who we've actually seen pop up with a fair few goals today. He got one back for Rain, but it wasn't enough. So that game finished 2-1 to Lucas. Meanwhile, the Stranger went up against Manica. I tipped the Stranger as someone I thought could win the whole PlayStation side. However, it didn't necessarily go to plan for him. He gave away a penalty, which Manica subsequently scored, going 1-0 up, and look at the minute of that, 88 minutes on the clock. So Manica goes through on that one. The Stranger drops down to that lower bracket. Remember, if you have lost at this stage, it's not over. You just got to work a little bit harder, try and get your way back from the lower bracket back into the upper bracket. For now, back to you guys.
Thanks for now, Spencer. We'll be back in a little bit later on as well because there's plenty more action to come. And then we're going to be moving into the Xbox division. Now, we've got some real juicy first-round clashes here.
Yeah, it is the 2 regional champions that remain. Unfortunately, they're going to be facing off against each other. It is the TAS up against Rafifa, and that's sort of men amongst the boys, isn't it? That one is. The Paris regional champion versus the Miami regional champion. Both season 1, of course. And obviously Europe have been dominating so far, it seems, here in Berlin. I wonder if it'll continue that way or whether Rafifa can upset TAS. We haven't seen really anyone shake him too much in defense.
No, and the great thing is that this game, you know, Rafifa, I think he was in that group of death anyway, so it's hard to really call form based on that, I think. But again, for TAS, you know, he started off, ended up drawing, but then picked himself up, and you know, maybe that draw was something that he needed to propel himself even further. But now we can talk about form from the groups. For me, that's always not really a reliable source of information once you get to the playoffs, because the pressure's different. The feeling of where you are in the tournament, of course, is different as well. And well, this is a big game, a big opening round.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure Dave, by the way, who's doing our stats, could correct me on this one, but I believe TAS is the only person that's not lost a single game in regionals and here at the finals. Because he went unbeaten in Paris, obviously went through, not lost a single game. So nobody, so just had it confirmed, nobody has beaten TAS yet here at FUT Champions, both in Paris and Berlin. That's a pretty impressive stat, Paris being considered probably the hardest qualifier.
And I hope that TAS has got his Mr. Speaker's headphones on, because he might be feeling the pressure after that. Although I'm sure he's in the back of his mind well aware of that statistic.
I mean, he lost I believe on the PlayStation to Cian, but he won overall because of obviously the score. But to me, it's like,
does that count?
Does that count? He won on goal difference. I don't know. But either way, he's been dominant on the Xbox, that's for sure. Rafifa, though, he was dominant in Miami. We saw him, of course, though, go down 5-0 to Dax in the group stage. And obviously, there's a lot of talk about Dax dominating that group stage, but let's look at it. Let's look at that group stage. I want to be a little bit savage here. Yeah. So Dax played Rafifa. Okay, we've been talking about Europe dominating the regions. Now, Rafifa, obviously, from the Americas. Dasari from the rest of the world. Sure, he dominated them. Came up against Nicholas Razek from Europe, drew 1-1.
I thought you were going to be savage.
The savage part is Europe really that much better than the rest of the world? We'll find out in this game right here. TAS playing in the white and blue. And already nearly let one in. I thought Rafifa was about to curl that in with Ronaldo, but just goes wide there. Of course, Rafifa playing in the Paris Saint-Germain blue colours.
And TAS in white.
Yes, as I've said, yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay, sorry.
It's white and blue. It's basically the white and blue that he won in, isn't it, in Paris, I believe.
His lucky colours.
His lucky colours, maybe.
So here he is with Walker on this bottom side. And you feel like that early kind of strike against Tass might be the way that you throw him off his game. You know,
maybe.
We know him as an extremely effective defensive player. If you can strike early, maybe throw him off a little bit, build some pressure. That may just be the key. But honestly, no one's really found the key to beating Tass just yet. Suarez here. Going to try and slide it on through. Vieira, though, tracking back nicely. And will keep a hold of things for Tass. He was definitely playing very cool and calm in his opening moments.
And it's something he's done a lot of, hasn't he? He's never really been one for the flair play, the fancy plays. It's always been solid possession, solid defensive work, and build from the back, and obviously get the goals. And that's why while obviously he went through the groups unbeaten, it wasn't anything fancy. Obviously, you covered that matchup, the second group matchup he had. It wasn't overly fancy. I think it ended up 3-1, I believe. One of the few goals he conceded in the group stage. But yeah, it wasn't massively fancy. But here we go. It's corner for Tass. Takes it short to Messi. Now, Messi's a player he chose to go with. He used George Best in the regionals at Paris. And it's a decision that he's struggled with himself, he admits. But he's gone with Messi. And Messi scored 4 goals from in the group. So he's happy with his choice. That's laid back to Messi. And that's a penalty.
Yeah, penalty. It was Laurent Blanc there that came in, chopped. I think it was Messi who went down. He's going to get a yellow card for it as well, so has to be a little bit careful there. But can he put this one away? It'll be Suarez against Edwin van der Sar.
Where's he going to go?
Steps up. Oh, down the middle of the series. He's going to get a rebound. Oh, that's a little unlucky there for FIFA. Not able to collect. He'd saved the initial one. Suarez pouncing straight on it. And that will be Tass going into the lead. 16 minutes on the clock.
Well, Laurent Blanc won the penalty for FIFA against MS Desari in the group stage. Somewhat unorthodox against Pele. But this time he's the one that gives it away. So, 1-0 Tass. And the problem for FIFA is Tass doesn't tend to give up those leads. Once he gets a hold of you, once his claws are in, you struggle. I suspect we're going to see FIFA dominate possession here. If you think back to certainly the Rocky game with the Tass-Rocky matchup, which was the divisional finals back in Paris, it was all Rocky dominated, but he just couldn't do anything with it because this happens. It let you get towards the box, and then it just seize and close you down, and a bit like an anaconda, just like grasp you out.
Tass the anaconda. That's it now. That is.
I'm not sure that's going to be a hashtag slogan, but we'll see how it goes.
We'll see what Spencer thinks about that one at some point. 21 minutes in, as you said, Tass with that 1-0 lead. Does he sit back now, or is he going to go for more? Just trying to trick his way past Ronaldo. Gets himself the throw, which will go out to Hully. With Marcelo here on his top side. Again, he can go for that slow build-up. There's no pressure on him right now. Keep a hold of the ball. Keep ticking it down towards half-time. Bit of a trip there on Hully. Ref won't give anything, though. And now a chance for FIFA to move things forward. In towards Messi in the middle. There's Suarez. Will lay it off to Kante. Messi's making a run. He'll get it through towards Messi, but Ramos was there again. In the end, it was Marcelo to knock it back to the keeper. And will be cleared away, for now at least.
Solid defending once again from Tass. Are we going to see FIFA break the concentration that Tass seems to have? And again, just the last minute, offside this time. Just the last minute sort of defending, just constantly closing him out. It's the telltale of Tass. It's something we've heard throughout all the regionals, all the feature clips we've been having, asking the players information, and all of them have been saying they want to mimic Tass's play style. Well, it's all well and good to see it, to understand it, but to do it yourself is quite another thing.
You have to question if mimicking Tass's play style is the way to beat Tass in the first place.
Or do you just go crazy attacking style? I don't know which really can work. I guess that's what this tournament's all about. We'll find out. So far, Tass is looking good. And this is the sort of dragbacks, right? This is something that obviously we've seen throughout. It's just the little drag backs, pulls players out of position, frustrates the hell out of your opponent, certainly with the mind games. And I wouldn't be also surprised to see a couple of pauses from TAS throughout this game as well. Just momentary pauses, second half probably, where he just, not even so much changing the team, he's just going to looking around, just having a little peek at what the opposition's doing, just figuring things out. And it's just all that mental edge. I feel like that's what TAS has got over the people at the moment. I mean, I don't like to obviously big up someone as a favourite, but he seems to be that way. Obviously, Dax has certainly turned up today, but TAS has definitely been going about his business quiet and calmly. And while all the other players were, you know, disappearing off, he was just sat on his own in the player area. I just went and had a good chat with him, and he's quite calm and casual at the moment, and that's kind of his personality, and it feeds into his game, I feel. Rafifa himself, we saw how he was in the group stage. He's very passionate, fiery, Brazilian, wants to get those goals, wants to get that, and gets very aggressive, outwardly so, will show his frustrations. And I think we might start to see that as this game progresses, because so far it has been a frustrating one for him, that's for sure. Hullet tries to feed it through. Ronaldo couldn't get the last touch, though, and that'll just go off. I think he might have been offside. No, he was dragged back. He was dragged back for the free kick.
Yeah, there was advantage played, was pulled back. We've seen a couple of free kicks being aimed goal-wise already today. Is he going to set up for one of his own? Messi going to step over. Hullet will step over. It's Suarez who will lay it off here towards Pogba. He's going to have a shot. Blanc got in the way. Can't forget Blanc, who gave away that penalty, got himself a yellow, but now a bit of a break for Rafifa. Suarez into Messi. There's a man to send, and he will get through to Ronaldo. Defense comes around. He had to shoot early there.
He had to, yeah. Defender was on him. It was just that one little chance, and he knew it. It was Diego left, Diego right. In the end, the keeper read it well. So TAS leading 1-0 as we head towards the end of the first half. Of course, the other PlayStation games going on as well. We'll bring you the information on them from Spencer in just a moment until this match finishes. Ramos clearing for Rafifa. A little tackle came in at the end there, but it's TAS that's...
Oh, a bit naughty.
Big tackle. Well, that's going to be a yellow, I feel. See, it should just be a yellow, yeah, Ronaldo. They all add up. They all add up. You never know.
They add up to 2.
They do. You can't go much past that.
Yeah.
If you do, there's a problem with the referee.
Big ball in. It's going to go out for a corner here. It's going to be basically the last chance of this first half for Rafifa. It's going to be Kante into Messi. Tries to pull it across. Pogba will try and clear. It's fallen though to Ronaldo. This is dangerous. Oh, he's managed to keep a hold of it. Thought there was a possible foul in there, but in the end, it's cleared away. And we will move in to half-time. It's 1-0 to TAS.
Yeah, solid stuff there. Looks like they're going to get straight on with it here. TAS. Well, he's got one of his shields that he picked up in Paris, but Rafifa, you see him there. Got one of his own from Miami. Question is, can he get through to the next round here in the upper brackets? Round 1 on the Xbox. He's up against just about the toughest opponent he could hope for. He was in a tough group. Dax went through first, which is why he finds himself in this situation. Of course, he came through second in Group 1, sorry, whereas TAS was top of Group 2. And that is why they are facing off against each other right now. Hullet, monstrous tackle there. Hullet forward for Suarez, back to Hullet. Messi's available. Hullet tries to find the pass, and Sergio Ramos cuts it out.
I think first time he might have just got that one through there. Decides to hold off on it though. That may come to cost him a little bit later on. Let's see, Ronaldo here. Through the legs of Pogba to find Suarez. He'll go past Blanc. Suarez almost getting in there. Right, comes back to the opposition Suarez. Space on the top side. That will be Ronaldo. He's going to try and get past the defender. It's Blanc who you now have to be careful with, of course, after that yellow.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really got to be cautious, give that penalty away. Picked up the yellow. 50 minutes gone here and counting. TAS still just suffocating his opponent, but Rafifa, it's just every time he reaches that edge of that box, just think he's got a chance, and then it comes right up the other end. Ronaldo, he's got to go cross goal. It almost fell kindly to him. Ramos did enough to get back and block off the shot.
Out for a throw in here for TAS. Take it short to Pogba.
Walker will join in on the fun, but likely will give it away. There he does indeed give it away. Hullet even getting to the ball first, right on the edge of the box, and go back out to Walker. He will be tackled, and ball goes out for a throw-in again here for Tass. Nicely played with Ronaldo. Suarez going to try and turn Blanc again. You have to stay on your feet there. Be careful what kind of tackle you put in. Getting your centre-back sent off is probably not ideal when you're 1-0 down. Vieira couldn't quite get it through. Blanc will get this one away. Chance for a quick pounce here for FIFA.
Yeah, I feel this is really where he's got the best chance. A quick counter-attack maybe to catch Tass off guard, but you can see his defenders back in position already. And that's going to go for a corner, I believe. Judging by the way that Rafifa gave up on it, no, offside, okay. Fair enough. Okay, so De Gea with the click for Tass. 62 minutes gone here. What is Rafifa going to do? Is he going to start changing something? He's going to adjust because he honestly hasn't had that many chances. Like, I'm trying to think of shooting chances. I mean, there hasn't been a lot between either of them, but that's just the way Tass plays.
Let's see, though. Don't want to count Rafifa out at any point here.
In the group game, he changed, I believe he brought Modric on, didn't he? He changed and brought Modric on, wanted that through ball and immediately gave him that chance and got the goal. If we're going to see something similar to that around the 70th.
Well, almost 70 minutes into this one. It is Tass that leads 1-0. Lucky for us, we've got Tass's teammate Harry down on the pitch with Jimmy.
That's right, guys. I am here with Tass's biggest cheerleader, #Harry. Harry, he's up 1-0 right now. Where do you think it's going to end up?
I've always got confidence in my teammate. I'm trying to actually watch the match as I'm speaking here now, but yeah, I just hope he can come through. I've got confidence in him. I always have.
Yeah, he doesn't. 2-0. Is it 2-0? All right, so he's good, right? 15 minutes to go. He's going to win this one. Is there anybody you fear moving forward that he's going to have a tough time with?
I don't know what score Rocky and Razor is at the minute. I think Rocky's always a formidable opponent. You've got Dax, who was on absolute fire in the first group, but then you've got Gorilla on the other side. So when you get to this point of a competition this big where you've got the best of the best, it's just, there's no one you want to face, really.
Yeah, that's it. #Harry thinks Tass has got it in the bag. Back to you guys.
Apparently a great cheerleader as well. As soon as we go over there, Tass puts it away.
I'm not sure what he means, though. There's no one you want to face. So it doesn't want to face anyone.
Well,
what did you mean by that, Harry? I don't really get that.
I got him. I mean,
if you're from Wigan, you get that. I don't know, maybe.
The point is you don't really particularly want to face anyone. You've got to face someone, though, and at this level, you've got to beat everyone. So does it matter who you face in the end?
It doesn't matter, of course. It doesn't matter who you face. I'm guessing it's what he's trying to allude to. But 2-0, as you saw there. Well, we were getting words. The big cheerleader. And it was a top corner finish. I believe it was Ramos, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Ramos that buried it, yeah. So not a bad finishing from Sergio.
70 minutes in as well, so looking very good here for Tass. Of course, this is our two regional winners coming through. We see meeting fairly early on here in the playoff bracket.
We see a tactic adjustment. I didn't quite catch what
it was.
I
Double sub there.
I saw Marcelo coming off actually, which surprised me. So Modric did come on for Vieira. That's the same change he did in the groups. Looking for that pass. It was Pele for Marcelo, so he's gone attacking. He's just route one, pump it up front. But the problem is that, of course, can work against him, and it's all well and good if you have the ball and if you have the possession, but it seems that Tass is not letting that work. Ronaldo trying to look to exploit it there. A little nudge, just to be fair, from Kyle Walker. Pele at the back at the moment. Don't think a position he's going to be holding too long. Hullet just rushes off the ball, and it's back in Tass's control. And this is the problem, really. Once he gets those leads, it's so hard to chase him with the ball. He's so good at keeping the ball.
Doing a fantastic job of it as well. There is as soon as I say that, of course, we'll lose it. In towards Hullet now. Where's he going to go from here, though? There's not many options on the table. Might go direct. He does. Takes the shot. And, well, I think Tass thought, do I need to close him down? Where's he going to go with it anyway? In the end, he just fired off the shot. There were no other real feasible options for him. And that one rattling in off the inside of the post, and Hullet might just have given Rafifa a bit of hope here against TAS.
12 minutes to go in game. And that was what Rafifa was known for in the Miami qualifiers, taking the shots from anywhere. We haven't really seen it a great deal. He hasn't had the opportunity to do it.
Exactly, yeah.
But finally, TAS steps off the gas a little bit there, just on the edge of the D, and gives him the chance. So, 2-1. 10 minutes to go. TAS back in control, but he's got to be careful he doesn't give a little too much away, of course. We saw Rafifa going attacking, and he's going to be pumping those players forward. Vieira out wide to Suarez. Just brings it back inside. And it's not often you see a player bringing the ball all the way back there. Did get a chance to play on there, and obviously ended up losing the ball, but the referee gave him his chance. Hullet now for Suarez. Rafifa putting it through. Hullet again, surely. This time Marcelo blocks. Corner.
Yeah, diving in the way of that one. There's a yellow card here.
That's for bringing it right back. Now is that foul? Okay,
yeah.
85 minutes gone.
Will he take it short? He will. Into the feet of Kante. Tries a cheeky back heel. Suarez says no. He will get it off to Hullet, the goal scorer, of course, to bring him back to 2-1. Modric. There's Messi. Will get time to turn. Down towards Pele. Back towards Messi. Can he get a shot off? No, Ramos got in front of him.
Tried the nutmeg.
And now it's possibly away. Kyle Walker just taking his legs there. Referee said play on. And Ronaldo knocks it out. So throw in here for Rafifa. 88.5 minutes already gone. There's been a couple of minutes added on. Here's a possible chance for him. Ronaldo on the byline will get blocked out. It's a corner. No, it's not.
No, it could double back off Ronaldo. So goal kick, and well, TAS just needs to keep the ball. 3 minutes in game. De Gea upfield, humps it forward. Ronaldo heads it on to Messi, and he's almost in a one-on-one with Laurent Blanc at the moment. Pogba's joining him, but Blanc wins the ball back. Back to Modric, trying to get something forward. Remember, this is a winner bracket matchup. Give the ball forward, get it to Van der Sar, and that is a 2-1 victory for #TAS as he takes down PSG Rafifa. Rafifa will go down into the lower brackets, and TAS will move forward. And I can tell you that TAS will be playing the winner of Razor versus Rocky. So obviously we'll find out from Spencer in just a moment who exactly won that game. We could possibly be seeing a matchup, if Rocky goes through, of the divisional finals in Paris.
Absolutely, and a bit of a juicy prospect that one. Of course, Rocky, I think for us, looked incredibly solid back in Paris as well. Let's have another look back at that game. Of course, this was that initial chance, just a couple of minutes in there for Rafifa. This could have been a completely different game if that had got in. Of course, penalty was initially saved off the shins of the keeper, but Suarez pounced right on top of it. That was the one that managed to put TAS into the lead. Then we did see TAS score in a second.
Yeah, the goal started to come. A little shimmy there from Messi, lays it off in the end, and as we saw, Ramos, top corner finish there. I think something he'd be very proud of in real life if he could pluck it into the top corner like that. Normally it's just a nudging header off a corner somewhere, but Hullet, not quite the bullet with the head, but instead a rocket with the foot. Off the bar and into the goal. Solid finishing, but it wasn't quite enough for Rafifa. Maybe should have started getting those shots off a little earlier. Of course, that was this game. There was 3 others that happened, and let's find out exactly what happened down there. Spencer is here with the action.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, plenty of action. You know there's going to be action at this point in the competition. Some top quality players. Starting off today with Marlot versus Gorilla. German player versus a UK player. We've seen them both, obviously, in previous regionals, and we know they can play. We know they can play the game. The question is, who's going to come out on top? Remember, if you lose this game, you drop into the lower bracket. It's not the end of the world, but you want to win it. Because if you win it, you're that much closer to a spot in the FIWC finals, and of course, that big jackpot. Marlot took the lead with that fantastic layoff shot from the free kick, and what a strike it was. So Gorilla 1-0 down at this point, but right before half-time, he gets himself back in it and makes it 1-0. The second half was much more
more one-way traffic as Neymar turns in the box. Look at that, unbelievable skills. He actually gets tackled by Rio Ferdinand, but Modric picks it up, gives it to Hullet, and Neymar gets it back again. And a little bit lucky with the deflection there. I think the shot might have been going off target, but it was 2-1 to Gorilla, and then Ronaldo's through on goal. You would put your house on him scoring that one. So Gorilla did win that one. Big win for him there. Next up, Dax versus Quinton. We said that Dax was probably the most standout player in the group stage, but there's only one goal in this game, and it did not go to Dax. It went to someone who represents another European club, Quinton of Feyenoord, who kept the ball well, under pressure. Ronaldo finds Nangolan. Again, how many times have we seen Nangolan pop up with a massive goal today? Seen it quite a few times. So Dax drops down to the lower bracket. And finally, it's Rizaya versus Rocky, two fantastic players. And Ronaldo gets the ball, puts it into Neymar here. The first goal went to Rocky. I can tell you there was plenty more goals in this game, though, as Marcelo passed it into Ronaldo, this time for Rizaya. Messi makes it 1-all. Who was going to come out on top? Remember, the winner of this game will be going up against #TAS in the next round. We see Rocky on the ball here. Suarez pass it to Pogba. He pulls it back. The composure we're seeing from these players, that's very consistent. No one's panicking in their shots. They're taking their time to get the best possible chance of scoring. So 2-1 to Rocky with that goal. There was one more goal in this game. Luis Suarez plays it into Neymar with Rocky, making it 3-1. So Rocky goes through, which means I think I'm right in saying we're going to have a repeat of that regional final, TAS versus Rocky in the next round. And Dax, probably the main story, is that he has dropped down to the lower bracket. So Dax still in with a chance, but after such a dominant performance in the group stage, we've seen him drop down to the lower bracket. But one man who has been dominant is Rocky, just won 3-1 there. Let's find out more about him.
Pour me préparer, déjà, je m'entraîne pas mal contre d'autres bons joueurs. Après, j'essaie d'analyser le jeu de mes futurs adversaires. Ouais, après, j'ai un coach aussi qui m'aide et qui me dit par exemple quoi faire si je joue contre quel joueur. Et voilà, comme par exemple pour ce tournoi, pour moi mes principaux adversaires sont Dax, Gorilla et TAS. Donc voilà, je les connais bien, je les ai déjà pas mal joués. Voilà, je sais ce qu'ils font et voilà, je vais essayer si je les joue de les contrer le mieux que je peux.
Rocky there, a formidable opponent for anyone he comes up against, and he got so close to winning that regional final in Paris. He'll be hoping to really take it home today. Now we're in Berlin, and these guys are playing FIFA 17 Ultimate Team, my favourite FIFA game mode, a lot of people's favourite FIFA game mode. Let's find out just what it is about Ultimate Team that so many people love.
Welcome to FIFA Ultimate Team. Make improvements to your squad. Take your squad to the pitch. Show your skill. Sign your favourite players. Score world-class goals. Build your ultimate team. Who is in your ultimate team?
It's your boy. Now, remember how I was talking about that 24th player tournament for Team of the Season Sickerton? Let me show you the team I'm going to use. This is definitely my account. Actually, no, it's not. It's one of the EA accounts. But EA, if you want to slip this, these players into my account, slide into my DMs. We'll sort something out. Rob Hodson, I'm looking at you. Now, this is just going to show you how well these Team of the Season players are going to fit into a team. This is probably what I think is going to be one of the most OP teams to include Premier League Team of the Season players in. I got Rio Ferdinand with David Luiz. Nobody's getting past that in the Weekend League. I got Walker and Alonso in midfield. 91 man of the match Pogba with 92 Conte and the legend Vieira. Now this front three. Now let me know in the chat. Would you take this front three over a Team of the Year front three? It's got Hazard 98, Lukaku the Steam Train, and my most disliked player in Ultimate Team right now, Mane. He's so strong. I think he can bench the Incredible Hulk. He's ridiculous in this game. So let me know what you think about this team. Also, how are the packs going for you guys? If you want to tweet me your packs, tweet at me at ChewBoy. Let me know what kind of team this season you got, what walkout you got. And hey, let me send it to somebody else who's got some pretty decent pack luck. It's Jimmy Conrad. Jimmy?
Thanks, ChewBoy. So I am here with the Paris regional winner, #TAS, who had the honor of beating the Miami regional winner, Rafifa. Tell us about that game. It was a 2-1 victory for you.
I mean, honestly, it was a champion v champion game. I knew anything was possible.
I sort of figured out how he played by watching him, and I thought his weakness was his defense, but against me, he was defending very well. I thought I deserved to win, but I'm really upset I'm let him get it to 2-1 the way I gave the ball away, because I've almost given you guys free entertainment.
I don't think we have any problem with you giving us free entertainment. Now, you're going up against Rocky. You played against him twice in the Paris Regional. Twice. And both times went to extra time. He's going to be looking to get his revenge. How do you prepare for that?
I'll be honest, Jimmy, they were two absolute blood wars. 2 extra times, narrow margin victories. I'd say if I wouldn't call myself the best, he'd probably be second best, along with maybe 1 or 2 others. So we've got basically 2 unbelievable players playing each other. I don't know what's going to happen, honestly.
Yeah, good luck the rest of the way, and I appreciate your confidence. All right, guys, back to you at the desk.
We know what's going to happen. It's going to be absolutely awesome, at least. If not something a little bit better than that. Because
we hope so.
That game, as you mentioned, the games against Rocky before, just insane matchups. But let's have a look at the bracket and see how it looks. Starting with the PlayStation, of course, Monika beat The Stranger, and also Timo beat King Ep there. They will meet up in the next round. Then on the bottom side, we saw Shells taking down Sian, and Lucas Rep won against Rain 2-1. Obviously, the losers of those dropped down into the lower bracket. And then on the Xbox side, Dax lost his game to Quentin. We obviously saw Gorilla going through against Marlott. And then on the bottom side, we get that setup that we were kind of secretly hoping for.
Yeah.
Tas versus Rocky.
Yeah, and it does set up quite a tasty lower bracket as well. Dax versus Marlott. That's a tough old one, because Marlott and Dax both blasted their way through the group stages. So one of those is going out of the tournament here in Berlin. But of course, it is going to be some epic matches. We're trying to find out the final 8 that will remain and go through to tomorrow. Join us after the break.
Was that you, Bill?
Act your age. Dump your parents' insurance company.
Okay, guys, a new season, a fresh start. Today is about winning. In football, this is the most important thing. When we win, we make the fans happy. They are why we train. They are why we are here. So remember what we need to do. Be strong on the ball. Make intelligent runs. Be ruthless in front of goal. And own every moment. The time has come. You are ready. The fans are ready. Now, go show them why we are the best.
Great strength there from Azar. What a run from Royce. Martial, hard and low. That is world class from James Rodriguez.
Make them happy. Make them sing your name. When you play for the fans, that is when we win.
All right, back in the pack, but I'm feeling pretty good about this race. Let's go! Wait, everybody's all over the place. Where'd you guys go? Oh my goodness. Now what? Oh, everybody made the train but me. Oh my goodness. It's okay. Okay. Slow and steady wins the race, right? All right, let's go. And wait, did everybody get pulled over? Oh my goodness. I'm gonna win. Pays to be safe, and it can actually even save you too, because Progressive helps customers save even more on car insurance with discounts like paperless, multi-car, and even safe driving.
The FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Visit progressive.com today. Welcome back, everyone, to Berlin. We are moving into our next round of games. We've seen some fantastic ones already today, and that man there, Shells, what a performance he has had. Everyone else, of course, setting themselves up, getting ready here. They're fighting for that awesome trophy and a big share of money as well.
The thing that grabs me is, obviously Shells snuck his way through in Paris. Is he going to sneak his way through to a top 4 finish here in Berlin as well? I mean, he's not so much sneaking because we kind of know about him now, but but he's still going about it quietly, just doing his thing. And obviously, there's a lot of people obviously singing up the praise of the Xbox side. Obviously, on the PlayStation side, he's kind of doing the business.
Well, we now know at least that a PlayStation player can win over the 2 legs of the grand
Sadly,
final. We, of course,
that guy's
saw
already
that.
out. Principe.
Exactly. He was the man that did it, obviously, in Madrid. I don't know. Maybe that could all happen here again. That's a beauty. We don't know. We've still got a long, long way to go. Only had that first round of upper bracket games so far. And, of course, we are going to continue through the road here and bring you another good few rounds here today.
Yes, of course. So we're moving on to the PlayStation, I believe. If memory serves correct, it's a foggy old memory. We'll get it in the end. So I'm going to be guessing, because I haven't actually been told what the match is, so I'm going to guess. I'm going to say Minika Timo.
I was going to say a good guess, but it's a wrong guess.
Wrong guess, because we're going lower bracket. We're going lower bracket. Damn it! I was so close. It's going to be the Stranger versus King App. Of course, the Stranger, he absolutely dominated it in the group stage, as well as King App. Both these guys smashed it. But unfortunately for them, they got beaten in the upper bracket round 1 and find themselves in the lower bracket. And of course, this is for a place to sneak on through. Loser is out.
Loser is out. That's where the pressure really will now start to build. And the Stranger, we've seen him, you know, a lot of, I've talked to a few people here and they say, you know, we think you may, German scene, we think you may underestimate the Stranger a little bit. But at the same time, he's come through, again, a very Shells-like performance, come through quietly, just pushed his way on through, and obviously got himself here, first of all, to the finals in Berlin. And honestly, had a great start in the groups as well. Obviously, has found himself now down in that lower bracket. But we are going to kick this one off once again. It is King Ep playing in the blue from left to right. The Stranger in red with the Bayern Munich kit from right to left.
Yeah, I told him he needs to change his name. I think the Stranger's, he's not strange anymore. We all know who he is. We've seen his face. He can't go unseen. So, Suarez trying to break through down the left there. King Ep, of course, losing out 2-1 in extra time to Timo. So he's already lost to one German. It's a bit of a history in that one. I can talk about England, Germany, but the Dutch losing to the German, a bit of history there as well, that's for sure. And as it stands, I believe there's only 2 Dutch players remaining in the tournament. If I'm just going to do that straight off the top of my head and put myself possibly in danger, because Quinton would be the other one.
Yeah, exactly.
In the Xbox side, of course.
And right now, King Ep with possession down on the bottom side with Suarez. Oh, he's managed to dance past his man as well. Just needs that cut back. Boateng was there, though. Oh, he somehow managed to get it back. Neymar now. Oh, he took an extra touch. Just tried to drag it past Marcelo. And that's lost him that shooting chance. Will get the ball back, though. Now Neymar through towards Ronaldo. Back to Neymar. Takes the shot, and Neuer comes down. I thought it had bobbled on by, but Neuer got the hand to it. Goes out. First corner.
Well, King Ep did take the lead against Timo. Went 1-0 up and then let 2 goals in. He's going to be hoping he can get the lead once again here. As it stands, Suarez going to get himself a shot. Surely the deflection has to go in. Kyle Walker, I reckon I could have scored that one. Nods it in the end.
What about nods it in? He absolutely monstered it in. He was making sure that it crossed the line there in the end. And that it certainly did. And that is King Ep putting himself into the lead. And, you know, we saw him in his last game where he was knocked down into this lower bracket and there were shakes of the head. Obviously, it was in extra time that he lost in that last one to Timo.
A bit of a gutting loss for him, at least by the look on his face. But that's the start that he's been looking for here. Quarter of an hour in, he leads 1-0, but the stranger has scored. Has shown that he can score a lot of goals.
Yeah, and Gingap's shown that he can give away a lead. So,
that's true as well.
I mean, it's it's a scary stat, but it's fact. So we just get a glimpse of Kyle Walker smashing that one into the net. No chance for Neuer once it had beaten him, of course. So Stranger trailing. And I don't think he's going to be too happy about the position he's in after such a great start in this tournament. In the groups, dominated it. And then just hasn't gone his way so far. But man from Munich looking to correct that as Suarez gets it through to Messi. Back into Ronaldo, not quite going to get there. In the end, muscled off the ball. Kante will find Ronaldo as he slips it back into Kante. Neymar got a runner here from Suarez. Neymar has to try and jostle it himself, but Modric is there with the interception.
Now Ronaldo for the stranger. Nice little chip over the top. It's Arturo Vidal gets onto the end of it. Alaba with a great little back heel. Ronaldo, edge of the box, actually went for the shot there. There was a slide in. Not sure who actually did that, but there was a slide in there. Boateng here almost loses out on it. That would have been dangerous. He was last man. If that ball would have bobbled away, that would have left Ronaldo 1v1 with the keeper. Here is Pogba, though. He's going to get himself to the touchline. Just tries to knock it in. In the end, he comes off the defender again. Neuer collects. Big throw out for him. You can see the stranger trying to go direct.
Kante, once again, I feel like I could put that on a loop, sudden't I? Kante wins it back again in the midfield. Now, although it took Messi out there as well. Messi, through ball chance, looking to cut it back. He's got a real chance to cut it back here, the stranger, but couldn't find his position. And that's the difference, really, obviously, reaching this stage of the tournament. The players you're up against know exactly what you're doing there. You can't just sell them the dummy or pull the defender out of position. He's ready and waiting. You've got to try and do something special at this stage and catch them off guard, maybe with a long ranger. Messi over the top through ball for Suarez to chase, but he can't muscle his way past the three defenders. Pogba for Kingap as he brings it forward. The Dutchman leading this game. You see him in the bottom left there. A face of concentration. And honestly, it has been fairly one-way traffic so far. The Strangers had a chance or two, but nothing really to write home about, unlike Kingap's goal.
No, not really. May have that chance, though, now. Just running away from this. Suarez is going to get it, though, and will put it through. Ronaldo, can he pull it back? Will he go for a shot? He's pulled back completely, and he's going to get given away. Kante.
Oh, well.
Turned on himself there.
Gifted an
Power
open
wasn't
chance.
there.
Yeah, gifted an open chance. The ball given back to you with three men in the box. That's a chance you can't afford to miss at this level. And well, the stranger may well be ruining that one. Kingap just changed the offside trap. I think I just caught a quick flick of there. So maybe realizing something's up at the back. Marcelo. Down to Ronaldo now, walking it down that right wing into Marcelo again. Nice little flick off. Suarez tries to buy himself some room, gets it slipped through, but De Gea, no nonsense, takes Nangolan out. Tell a lie, is that Vidal?
Yeah, it was Vidal.
It was Vidal, yeah.
Vidal sent through, couldn't quite get there before the keeper. Now Walker for Kingap. Slide it through. There's Nangolan. Suarez, he's going to put the ball through to Neymar. He steps back, takes the shot. Neuer gets down for it, but Ronaldo will get on the end of it. Kante comes in. Will play it away, and Messi has to go to ground in order to keep control of that one. Now it's Ronaldo. Back towards Marcelo on this top side, and we're about to hit the half-time point here. 2 minutes added on. Is there going to be enough time for the stranger to have himself a chance? There probably would have been there, but ball was away to Walker. It's instantly cleared, and that will be half-time. And a close game. Just that one single goal separating them here. Kingap, of course, on your screen. Who scored that one. And I can see their shots, and honestly, King Ep having the better time of it. 4 shots to 2 currently, and so King Ep's going to do a couple of little changes at the half-time point, but a 1-0 lead. Do you want to sit on that one? I'm not sure.
No, definitely not. But then again, Shelsk managed to sneak his way through with that 1-0, although it was a disappointing 1-0. He probably should have had 2, but Stranger definitely had a chance or 2 towards the end there. Gifted the chance with the ball in the box. Wasn't able to make it count. He's going to make sure that's not going back through his head here at half-time as they just make a couple of adjustments. Here we go, second half underway. Will we see an early goal? Or will we see a consolidated victory? Oh, my word. Well, if King Ep gives the ball away like that more often, we're not going to. And a foul.
Yeah, not the ideal start for him here, but see what the Stranger can do with it. It's Alaba who's going to send one in. Aiming for the front post, but not really getting there. Now Suarez, it's fallen to Messi, who's trying to somehow feed it through there. It's Suarez, it's in. He's found somehow a hole. It was close stuff.
And that all came from that giveaway, didn't it? From the free kick. You can't afford to do that at this level. He got away with it, giving the ball away in the box in the first half, and now basically played the ball to him and then tackled him. It was just a misplay of whether he's hitting the wrong buttons or what, I don't know. But either way, it's all square 1-1, and King Ep now may just be thinking to the last round against Timo. 1-1 extra time and then lost it in the end, and he doesn't want to go down the same style, surely. Stranger, though, back in it. We knew he had goals in him, and he's going to be happy. The momentum is very much with him.
And he's the one on the march right now with Messi. Little ball over the top. Will he beat Luis? He will. Suarez with the head. Keeper had come out and not really committed to it at all there. Suarez did manage to muscle his way in front of David Luiz there. And he saw keeper completely out of position, floundering at it really. And that is the Stranger. He's come out flying here in the second half.
Well, a double salvo catching King Ep off guard. And just like before in the last round, he finds himself at a 2-1 disadvantage. Time to change things. Not too sure exactly what he's going to do. Let's have a look. We can see the screen down the bottom here. Just adjustment telling a lot of players to get forward. Neymar pushed forward as well. So his wingbacks mainly he was playing around with that. So going to push them back forward a little bit. So going a bit more aggressive, as you would expect at 2-1 down.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't matter if you lose 5-1 or 2-1, I suppose, at this point.
Mane
going to try and get back in.
For Nangolan for King Ep as well. So trying to get that pace, maybe exploit the wings. Going to wait for the ball to go off, of course, before that change to go through. As it is, the Stranger now back 2-1 in the lead. With 2 goals early on here in the second half. Through ball threaded for Messi, but muscled off it by Kante. And clear the danger in the end there, but still not able to really gain possession. It's straight back at him from the Stranger.
Yep, we're about to hit 60 minutes played in this one as well, so King Ep have to turn things on a little. Maybe that comes now. Suarez. Direct ball there towards Mane. Oh, and there's that amazing dribbling. The pace mixed in is always scary. There's a step over from Neymar. Oh, keeper gets in. Oh, Kante comes in. It looked like he was goal bound.
Oh, my God.
And, well, it just flies past the post. Must have been a matter of inches, that.
Oh, I thought that was absolutely buried. Brilliant big header finish from Kante. You don't see him to score too many. That would have been a trademark. Would have been a I don't know, just one for the books. As it was. Well, King Ep, we talk about it so many times. You just can't miss big chances like that. And just dragged wide with the header. 65 minutes gone. Still plenty of time here. He's shown that he's got the chance to score. Suarez almost muscled it. It's in the end Neuer that's come out and gone ahead of Neymar. As that's played out. Marcelo with a confident one touch to Modric, and the 1-2's played back now. As it goes to Ronaldo down the right wing. Tries to cut in, and in the end, a little too fancy, takes the ball off the pitch.
Yeah, one touch too many. Suarez here, Neymar, Ronaldo, all linking perfect. That's a good through ball. Where does he go from here, though? Well, nowhere. Ramos comes in, stops him in his tracks, and then even he's able to play the ball afterwards. Now the stranger with Messi on this bottom side. David Luiz is going to have rings run around him. Now Ronaldo gets the foot out there, and there was no one to reply. A chance for Kingep to bring this one back level. Spoken too soon. Alaba and Vidal, that Bayern duo, stopping it from happening.
Suarez can't quite find Messi with that one. Cleared by David Luiz in the end. Now Neymar. He's still struggling to get it out of his own half, isn't he? Just being jostled by Kante. Suarez in the end will find the ball to Ronaldo. He's got one man to beat. Can he get past him? No. Ramos stands tall. Marcelo clears the ball upfield, and this has come straight through for Messi. David Luiz not having any of that.
Yeah, gets in there first. Not seen outside of that one little move from Mane, really anything from him after that. May get a chance now, though. Neymar gains possession. Got a little too fancy. Oh, and he's giving it away. This is super dangerous. Only David Luiz is there. It's a 3-on-1. This is a chance that you've got to score. It is in towards Messi, then to Ronaldo, and he will tap it home. Nice. He makes it count here. It's 3-1 to the stranger.
Yeah, that was solid counter-attacking football and really well-played breakaway. You know, just played it across the three men. And Kingep now has a mountain to climb. Of course, this is the lower bracket. The loser of this will be out of the tournament. The winner will sneak their way through to the lower bracket round 2, of course. It's far from a clear, steady road for them, though, because they'll be playing the loser of the upper bracket round 2, effectively the upper bracket semi-finals. So still going to be a solid player dropping down to face you there. So it's a long old road for these guys down in the lower bracket, but this a 3-1 comeback from 1-0 down for the stranger. And Kingep just changing up the tunes, getting a bit of the old the beats on. Maybe he's getting a bit of Martin Garrix on. He's Dutch, so you never know.
It's time for the hard style at this point, I think. He needs something in this game.
Happy hardcore remix.
Definitely needs something to come back in this one.
As long as it's not the final countdown, he'd be all right.
Absolutely. That breakaway there, we just saw 3 versus 1. He's played it perfectly there, has the stranger. And that is the stroke of 80 minutes. So 10 minutes in game, plus stoppage time. So maybe 12, 13 minutes in game for Kingep to bring 2 back to force us into extra time. He's got to strike almost immediately, in all honesty. Marcelo will knock it forward. As long as it continues this way with the stranger having possession, then Kingep's got no chance anyway.
Yeah, you've got to get the ball in the first place. That's what counts. So Pogba to Mane. Could do with a quick goal now to give him a chance. Through ball was so close to finding its way through to Ronaldo. Just didn't quite go his way, and that seems to be the story of the game. Second half has been very much all about the stranger. David Luiz. Hits it.
That won't help.
Yeah, not going to get it past Kante, and that's been the main problem. Ronaldo, nice little overhead through ball, finds Suarez. He's got one man with him, lays it off. Modric to cut it back. Oh, Walker cuts it out. Kante still not clear. Gets it to Suarez. 4-1. Done deal.
And we said the stranger, he scores goals. He is a man who can certainly put them away. He's conceded a lot in the process before, but this one doesn't seem to be a problem for him. Of course, it was Kingep that went up, but this second half has been all about the stranger. 2 after the 80th minute, and may even get himself another one here if Suarez keeps going. There's Kante, who's trying to take Suarez out of the game with that one. Won't work for him, though. Suarez here. Modric. This time, we'll lose out on it. We are going to see that added time here in a second as we tick towards the 90th minute. The stranger's going through.
Yeah, solid stuff from him. 4-1 on a comeback. What a response. 1-0 down to come back and bash 4 in. the second half and really didn't have a great deal of chances in the first half that I could think of, but has been very, very different for him here in the second. And this is something that a lot of players in the tournament should take note at. Obviously down in that lower bracket, it is do or die time, but if you've got it in your locker to be able to come back from a 1-0 deficit and score 4 goals in one half, you know, you've got to be happy, and any opponent facing him has got to be wary. 1 goal, 2 goals, 3 goals may not be enough.
Yeah, that's the danger. Of course, the stranger there. High five to someone next to the camera. Might even have been the cameraman, in all honesty. The fact is, he was behind, and that just looked like 2 completely contrasting halves. You know, wasn't really in there in the first half. Looked like it was King Ep who was holding on to that game, but he came out flying in the second. Got that equaliser, and from there, just it's never really looked back.
No, the stranger absolutely solid. And to be fair to the stranger, he also had a really big chance in the first half where it was passed around. He absolutely should have scored it. Here was the first goal, of course. This was kind of bobbled around, and in the end it was Kyle Walker that just nailed it in with a header. But there was a big chance in the first half that the stranger missed, where it was kind of given away to him. He had 3 in the box, and we were saying then, like, you can't afford to miss those chances, but he got this big chance here. That all led from a free kick chance as well. Then, of course, Suarez, not too sure what the keeper was doing here, kind of like, well, he had a 50-50. He's either going to go left or right, and in the end, it was only one way. But this was a 3-on-1, no chance. David Luiz kind of caught out of possession in the end. Suarez lays it off to Messi, lays it to Ronaldo. And what a partnership that could be in real life if someone could afford it. Modric, though, in the end, couldn't clear his lines there, and Suarez just buries it and really puts the game to bed. It was kind of done and dusted by that stage already, but 4-1, a solid return in the second half.
Absolutely, and Stranger keeping his dreams alive in that bottom side for King Ep, of course, in the lower bracket. He is now out of the tournament, so 1 more falls. Before we move on to our next games, though, we should have a bit of a word with the Stranger, who's down with Jimmy.
All right, I am here, thanks guys, with the Stranger, who's no longer a stranger with all your success. Let's talk about your first game in the upper bracket, though, against Monica. You lost that one. Tell us what happened.
Ja, ich denke, dass die Niederlage in Ordnung ging. Ich hatte, ich glaube, 7 Schüsse weniger. Aber ja, im Endeffekt war es dann doch ein bisschen unglücklich. Ich hatte 2 ziemlich große Chancen, wo der Schuss ganz knapp am Pfosten vorbeigegangen ist. Und in der 87. unglücklich den Elfmeter bekommen hat er dann. Und ja, so verliert man dann 1-0.
Yeah, I had 2 great chances. And the first match was an okay loss. And the penalty in the end, it was at the 87th minute. Well, it was quite unlucky, but that's FIFA. And yeah, in the end, the first loss was okay, but yeah.
All right, so you took a lot from that, positive, not negative, going into against King Ep, who did very well in his group stage games. You beat him, scored 4 goals, 4-1 finish. Are you pretty happy with that performance, I assume?
Ja, ich finde, dass ich eigentlich ziemlich gut gespielt habe. Ich bin schlecht ins Spiel wiedergekommen, habe dann ziemlich früh das Gegentor kassiert, aber dann nach der Pause habe ich dann, denke ich, verdient gewonnen. Ja.
Yeah, I think I started pretty bad in the game, and then it got better and better, and in the end, well, it was 4-1.
Well, I appreciate your honesty. Best of luck the rest of the way. Now, Spencer, I just got done talking to your pick to come out of the PS4 division. Who's he going to be playing against?
That's right, Jimmy. I was watching the game between Sihan and Rain. This is a lower bracket game, remember, just like the game you just saw with the Stranger. If you lose, you're done. That's a double elimination format. It gives you 2 chances, double the chance if you like. But once you lose that second game, you are gone. So whoever lost this game was going to be leaving the tournament. Whoever wins it was going to be going through to play, we now know, the Stranger. So let's find out what happened in this game. We've got some extended highlights for you guys. We're going to break it down play by play and see who came out on top. So remember, this is Sihan versus Rain. Both fantastic players. We've seen a lot of them over the regionals and whatnot. Here's Marcelo on the ball into Ronaldo. This is for Sihan. He takes the lead. Very early on in the game, you can see, inside the first 4 minutes, Sihan gets that goal. And let me tell you, this game had a lot to offer for the neutrals. Lots of different highlights, and we're going to live them out here. Here's Rain on the ball. Abate into Suarez. Takes his time. Lovely cheeky pass to Neymar off the bar. Can he get the rebound? No, he can't. Denied by the woodwork. And then in the 27th minute, this happened as Messi goes into the box for Sihan. Just wide. I mean, that was close. On his right foot.
it's gone wide. But look at this. Marcelo takes him down, gets a red card. Penalty was missed. So he didn't take the chance, but from this point on, Sihan did have the man advantage. And we know that man advantage can be huge, particularly when you lose your man in the 27th minute like Rain did. And even though he missed the penalty, he did go on to get a second goal with Messi this one, making it 2-0 for Sihan right before half-time. So at this point, you've got to feel for Rain. He's got 10 men. He's got a large part of the game still ahead of him to play with that man disadvantage. So if he could get anything from the game at this point, it was always going to be very impressive. Suarez on the ball for Sihan. One more goal would certainly have sealed the deal for him. Ronaldo shoots there, saved by Handanovic. So Rain looking to get one back with Ronaldo here on the edge of the box. Ronaldo's going to play it in to Sergio Ramos, getting forward, trying to help his team. Playing in CDM he was in this game, Sergio Ramos. Suarez, though, denied by the keeper. Neymar fizzes it back in, though, and Messi gets one for Rain. Despite him having 10 men, he got back in it, guys. Look at this play from Messi on the right foot. He didn't miss it that time. So, very interesting. 2-1 with just over 10 minutes left. The next goal will be crucial. If Sihan got it, it's going to be all over. If Rain gets it, it's 2-2. Sihan on the ball with Pogba. Plays it to Luka Modric. Cristiano Ronaldo takes his time, holds it up, gets a little bit of a deflection there off Piszczek, goes back to the keeper. What's happening here? Oh, no. No one wants to see a game decided by a goal like that. But David Luiz was there. He put his foot where it hurts. He got the deflection off the keeper. And it's very unlucky for Rain. You've got to feel for him. You know, he got the red card. And some people would say giving away the penalty was punishment enough. But he got the double whammy because he got the red card with Marcelo as well. Saved the penalty, only to concede the second goal moments later. And then, obviously, getting it back to 2-1, but conceding that third goal like that. I do feel for Rain. He's a fantastic competitor throughout the season regionals and now the grand final, but he has gone. Sihan, say what you want about him. People picked him out as a potential favourite. Didn't have a great group stage, but he's still in the tournament. The stranger stands in his way in the next game, though, so we'll see what happens, and I'll be updating you on all the games and the goals as they happen. But for now, back to the desk.
Thanks a lot, Spencer. And of course, some great games still to come here. And interesting to see there, Sihan coming through up against Stranger next. That's another tough one for him again.
Yeah, I got to be honest, I kind of fancy the Stranger in that one. I kind of fancy it. Sihan has been hit and miss, I think, this tournament so far. Hasn't been the solid self that we saw in Paris. Obviously, he was absolutely dominated. I think he got to the finals unbeaten, didn't he, completely? But this time he's been a little shaky. Certainly hasn't been the confident player. Of course, these are the players that we've seen throughout the tournament, the regionals. Of course, Aman there, unfortunately, both at Miami and, of course, Whistler, sponsored by Roma. Paris Saint-Germain, Dax, well, he's so far in the lower bracket. We'll see how he continues. And, of course, was put down there. Aga also, sponsored by Paris Saint-Germain, previous winner of the FIFA Interactive World Cup. Couldn't get out of group stage, though, both in Paris and Madrid, of course. Monaco Esports for Razer. Of course, one of the big sponsors there. Didi Crislito qualified through and then was picked up, of course, by New York City FC. And Rafifa, well, we saw him in Miami, and just a couple of weeks later, he was picked up also by Paris Saint-Germain. And, of course, has been having a bit of a tour. It is obviously a lot of pressure to be picked up by these guys. Dax there, so far, still in the tournament. So far, Joe.
So far, and we talk about it as well, there's definitely pressure on these players, not just from themselves, but from, no doubt, those, I'm not sure from the clubs themselves, but from the players on their side, just thinking, you know, I'm representing this big team. I have to make sure that I'm doing well here. Obviously, you want to stay in the team. These contracts don't last forever. You have to impress.
Absolutely, yeah. And you got to perform at these tournaments. These are the big events. Actually, a lot of people, sometimes, like certainly Rafifa, was picked up after qualifying for this. Obviously, off the back of his results in Miami. So, a lot of pressure on these guys. Obviously, we've seen a lot of regional champions already going out. There's obviously Wolfsburg that wasn't mentioned in there, along with Schalke, which is obviously Sihan, a lot of the German clubs. We are in Germany. We should probably mention these German Bundesliga clubs that have been obviously putting their money where their mouth is. Before, I might add, before a lot of the other teams that are in that clip there.
Yeah, I honestly...
They were the first teams to adapt,
Yeah,
really.
Fantastic. I mean, Wolfsburg, I think, were basically the first in with there as well.
Sadly, it was with Dave, wasn't it?
At least Dave did manage it, of course, to get here. He's definitely the mascot boy at this point for them. Only kidding, Dave. You're still a superstar in our eyes. But yeah, that cup is what everyone is fighting for, plus mega bucks in the prize money stakes.
$160,000 to the winner, $80,000 to second. That's not a bad day's work for FIFA. Well, technically 2 days' work for FIFA, I guess.
Yeah, in the end, it's a huge amount of money, a life-changing amount of money, certainly for these young guys who, you know, just at the start of their career, some of them, and there's still a long way to go, just showing, you know, FUT champions how exciting it is to watch, and the fact that we've had this great year, certainly for me personally, just been great to see how this whole year's evolved and how many superstars we have here that have, some of them come out of nowhere.
Yeah, and obviously while we do mention obviously the football clubs in there, we should probably mention the esports organizations that have been around for many years, propping up the scene, that have obviously reached this situation in the first place. Obviously the likes of Vitality, you can think for Rocky in there, obviously been supporting these guys. Epsilon, think of Gorilla, obviously used to be with Epsilon for years, and of course you got the likes of Footwiz and Hashtag, of course, coming through these days. But there is Dax from Paris Saint-Germain in the lower bracket here. He's up against Marlet. Now, Marlet, one of the guys that was actually fairly outspoken, actually. If you think back to those qualifiers, you know, he said, you know, remember the little guys. Obviously, I believe he's with Spark, the guys that basically the German organization that have been effectively housing the players off to these Bundesliga teams. So, you know, anyone out there, he's still looking for a team. Here he is in the lower bracket, round 1.
And that's the thing, you know, Marlet, I think he was fairly unknown himself. I think he, you know, came through with not many people watching him and thinking that he's a player to watch in that Paris qualifier. And as you mentioned, he did say himself,
third,
do not underestimate the little guys, the more unknown guys, those that don't have a PSG, Wolfsburg, Schalke logo on their shirt. And he's once again shown it here. The guy's topped his group once again. Is coming through here, but the question is, can he keep it up? That's the scary part for him.
That is the problem, of course. We are in the Xbox here. It does mean the legends are back available. Now, obviously, this is the lower bracket. There is another matchup that it will be going on as well. We'll bring you up more information on that one as and when we get there, of course. That will be Rafifa, I believe, playing Razor, if I'm correct. I believe in the other lower bracket. I may be wrong.
Yeah.
But here we are, Dax versus Marlet. Dax playing in the white from left to right, and of course Marlet in that black kit that he's been playing on throughout the tournament, actually. I don't think anybody else has clashed with him yet.
And ball over the top from him here in the early stages of things. Ball, though, won't find its way through. Now Pogba. And a slow start. There's an offside going to be called here, though. Linesman got his flag up already. So the first attempt at build-up play for Marlet will be cancelled out by the linesman. Sad for him, but is the fact. There's now Dax on this top side. Nicely played in here from Hullet to Vieira, but couldn't quite get it on through. And this one in the early stages, not even 10 minutes gone by just yet. But a very pensive start from both players, and I think that's what we're going to start to see as we play through this lower bracket game. Obviously, there's, in theory, more on the line, because if you lose this one, you're out. Do you really want to take any early risks? Do you want to take any risks at all is maybe even a more valid question, and that's why we're seeing these more slower, more build-up player, less direct starts.
Yeah, and it's a cagey affair, and I mean, at the end of the day, you're out. You lose this, you're out, you're done. And for Dax, obviously it means pressure from the sponsors. De Gea just about got an arm to that one. Ronaldo, a tall header of the ball, but will clear the danger. Ronaldo for Marlet now. The German looking to work it down the wing, but Marcelo will dispossess him. Stretches his legs, cuts inside, lays it off nicely to Ronaldo, looking for that 1-2, but in the end it's gone astray and set his opponent up for a bit of a decent counter-attack here. Marlet tries to work it away. A solid shoulder barge from Pogba there.
Dispossess him, and now Ronaldo off in the other direction for Dax. Hullet gonna try a ball over the top and won't just try, he will succeed here with Ronaldo, who cut past two but then ran into Walker He was backtracking, and now it's Marlot's chance at giving this one a go. Got plenty of space up on that top side, and will utilise it there. With Walker, Messi and Pogba at the start. Just building up with those triangles. There is Pogba again. Finds its way over to Suarez, who will just play a bit of fancy footwork and get past the first defender. He's got 3 on him, but that will open some space in the box here. Possibly Ronaldo will lose out on the slide from Vieira. Takes it away from the feet of Messi, who was just hanging there ready and waiting to take a shot.
Yeah, it's cagey stuff here in the opening 20. As the ball's almost wriggled its way to Pogba, but he's muscled off it. Marcelo. 1-2 back and forth between Pogba and Marcelo a couple of times there. Trying to find an opening here. Hullet will eventually get it to Messi. It's triangles, working the angles. Marcelo to Hullet, continuing to work it through. Good passing, short passing from Marlet here, I might add. Building up this play. This is going to give his stats a heap of figures. Messi can surely find it to Ronaldo. Oh, just about wriggled in past De Gea. And Marlet takes the lead.
Just underneath his hand there, he'll see the shake of the head really from Dax, and honestly, keeper should have probably had that one there. But they all count. It is Ronaldo, 29 minutes in. That will give Marlet that lead. Now pressure back over to Dax. We've seen these guys coming back from behind many a time. In fact, I feel like we've seen it more often than not in a lot of games today. Yeah. So has been the run of play.
For me, I'm really interested to see how Dax responds here, because as I said in groups, like, he took down players from Americas and the rest of the world, sure. Came up against Niklas Raziak, drew 1-1. Came into the group stage, got to draw another European player, lost. And now, of course, against Marlet, another European player struggling. So it seems while he did look dominant in the group stage, it wasn't against European opposition. It looked like the group of death, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was actually a softer group than we first thought. We'll see, of course. It all depends on how Rafifa does throughout the rest of the tournament, because obviously he qualified through that same group. But as it is, he's definitely under pressure, and pressure from Marlet is fairly unforgiving so far.
Absolutely. Dax is honestly been struggling really for opportunities in this one. There is Pogba. Hullet gets in the way again. Dax crucially holds possession and does somehow find Ronaldo there on that top side, fires off a shot. Luckily for Marlet, it was Ferdinand in the right place at the right time. Get that one away, and now Marlet looking to break. Needs to be careful of the offside there for Messi. And we'll bring it back. Pogba holds. That looked like it was almost out of play there, but he's kept it in, crucially. Now Hullet into the feet of Ronaldo. He's got Messi on the edge of the box as well. Ball's going to get sent over the top. This should be an easy collection for De Gea. And he will dispatch it. Approaching half-time, Marlet still nicely in the lead.
So, Dax, as of yet, has had one shot by my reckoning, maybe two, perhaps two. Now we could see him with a chance though. Mane lays it off for Pele. Pele, can he get it through? He can to Pogba, but it's not where he wanted it. Ronaldo looking for it, looking for that return. It has found its way to Pele, but again, can't turn. Good defending from Marlet. Players in the right place, and in the end, Ferdinand intercepts. And it's a solid defensive job from Marlet. Really nice, clean defending there. No panicking whatsoever. And so far, Marlet leads 1-0. Going about his business just as he did in Paris.
And a shake of the head here from Dax. He looks almost like he's not got much of an answer for this one. Showing a bit of frustration, maybe. Not had a wealth of chances. Marlet looking completely, I was going to say completely cool there.
And then just like,
maybe showing a little bit of pressure there.
Well, handshakes as well there, you could see. So at the moment, from what I've been told, there is a decision on whether the formation should change. And, you know, it's a tough decision. We've seen a couple of changes working out. Certainly think to Gorilla. The Gorilla obviously making those changes. But now we are seeing Marlet. Marlet has gone with 5 across the back. That's interesting. So he's going to try and protect the lead against Dax. I'm not sure how I agree with that one or not. That's definitely something for Spencer and Chewboy, whether they want to look towards that one. Chewboy obviously bringing us so much information on foot throughout. 5 at the back, of course. We'll see whether the results tell in the end of the day, whether he can shut this game out.
Let's figure it out, because right now, Dax with possession. He's trying to get a few more players.
So he's brought Vieira back, hasn't he? Look, Vieira's playing in centre.
Oh, that's not going to help him out there. Marcelo, in the end, does put it out, though. So Dax at least keeps a hold of possession. Alves, Vieira into the feet of Pele. Oh, and I think he's just switched the man off, ran him away from the ball there. Again, though, kept a hold of it, trying to get it through. May fall kindly there. It just bounced, I think, off the outside of Hullet's foot.
And you know what? That 5th man was there to clear it, wasn't he? It was Vieira that cleared the danger. But this, I'm not sure how I agree with this. Obviously, you want to close out the game, but he seems to be inviting a lot of pressure from Dax, and Dax is a player that's certainly capable of scoring. I'm not sure I'd like to invite this pressure, but these guys certainly more experienced in FIFA and foot than I am. Walker. Where's he going with this? He's running the clock right down. That's frustrating.
Well, you take all the seconds you can get at this stage of a tournament. Cutthroat. Someone's going to go home from this game as De Gea will get his hands to that. Looked like half a chance that turned into a realistic one in the end for Dax. Not now. That sloppy passing couldn't be forgiven. So he gets it back again. Ronaldo. Space up top side for Nangolan. Now Alves. Ronaldo. Where's the space? That's the problem you're going to have when there's a 5-man back line waiting for you. Oh, Ramos. You lost sight of the ball there. Almost went out in the process as well. But he's kept control, and it looks like we're going to be seeing some changes. Marlot's changes here. He's changing formation again.
Yeah, where's he going to go with this one? All we can see at the moment is Marlot adjusting players, so he's still sticking with 5 at the back. He just switched a couple of wings around.
Guys, some good news for you once again. Our SPCs continue. The milestone this time is that we are moving into that 2nd round of the upper bracket, so make sure you get yourselves logged in and check that out, or on the companion app as well. And we'll be bringing more of these to you throughout the course of today and tomorrow as we move further through these playoffs and closer to finding out who will be the champion.
So gone with the 1 striker up front, switch the wingers. Pogba lays it through to Suarez. Pogba in the middle.
Where are your options now, though? That's the issue.
Yeah, Ronaldo's finally joining the play, but obviously he was playing out wide. That's actually fell for Pogba. Ronaldo's in a perfect spot. Oh, it's not going to quite get there in the end. I think that was a pass back. I don't know. I thought it may have been, but shot away in the end. Nangolan. Easy, 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 FIFA community, easy. Back down, back down. Nangolan will play it through to Hullet. Now Marcelo. Into Ronaldo. Walker finds a ball through. Pogba's won it back. Ronaldo's in a great spot. Oh, he just wanted a little back heel because he was about setting up for it and just got muscled straight off it.
Oh, space possibly for Messi, though. No, will get taken away from him. Now, bit of pace is what Dax really needs here. You see the 5, 6, maybe 7 men already behind the ball. Suarez will try and feed it through. Well, this back line is going to be tough to penetrate. And that clock is ticking ever in the favour for Marlot. Pogba now, down to Messi. Marcelo gets in the way. And will keep possession here for Dax. Suarez and Vieira coming forward. They've pulled Vieira out of that back line, which might just work out for them, or also might not. And in the end, Marlot, trying that through ball, there was an offside called, I guess, there. Yep, was indeed. And 15 minutes in game left to go.
Martial coming on for Pogba. May actually be the first appearance we've had from Martial. I don't remember seeing him so far here in Berlin. Obviously, we saw him a lot in regionals, but couple of changes, okay. Once again, changes. Marlott just taking his time. I think it's actually Dax that's making the changes, isn't it, at the moment? We can't see that screen, but instead Marlott's going to check out the ratings.
Yeah, just
which gives us a nice little view.
Let's figure out.
You can see where Martial's come on. Obviously, he just got on that right wing. You think? No, he came out for Neymar, didn't he? Not Ronaldo.
Where is Ronaldo? Oh, that one almost falling to Pele. And you can see Marlott, even in that kind of position, in the box, will take his time. Let that ball run out. That could be dangerous for him, though. Walker out of position. Ramos charging forward now into Ronaldo. Back heel. Nainggolan. No, it doesn't go in.
Corner.
Knocked out for the corner. And it's taken short. Nainggolan again. Suarez, edge of the box for Messi. Couldn't get it through, though. And that's going to be cleared again for Marlott. 82 minutes now gone.
Well, we've seen Nainggolan score quite a few goals, but Suarez gets the ball in the box. And Dax, I tell you what. Was that given? I think it was offside. I was going to say, it's cut away, but I'm pretty sure that was offside. And I was waiting for the response from the linesman. I ended up having to look at the other screen. But yeah, you saw the response from Dax instead. And well, offside goal. I think it's only the second one. I remember, obviously, hearing Spencer talking about one early on. Kante will clear. Suarez. Ronaldo breaking away down the wing. Bags of space to run with it. He knocks it on. He's looking to try and cut it back. Just try and bring it down the side. Run the clock down. Tried to win a corner. Wasn't going to get it. And it stays 1-0.
Yeah, he was definitely trying to get the knock off the defender, get that corner there. Otherwise, you'd just run to the corner flag in that scenario. Now we've got Suarez coming forward. Ramos, though, will keep him out of it. 1 minute left plus injury time for Dax to come back into it. It's a ball over the top, which Martial will collect and does a circle around Marcelo as well. Now Walker. All it needs to do is keep possession. 3 minutes will be added onto it. And surely Marlott has done enough here to hold on. Hullet now in the middle of the park. And you can see he's just running towards the space. Run into the space, make it as difficult as possible for Dax to get back on top of you. It's Martial going towards the corner flag, and as soon as this hits the halfway line, it's gonna be blown. And there it is. It's Marlott that goes through, and Dax is going home.
Well, Dax looked so good in the group stage, but as soon as he met some real European opposition, it was a tough old task. And Marlott, he did great in the group stage, to be fair to him. Marlott obviously lost out in that opening upper bracket game, though, but still looking strong. Decided to close it out at halftime. Went for those 5 at the back. Wrong or right decision, it worked out for him. So I guess you could say it was the right decision, but it certainly was a cagey affair, inviting the pressure from Dax. We saw the offside goal go in, but in the end, it just couldn't quite finish it off. Here's the goal. Messi, of course, laying it off for Ronaldo, and it just bobbled past De Gea. I think it caught Ramos's leg. Is that what it was that made it bobble?
I think it was off the underside of De Gea's chest, even.
Is that where it came from?
It was definitely close to holding on to it. Of course, 55 minutes in here, there was that ball through, which I think it was Pele on the end of it. De Gea was tested.
Look at
there it is. There's the offside. Suarez caught a few yards off, and that's all you need. It started the celebration, but offside, and well, that's the end of the road for Dax, and Marlott will continue through in the low bracket.
Yeah, indeed. So Dax goes. Will we see Rafifa go through? Who knows? Let's get a word from Spencer.
That's right, guys. We've seen one of PSG's players be eliminated here, but what will the other PSG player do? Rafifa was going up against Rizaya of who? Monaco. It is a Ligue 1 clash. These guys were competing for the Ligue 1 title all season long, and now they're competing for a FIFA Championship title. So, Rafifa versus Rizaya. You can see Rizaya here in the Monaco kit, goes through with Ronaldo. Big chance denied by De Gea. That was the first highlight there in the 7th minute. Moving on here to the 22nd minute, you can see Rizaya on the ball again here with Pogba dominating the play in the opening exchanges. Puts the ball over to Ronaldo, who finds Suarez. Can he create an opportunity? Messi on the left-hand side of the box. Looks for Ronaldo. Great first touch. Saved by De Gea in the end, though. And it's going to be thrown straight out. And we're going to keep playing this one through, because watch what happens. Kante on the ball for Rafifa. What an over-the-top ball that was for Messi. He's going to have it on his right-hand side here, which is not his favoured side, but he does get a foul. From this foul, Kante puts the ball in, and wait for it.
Keeper comes out, doesn't get hold of the ball, and it is eventually put in by Messi himself, giving Rafifa the lead, giving PSG the nod over their big rivals, Monaco, there. So Rafifa took the lead, and moving on into the second half, we'll see if Razaya could get back in the game or if it was going to be PSG's day. So Ronaldo on the ball here, finds Suarez, tries to turn to get the chance away, but Marcelo is able to clear it. Only as far as Ronaldo again, though, keeps the ball on the edge of the box. Pele, again, a poor pass, but it does give a huge chance for Ronaldo. Guess what? He was offside. He was offside, so it didn't count. And Rafifa now in the 56th minute going through with a nice little bit of play. Ronaldo finding Messi in the box. Back to Hullet. Big save from Manuel Neuer, keeping Razaya in the game. He just needed this one goal here as we entered the last 10 minutes of the game. It was Rafifa who was keeping the ball. Suarez finding Messi. Can he create a goal-scoring opportunity? You thought he'd put that in the top corner there, to be honest, but Neuer makes the save. But as we approached injury time, it looked like there was going to only be one winner, and that would be Rafifa of PSG, keeping the ball very well here. Pele, Pogba, Suarez. Is he going to get a goal in the last minute? No, it is saved by Neuer. But guess what, guys? That is how this game finished. It didn't matter. Even though Razaya had the ball in the corner, he couldn't get it up in time. So he is eliminated, and one of the PSG players does remain. And guess what? Another non-European player, Rafifa, and the other non-European player left is also a Brazilian in Lucas on the PlayStation side. So 2 Brazilians. Everyone else left in the tournament right now is European. Anyway, I'm going to go to Jimmy now for an interview, but I'll keep you updated as the day progresses. What are you saying, Jimmy?
Thanks, Spencer. So I'm here with Marlet. Did well to beat Dax, but let's recap. You had a great group stage, then you lost to Gorilla in the first game in the upper bracket, and then you beat Dax. Tell us about that group game, or excuse me, the upper bracket game with Gorilla, because I thought it was a pretty good game.
Okay, so I went up 1-0. Then afterwards I conceded, stupid defending from myself. The second game was very lucky for him, unfortunately, so I had to push up a little bit more. Conceded, in my opinion, was unlucky, was kind of upset. I spent some minutes outside to calm down. Then the game against Dex, it was very hard. I got a bit lucky maybe, but I'm just happy to get that far and that finally one of my games was shown.
Now, I love the psychological part of the game. You said you went outside. What do you say to yourself in those moments when you're trying to cool down?
I was very angry because how I lost, and to be honest, the heat here is horrible, unfortunately. So I just went outside, complained a bit, came down, won the game. So who's my next opponent?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to play the loser of Rocky and Tass. How you feeling about that?
Okay. Next good opponent, it's perfect. Let's hope for Tass. Yeah, sure.
All right, you heard it here first. Marlet wants to take on Tass. We'll see if that ends up happening. Now let's throw it over to Chew Boy. He's got some info. Chew?
Wow, he went after Tass, eh? I mean, geez. But anyway, going on to more team of the season, we have another squad for you that, I don't know how much the squad is going to cost. Probably going to cost my soul, I think. But what an OP team that you can fit Premier League team of the season players in. Of course, I talked about Dav Luiz and Marcos Alonso over there, but Azpilicueta is another amazing card. Look at that, 86 pace, 91 physicality. Over on the right, Antonio Valencia, he might be a better option than Kyle Walker. Kyle Walker has the pace, but Valencia has the strength. So, hey, if you guys play with either one of them, let me know who is better. Use the hashtag FUTChampions and tweet at me, at ChewBoy. Also, we got Ander Herrera, another Man United team of the season player. Now I put Hullet in the midfield again, to add a legend in there. And the front three, I mean, you might not be able to get anything better than this. 96 Neymar, of course the 97 just came out in case you got that. The 98 man of the match, man of the match, Ronaldo, and Red Bale up top. So again, team of the season's out. I think the Premier League team of the season is the best team of the season of all time. Looking forward to packing those blues. Don't forget, tweet me at ChewBoy with your team of the season pack, and you might be featured up on the screen. Now, let me send it back to Joe and D-Man.
Thank you very much, Chew, and hopefully your pack look rubs off on me. Or actually, maybe not. I've watched too many of your videos. You can keep it.
He doesn't have much pack look.
He doesn't have a pack look, that's for sure. We'll take someone else's by the end of it. Jimmy's pretty good at it.
Tass has got pretty good pack look, I believe. So we'll go with that. We'll go with that. Not with Dave's. Dave's got a horrible pack look. But let's move on. Let's move on with the tournament. We're moving on to the PlayStation once again, and we're moving on to the upper bracket now. Minika versus Timo. You can see up there. Shells are going to be playing Lucas in the other side. Interesting to see that Lucas and Rafifa still in this. Both obviously the Brazilians that came through in Miami. Down in the lower bracket, that's going to be coming up in a moment. Of course, Stranger waiting for the loser of one of these games, and Sihan also waiting for the loser. So, and actually, we just saw, obviously, moving on to the Xbox, a shout out from Marlet wanting to face off against TAS. Well, that's obviously going to be a flip side on the Xbox. Of course, it will be the matchup in the winner bracket. Of course, you can see Quinton, he's going to be playing against a Gorilla. That's in the upper bracket over there. That will be coming up in a few moments after the PlayStation concludes. And TAS versus Rocky, the divisional finals in Paris. A rematch there, and of course the loser, as we just said, will be facing off against Marlet, while the loser of Quinton and Gorilla will be playing Rafifa. So tough games over on the Xbox for sure.
Yeah, pretty much as expected, right?
Something we should point out actually at this stage, winner of these two upper bracket games will qualify for FIFA Interactive World Cup in London.
Absolutely. Top 4 of each console, so that is these next 2 rounds that we have coming up. And, of course, one of these guys will be included in that. Minika versus Timo. 2 wins, 2 draws. Not a loss so far for Minika. On the other side, Timo managed to win in cell 3, only lost that one single game. And, you know, this is a big battle of football club versus pure esports club in the form of Millennium, of course, been around for millennia. I think we can safely say it's been around for so long. Huge name in French esports, and we'll see if Minika can, you know, carry the candle for them.
Yeah, hasn't lost a game so far here today. Obviously, 2 wins, 2 draws for him. Whereas Timo did lose a singular game, obviously, in the group stage, but 3 wins for him. And he's actually, those 3 wins, he's come back from behind and won every time. So obviously we saw that in the upper bracket round 1. 1-0 down, comes back, wins 2-1 in extra time. So keep your eye on that. Maybe Minika will take the lead and maybe Timo will sneak his way back.
Yeah, the comeback kid he's definitely been so far of today. But obviously, as you said, those places for FIFA Interactive World Cup under up for grabs, but a place in that upper bracket final, which guarantees you also some pretty.
We're starting to talk the serious cash now as well. Obviously, as we approach, you know, divisional final time, we're starting to sort the men from the boys, as it were. Obviously, every player that turned up at this tournament got 1,500, but if they got out the group stage, they got 5,000, and it starts to step up from here. This is the biggest prize money tournament that FIFA has seen, $400,000 throughout the 2 days here in Berlin. It is monstrous, and obviously that's why we're seeing the best, the best, the creme de la creme turn up here, and that's why we're seeing, I wouldn't say upsets, but some surprising results from somewhat lesser-known players taking down some of the old pros.
Yeah, and that was always going to be the interesting story coming in today, right? You know, which of these battle-scarred old professional players would, you know, hold on
Grizzled
to...
old veterans?
Something like that. Would they, how far will they go, you know? Will it be the youngsters stepping up and pushing their way through the tournament, causing upsets? And honestly, we've got a great mix of both, I think it's safe to say.
Joe, for me, they're all youngsters.
Well, that's not difficult,
apart from Giuseppe,
I'm afraid
baby.
to tell you.
Sorry, Costello. It's all right. He's having a cold one backstage, so he's fine. So let's see. Of course, it is going to be Minika playing in the red, and of course, Timo playing in the Wolfsburg light green. Offside given early on. So 5 minutes into this game, and the big hair of David Luiz will kick things off from the free kick. Courtois being used at the back. Someone we saw a lot of in Madrid, but haven't seen a lot of today. It's been mainly Neuer and De Gea.
Yeah, absolutely has. And yeah, I think Courtois being the only real exception to that one. That was quick movement in there. Courtois coming out early. As we said earlier on, the red stripped off Minika. FC Metz home shirt, I believe that is as well. With Neymar down on this bottom side. Will be tackled by Vidal. Will accept his punishment. Always good to see from Vidal.
Yeah, well, for me, Minika was the one to watch in Madrid. Didn't go on to win it, but certainly is very good. But he's got himself a real chance, a drag back, a pull back shirt there, but nothing given. Ronaldo with another chance, blocked out by Marcelo. And Timo will breathe a bit of a sigh of relief there as you put your money on Manika scoring that. And a little shake of the head, a rueful shake of the head from Manika there. He knows he just missed a big, big chance.
What can he do, though? Still got possession. Of course, as I say that, the ball will have too much on it and goes out then for the goal kick. So fresh start now for Timo. Switching flanks. And Ramos will play Marcelo through a woeful pass, though. Going to give it off towards Suarez. Ronaldo has 3 men around him. Passes off to Modric. Here's Neymar. Where's he going from? He actually went for the shot. Boateng had already got down in front of it. It's a corner that's taken short into the feet of Luka Modric. And, well, funnily enough, dispossessed by the opposite Luka Modric. And in the end, it bobbles around. And that is going to be a throw-in for the Frenchman.
Well, where's he going to go? Manika putting the pressure on at the moment. Timo, as we said, has come from behind. The German knows how to score goals. And sadly, how to concede them, I guess you could say, if he's come from behind. But nonetheless, he can come back and
his
score them.
proportions have been good, though. That's all that happens, really, in the end.
That's exactly it, and that's what counts. That's what counts. But Manika, so far, not lost the game. Of course, we are in the upper bracket, and this is going to be technically the semi-finals. You go through to that upper bracket final, as we say, a qualification place for Fewick in London, and well, a whole heap of cash, and then you just find yourself 1 game away from the divisional finals, just 2 games away from the grand finals. It's certainly an uphill struggle. It's not easy. I was about to say it's easy, but it's certainly not easy because you're
honestly,
it's the best of the world.
Could probably do it if you asked me to, but no, absolutely not.
They wanted you to talk instead.
Yeah, exactly. They are basically qualified at this point. But Suarez here in towards Messi. Needs to turn. Actually laid it off though, and Vidal is just tried to walk it in there, and there's an offside, I think. Anyway, there is an offside. Where did it come from? It was that one into Messi. And he's a country mile offside as well. Not even close, that one, I'm afraid. Probably 1 touch too many there in the end.
Yeah, I think it was one of those times where you think you're trying to go for that little nudge tackle and you end up, oh, I've got the ball, I've passed it. I wanted to shoot. Anyway, these guys far ahead of that. Manika with Neymar. Lays it into the middle. Suarez finds Ronaldo. Just a drop of the shoulder, maybe, is all he requires. Messi gets a little moment. Turn, brilliant turn. Loses 2 defenders. One back by Ronaldo. And now Messi to try and play it through. Still can't get it in there. Marcelo tries to drive it. It's like a battle of opposite numbers so far. Boateng in the end will just play it back to Neuer, who somewhat interestingly, cheekily plays it out to Marcelo down the wing.
Now space, though, for Timo to have a bit of a run on this top side. Messi trying to get by someone there. I think it was Sergio Ramos, twice the size of him, basically. Suarez here tries the back heel. David Luiz having none of it, though. More clear straight out. Marcelo. Pass will be intercepted by Messi, who will cleanly give it back to his Marcelo as well. We'll do a big ball cross pitch as well. It was nicely done right into the feet of Ronaldo. He has DeMarcos to beat, and he won't be able to pull that one off. It goes into the box, and it's going to be cleared out again. 10 starts of this one. It's 0-0 between Manika and Timo as it's 5, maybe 7 minutes away from that half-time whistle.
Yeah, still a cagey affair. Manika probably had the best chances so far, but we do see Timo starting to work something here. Ronaldo looking for that cross ball into the box. It almost got through. It has got through. Vidal wins it back to Messi. Ronaldo lays it off for a long-range shot from Casemiro on the edge of the box. And a parry in the end from Courtois puts it out for a corner. Swung in, maybe for a close header. Not going to work this time, though. And Manika will clear.
And it's a good through ball. Neymar's got space here on this top side. However, that come across. You see Manika using all that space to his advantage, giving it now inside to Ronaldo. Will turn once, twice, third time, not the charm. They've kept possession though. Now it's Modric to the left, but scooped over, and Modric not happy about that one. With the time added on, it's looking almost certain to go in. Tied up at 0-0 into the half-time.
Yeah, just hold that shoot button down way too long in the end. Frustration for both players. As we go into half-time, 0-0. Certainly hot conditions here in Berlin. It's been blazing sunshine throughout all of Germany. Obviously, yourself and I came over from Köln just last week. A hot May. You never know how it's going to be, really. Whether it's going to be hot, whether it's going to be cold. We never know. So one week to the next.
Yeah, we sent Demon out on, you know, day -1. Bit of tourist stuff, and plaster the factor 50 on him. It can also happen if there's not much sunshine, by the way.
It was almost kids' suntan lotion as well. It was that strong of stuff. It was
the irony is not lost on me on that one.
Hey, I could have been big red-faced. Luckily, I'm not. So, a nice little tourist trip around Berlin. And obviously, a lot of the players have been doing that themselves, visiting many other historic marks here. But as it is, it's history that they're trying to make. Manika and Timo looking to set their sights on the upper bracket finals. One of these players will be going through, one of them will be down into the lower bracket, and it's a tough old slog down there. Pogba for Casemiro, change for Timo. A little harsh maybe, based on that, that shot he just missed at the end of the first one.
Probably right, though. This, you know, Casemiro's, I think, an interesting pick, a pick which these guys will certainly discuss for a while with each other about. Some people certainly have stayed true to him. Switching him off at the half-time, I think, is a fair assessment from that first half.
Soon to be a La Liga champion, if it goes his way. Messi, ball across the box, Courtois somewhat athletically punches it, but certainly not clear just yet. Another corner coming in from Timo from Wolfsburg. Modric and Messi tackling each other. What is going on the same team? Messi does manage to shrug it back and actually gets a great cross in, and I think it was Ronaldo, no, Suarez flinging himself at it. Ramos just about keeps it in and wins the throw-in off Marcelo.
There's his option, though. Not really got many. Finally will get that thrown into Messi. Ramos is going to back off into position again. Here's Messi into Modric. Tries the one-touch past Lewis, who gets the body block in the way. Now it's set free for Modric, who will find space in the middle. Suarez going to dink it over the top for Ronaldo. Can he get a shot off? No. Ramos has come back. Got himself across Ronaldo. Timo has the ball safe. Almost 60 minutes into this one. Still no one able to break the deadlock.
Yeah, still struggling, and really both players have had their chances, just not been able to take them. Switch of play right across to Marcelo, trying to stretch the opposition maybe a little bit here. Suarez back. Timo's team very deep at the moment as he tries to bring this ball across, trying to bring Manika out of his half a little. It's not really worked out for him. Vidal wins that ball back though off Modric. Pogba, strong header to Messi, but another stray pass finds its way to Manika as Pogba puts it through to Neymar. Through ball, never going to reach Ronaldo. And Neuer will hold. Timo, just a puff of the cheeks there. A player that has been through extra time already in the upper bracket round 1. Can he do it again as we close in on full time? And really no sign of goals as it stands.
No, not really. It's hard to see where they're going to come from. May just take a stroke of magic to break this 0-0. Let's see if Timo can manage that one now. Marcelo wants it back to Modric. Not many options for him. You can see that Manika's pressing fairly heavily. Now Marcelo going to go on through. And he's tackled by his opposite number. This is a corner here then 14. Modric got to run the line. He's got past one, pulls it across. Marcelo's there though. That's an offside. Yeah, Modric a little bit unlucky, just coming back into play. And offside, but a chance definitely there for Timo. May have himself another one. The pass again into the feet of David Luiz, whose positioning has been great so far this game.
Yeah, although that clearance wasn't so great. So
True.
a little choppy on the passing, but he's a defender. We'll let him off. It happens now and again as Marcelo plays into the back of Messi's legs. Not sure it's the 1-2 he was looking for, but Pogba now slips it through to Ronaldo. A little back heel back into Suarez. Neymar was on the wing, but wasn't used. Pogba intercepts. This time Neymar surely will be used as a player down. It looks like Luis Suarez on the deck at the moment. Messi ahead of Marcelo. Will use him. Plays it back to Modric. Suarez finally steps up, and offside given for Messi.
Yeah, that was unfortunate in all honesty. The fact that Suarez stays on the floor means he's completely out of your plan. You can't do a lot with him. You can't do anything with him in that scenario. Made it a little bit difficult to play around that defense there for Manika. 78 minutes gone. Still no sign of a goal, showing how close these two players are matched. There's Ronaldo. Modric is going to send Messi running. Flag stays down. Marcelo will come in and end up knocking it out for the throw. And it looks like we're going to see some changes here just before those 90 minutes are up. Aha, it's Mane.
Well, now's the time to bring some pace on, perhaps. I don't think we're going to see Wright, Vini, Magui or Angel coming on. So I'm pretty sure it is going to be Mane.
He didn't change anyone.
Didn't actually bring it on.
He hovered over Mane.
Thought about it.
Went, selected Dybala, didn't switch him out in the end, though. And we'll keep things as they are. I mean, that's the question. Do you bring him on now? Do you put him in extra time maybe if you even get there?
Yeah, maybe he's thinking extra time may well be beyond him here. Neither player really found themselves a clear goal-scoring opportunity. Manika from Millennium. And, of course, Timo from Wolfsburg. Marcelo in to Ronaldo. Chance for a cross blocked out by Marcelo. So we did see Messi come off and Neymar for Timo, I believe, there. Messi will try and thread this one forward. Ronaldo looking to make himself some space in the middle. Modric through ball. Oh, the chance was just there, but it slipped by, but he's found it to Suarez. Suarez to try and cut back, turns it nicely. It's fell for Ronaldo. Oh, Manika nicks it.
Well, you have to think after this. Yeah, he's questioning what's happened there to him, really. And honestly, it was a slide down from Suarez, and he had his left foot in there as well, which is what he's used to somehow shoehorn the ball back away for that tap in there for Ronaldo. And after 80 minutes of no real huge chances, 85 minutes really of a very even game, it's Manika that nicks it with 5 minutes plus stoppage time to go. Well, just with that, with the way this game's gone, you feel that that is the winner here.
You've got to, haven't you? It's been really a game of slim pickings. And Manika just at the end, I wondered whether someone was going to steal it, and you saw him obviously dabbling. Does he bring Dybala on? Does he bring Mane on? Should he stick with it? He chose to stick with it. The gamble looks like it may well have just paid off. You can see very close in the possession between these two teams. Messi lays it off now. Manika keeping the possession in the red. And of course, this is for a place in the winner bracket or upper bracket finals, whichever you prefer. And of course, a place at the FIFA Interactive World Cup in London later on in August. 93 minutes is all we're going to have here. Timo needs to get forward. He needs to get the ball in. Suarez can go down the right wing, but it's been dispossessed again. Modric just boots it forward for a goal kick. There's the final whistle. It's 1-0 to Manika.
Close game there. Tense one as well. Manika nicking it with just 5 minutes left to go in the game, and almost typical of a match like that. Coming down to that one chance, which honestly, I think Manika will be quite happy to say he's got lucky with there as well. The way that Suarez went to ground and he somehow scooped it out with the other foot while he's laid down, basically, in order for Ronaldo to tap that one in. They all count. We've said it many a time.
The French contingent altogether, you notice. There was Rocky in there, Monica, obviously Rocky's management, the AS Monaco, Monaco Esports, I should say, Association. So everybody getting together in the French community or sticking together. So it's great to see. Obviously, we saw the same thing with the Italians getting behind Principe before. But here is the highlights, of course. It was slim pickings, as I mentioned. A very tight first half. Second half was no different. And it was just this one in the 85th in the end. A little... And you can see that's why he was so annoyed. It was in Vidal's feet. Look, Vidal's feet, and it just bobbled. Suarez, he just got a nick on it. A little pass away, and well, just tapped it in past the keeper. So frustrating for Timo, but it puts him down into the lower bracket. He's not done just yet.
Yeah, one man's loss is another man's gain, so they say. And of course, that is Monica moving through into the next round. Of course, we did have other games going on at the same time, however. So let's check in with Spencer. Spencer, how are they looking?
They're looking great, guys. So we know that Manika's got that spot in London. The question is, who else was getting a spot from the other game, which is between Shells of the UK, of course, and Lucas of Brazil. So UK versus Brazil. Who's going to come out on top in this game? Let's take a look at the highlights, find out how this game went down. So upper bracket, round 2, of course, between Shells and Lucas. Shells kind of come out of nowhere, really. Relative obscurity. He's not signed to any team, but he's repeatedly putting these performances together now. First chance here did fall to him. Ronaldo with the shot, saved there by the keeper. And we're seeing Shells dominate possession here. Nangolan into Gareth Bale. Neymar, back to Ronaldo, back to Neymar. Pogba. He's going to look for a pass, driven pass into Ronaldo. Gets a little bit lucky, falls to Suarez. Neymar, Ronaldo, there's their goal. Shells took the lead in this game. The young lad from the UK keeps doing it. Unbelievable scenes, really, if you think about, you know, this guy. He's the third Brit that's in this tournament. We have to say the Brits are doing really well today. All three of them through to the upper bracket round 2s across the 2 consoles. Shells is the one that the least noise has been made about, but he is absolutely taking names. Nangolan passed it into Suarez here. Surely we're not going to see a second goal for Shells against Lucas Rep. Oh, wow, that's a lovely taking finish from Ronaldo. So 2-0 just after half an hour played. What a performance from this young man. Shells is absolutely on fire. Could Lucas get back in the game, though? As we see, approaching half-time in the first half, Pogba on the ball for the Brazilian. What can he do? Great strength from Pogba. That's why people like playing with him. So strong on the ball. He passes it off to Ronaldo. Ronaldo plays it back inside. Look at that turn from Modric. It's all in the hips. Unfortunately, the ball's not in the net. It didn't go back in there. So, still 2-0 as we go into the second half. Just 8 minutes left. Lucas Rep running out of time here. Suarez on the ball for Shells. Look at this finish. But wait, it's offside. Fantastic finish from Ronaldo, though. That was a chance for Shells to go 3-0 up. Instead, Lucas gets a chance to get one back here in the dying embers of the game. Kante with the shot. Saved by De Gea. And guys, that is how it finished. Shells books his place in London. It's going to be a short trip for him because he's from the UK anyway, but what a performance from this lad. So we know he'll be playing Manica in the upper bracket final on the PlayStation side. Going to go to Jimmy now, though, for a quick interview.
Thanks, Spencer. So I am here with the man, the myth, and potential British legend, Shells. My man, you got past Lucas, who was very good in the group stages, hadn't lost a game up to this point. How'd you do it?
You know, he was very good at passing, so I had to stay calm and not pull any defenders out and let him have an easy gap on goal. So I just tried to stay composed and just do what I do best.
All right, and you did do that, 2-0. You also got the shutout. What are you doing defensively that maybe you hadn't done in the past?
I think just not pressure as much because he liked to play around, bring his whole team up forward. So I just tried to stay back and just let him come to me, but not too close.
All right, so you haven't lost a game, but you did draw once. It was against Manica in the group stages. You're playing him now in the upper bracket final. What do you do this time around to actually beat him?
I'm going to keep most of it a secret, but I'm going to change formation and see what goes on there.
That's it? That's the only secrets you're going to give us? Are you feeling nervous at all? Psychologically, you have a whole night now to think about this game.
My main goal was to finish top 4, so I qualified for London. Now that I've done that, I mean, anything else is just better.
All right. Well, good luck the rest of the way. And for you guys at home, we're going to do a recap of the European region Season 1 and Season 2, brought to you by BenQ.
Emotions were high for the Paris round of the EA Sports FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series Season 1.
We need a champion in Paris.
major upset shook the tournament.
We've also seen some guys that we would have predicted to do well go out. Boris Legends is out of the tournament. That's a goal for Rocky, and that could be Gorilla going out of the tournament.
Tas and Xian dominated the competition.
We should mention, actually, both Sihan and Tas, neither of them have lost a game yet.
And it will be Tas.
Oh, that's a goal! So that's it. Sihan wins.
8 players earn the right to compete in Berlin.
We have gotten it down to the best 2 players.
Both these finalists have won every single game they've played, so this is really the best final we could have hoped for.
Looking for that through ball into the box. It's going to Jordan. Yes! Tas getting himself in the lead.
Early chance to still go in. Oh, wow. Tas is on fire.
That may well be it. The clock running down, just 1 minute remaining. It will be Tas that will take it here. And that is going to be all he wrote.
Let's have a round of applause for our champion. Very well played indeed.
The Season 2 Europe Regional Final was contested in Madrid, Spain. After they failed to qualify in Paris, highly rated PSG, Agi and #Borrows were grouped together. And once again, neither would make it out of the group stage.
It's all over. They are both going out of the tournament.
After being eliminated in group stage in Paris, Gorilla took the hard way to the top, playing more matches than anyone else in the tournament to make it to the final.
He will go in the flag stick, but Suarez is going to score. Gorilla, dominant performance this time around, and Ronaldo will not miss those chances. Gorilla with the chance to take it to game number 2. We've never been into this position throughout all of the FUT champions. He scores! In the box, looking to get the pass in. Messi's there. Messi tops it in. Gorilla will take the divisional final.
8 players earn the right to compete in Berlin.
We're about to get our final underway and find out who will be the champion here. On the edge of the box, going to go to Ronaldo, puts it into Suarez! Massive goal here. Will fall for Suarez. Oh, top corner! Gorilla brings it back.
Finding wriggle himself a little bit of space. Suarez back heel. Pogba will score! And we have a game! That one goal has set him up. Kante to Suarez! Game over, ladies and gentlemen! What a performance from the Italian.
Give it up for Principe!
Well, those were our regional finals for Europe. Number 1 in Paris, number 2 in Madrid. And we're going to keep that theme rolling because we've got another all-star European clash coming up next.
Yeah, it is the divisional finals for the Xbox in Paris, which was, of course, #Tas up against Vitality Rocky. And it's interesting actually looking at both the qualifiers for Madrid and Paris throughout that and actually seeing just how far the guys from Paris have got compared to the guys from Madrid. The Paris are definitely seem to be looking to come further, looking at Shells in there, obviously. Sian was doing okay, but obviously we've got Tas and Rocky in there. The guys from Paris, we've talked about it so often times, saying Paris was probably the hardest qualifier throughout all of these seasons, and it may well be proving that way. We didn't know what sort of form, though, the guys would turn up from, because that was 3 months ago, Joe.
Yeah, that was I mean, in FIFA terms, an insanely long time ago. The fact is, though, once you've qualified, you've got kind of your eye on the target, right? You know exactly. I've qualified for Berlin. I know when Berlin is. I can structure my training around it. If I want to do 3 months of the training solidly, I can do that. If I want to do it in 1 month and keep it really, really dialed in, then I can do that as well. And I think that's a great advantage to qualifying as early as you possibly can.
It gave you a lot of time also to obviously look at your opponent. Yeah, to watch your opponents, to see how they've done throughout all of the other regionals. And of course, one of the guys that may well have done that is Vitality Rocky.
Alors pour mon style de jeu, c'est basé beaucoup sur la possession du ballon. Voilà, j'essaie de garder le ballon le mieux possible avec beaucoup de passes courtes. Et après, j'essaie de m'adapter aussi sur certains matchs où c'est plus compliqué. Et j'essaie de varier aussi pour surprendre l'adversaire. Mais la base de mon jeu, c'est vraiment la possession du ballon.
And that is something we talked about obviously before. And we heard from Tas earlier saying it was a bit of a bloodbath, this matchup. The possession that Rocky likes can be a problem for Tas. And you know, Tas is one of those guys that will defend very well, but to defend, you've got to have a bit of possession yourself. and B, being able to stop those short passes. And that's what Rocky does. It's all about the short passes. It's easy to defend the big, long through balls. You can kind of catch them out. But if someone can hold the ball for a long time and work those short passes, walk the angles, exactly like Rocky can, it could cause a problem for TAS. And that's why TAS is a little fearful of this game. Of course, Marlet awaits the loser of this one as well, so he's going to be keeping a close eye.
Yeah, the interesting thing for me here is that obviously these guys have played a couple of times in Paris, and Rocky's not scared about telling people, telling the world how he plays and how he's going to play and how he's not going to change that play style. So, you know, maybe that time between Paris and now and the experience that TAS has got is something that he can use to more effectively counter Rocky. Of course, TAS won those games anyway. So the interesting thing for me now is how does it work on the other side for Rocky? What does he bring now to the table to turn this around, to turn his fortunes around and beat what is essentially the favorite for the tournament?
Oh, I don't know if Rocky's a little chilly or something. What's going on? I mean, he's got
doubt it.
He's got his hoodie on. He's maybe feeling a chill, whereas TAS is looking very relaxed, isn't he? The standard sort of style we expect from TAS. A little cheeky grin there as well. Knows he's ready and waiting to go. Still, as far as I'm aware, the only player to not lose a single match in the regionals and, of course, here in the grand finals in Berlin. He's got his little cheerleader behind him. Come on, Harry, give him a cheer. Hashtag it, of course. His teammates also cheering him on. You know, Rocky, we just saw him a moment ago in the shot. Congratulations, Monika. I'm sure we're going to see the same coming back from him. The French quarter very much behind Rocky.
And looks like they're
yes, TAS, you need to play now.
Almost ready to go.
Do I need to play?
Look at that stat for me is interesting as well. Goals conceded per game, 0.38. That is
incredible, yeah.
Well, just none at this stage, really, right? And scoring 2.6 a game from 7.4 shots as well. So the fact is that he can put them away, and he's just not conceding many either.
That's just it. I mean, he has one of the best defenses, but also catches on the counter-attack so often. A couple of YouTubers there you may recognize just behind the hashtag guys. A face of concentration note for Rocky. Very much more relaxed style from TAS. TAS, the regional champion in Paris. A player that a lot of players, even in attendance here, have said they would like to emulate. You can see Gorilla also facing off against Quinton there. That is the other game going on in the upper bracket. Spencer will be bringing you that action later on. And as it is, we will keep our eyes on this matchup. TAS playing in the white and blue from left to right, and Rocky in the red playing from right to left.
So here we go. This one promises us so much and hopefully will deliver as well. Don't forget, as per our last game, this one is an FIWC qualifier game. To put one of these guys through there, but also through into the next round of the tournament, into that winner bracket final. The ball taken short here. Jordi Alba back over towards Pele. Trying to gain as much ground and looking for that hole somewhere in the defense. There it is. Suarez turns. It came off Marcelo there. That's a corner.
Still one of the few players to use Jordi Alba throughout the tournament as Rocky, but he stuck with him. He played him in Paris as well. And he stayed true to his team as far as I can tell. Ronaldo looking to lay this one back. Nice little pirouette, but in the end, the defensive error gives a corner away. They kind of collided into each other. Pele back to Alba. Little drop of the shoulder, loses Hullet as Pele tries to cross one in, and De Gea in the end having to punch it away from Suarez.
Well, TAS facing a bit of early pressure. How will he handle this one? Cool and calm is probably my guess there. I mean, he seems to handle everything.
One of the things that was noteworthy, obviously, while we've been talking about Rocky's possession stats, his possession stats did not stand when he played TAS. It was very much 50-50. He was used to having 70% possession throughout Paris, but against TAS, it didn't work out that way, and that may well be one of the problems. That just bobbled off for a corner. So TAS with his first real attack here. Messi, little dribble. Neymar will take it off for corner number 2. Goes back to Messi, Neymar again. Let's see who's going to work it. Hullet gets in a good position. Messi, chance for a cross, tries to lay it off to Hullet. Hullet can't quite shift it through to Suarez. It bobbles off for corner number 3.
Well, not going to get any possession if it carries on this way, is he? That's for sure. He might have to wait till the second half. Here we go, edge of the box. Suarez through to Pogba. Oh, that's a penalty, surely.
Well, pull back, shrug back, but in the end, Boateng got away with it. Suarez now for Rocky as he tries to break down the left. He's got nowhere to go. Has to lay it back to Jordi Alba now. Paul Pogba back to Alba down the left wing to Neymar. Suarez just ahead of him. Tries to run it through. It's a good runner, but the keeper comes off his line and De Gea will claim.
Well, I honestly thought that ref would have given that there. Seemed to take his leg.
And I don't know if you saw the penalty earlier that was given. Oh, shocker.
Might be the same ref. We'll see about that one. Ball just switching flanks here towards Walker. Ronaldo and Vieira down there as well. Tass's usual drag back style, just trying to pull men out of position. Open up that space for him. Doesn't work this time though. Rocky will take the ball from him. It's Hullet though that will run it out of play. It's a throw in again from Rocky in the red. Where does he go from here? With Pele. He might be able to send him there and will indeed do that. Can't find the space or didn't fancy challenging there to get past the man. He's offside.
Yeah, just took it off. Seems to be at the moment both players, when they get the ball out, they do very well with it. And it takes apparently about 10 in-game minutes for the other player to get it back. Once they get it back, they keep it again themselves for another 10 minutes. So it's very much a battle of back and forth. Not too sure about that one. That clearance from Tass, maybe trying to work something, work the angle. Well, he has managed to find the ball through to Messi. Now Suarez, Ronaldo showing where he wants it. It's not going to go there, though. Rio Ferdinand having none of it. Just puts Suarez down. Pele battling with Messi, loses out. Vieira back to Suarez now. Hullet back heels it to Pogba. Gets a through ball to Ronaldo. Plays a 1-2, but Vieira read it well, and Rocky wins possession back once again.
And you have to feel this how this game's going to go. It's a nice ball over the top, but again, Walker will get in front of that one. Oh, that was dangerous. Advantage will be played for it. I think it was Ronaldo that came in a little bit too late on Laurent Blanc. And there you see the passing. Typical, I think, of a short, possession-based passing game there. Both of them above 90%.
Yeah, I think if we're going to see that dragged back as well for a yellow card, it's possible. So Marcelo down the left wing. Quite a lot of space here, actually. Pele's a little out. Cuts inside nicely. Hullet plays it back to him. Drags quite a few players out of position and finds a nice pass to Messi. Good triangle work here to work the angle. Suarez to Ronaldo. Shot blocked by Jordi Alba just at the last second.
Another problem in this game, at what point do you bring it back? Ball's not going out of play at all because they're keeping hold of it, not taking any risky shots. And of course, as I say that, it goes out for the first time in what feels like about 38 minutes.
Yeah, they may actually be the other than the
no, we saw about
goal
5
kicks
corners
we've saw,
earlier.
yeah, all in the corners. Yeah, that's about it, really. 38 minutes gone. And a cagey affair between these two. Expected no less. Didn't expect it to be a high-scoring matchup. Very much all about a battle of defence. As we see Rocky trying to work his way through. Pogba can't lay it off. That's some intense staring action. close camera work. Vieira, that's a through ball for Ronaldo! Rocky scores!
And that's what you have to do in this game. These two players, as we've said, so evenly matched. Little shake of the head there from Tass. And you've got to take your chances because there's probably not many of them going to come through in this game. Oh. And it is perfectly done. Finish was spot on as well there. And it is Ronaldo who will put it away for Rocky to take the lead. Will he get some revenge here?
Yeah, so close to Ramos getting a foot on it as well for Tass. That's probably why there was a little shake of the head there. He felt his defender may well should have had it. Hadn't really moved him out of position. And this is what I was talking with earlier with Jimmy. It's like, as a defender, how do you feel when you just see one of these great through balls come through? And sometimes you just have to applaud it, even though you don't want to. Oh, Hullet hits the woodwork, and Tas showing he's not afraid to take a shot from the edge of the box instead of trying to work the perfect pass. That's an interesting switch of play. Gets across to Jordi Alba, though. And now Neymar to clear. Just a couple of minutes here on the clock until we strike half-time, and Vieira works it through. Messi intercepts, and Laurent Blanc will hold. It is 1-0 so far to Rocky, and Tas, the man on your screen, had a couple of words to say to us about Europe being on top.
Genuine perception really is that Europe does dominate, and honestly, I am one of them people that I'm going to have to advocate for that. That does not mean there is not incredible talent in the other regions. The general level is higher in Europe. However, there are, I'm not going to lie, a couple gems in the other regions, America and rest of the world, that I've been keeping an eye on and have impressed me incredibly. So the people that impressed me overall, I'd say the Royal was one, Dosseri was another. They're the two that really popped out to me as I could see them playing against not only myself, but the general European competition and doing very well. So they're the two that I'm keeping an eye out for. But in general, the overall level, I do believe Europe is higher.
Half right, half wrong.
Well,
I mean,
hard not to really argue with it, honestly. You know, obviously, like you say, half right, half wrong. Obviously, we've seen Rafifa really being one of those shining gems, as we kind of expected, but as it was, the others kind of were proven. Europe definitely is still on top. It's why they were given 4 qualifying places. I think reasons have been proven correct here. That's a good through ball, though, Ronaldo. Tas in the white still on the attack, trailing 1-0 to Rocky so far. That opener coming just before half-time. Pogba from range! Oh, my word, Neuer. That's a parry.
Yeah, tested him there. Not sure, I wasn't sure that he would actually test him quite as wildly as he did. Off that corner, he's got Ronaldo, tries to turn, will turn, Pogba again. And again, Neuer will deny him.
I wonder at what time does Tas make a change and bring George Best on. We'll see whether he sticks with him, because Pogba's just laid it up for Messi. And Neuer, well,
he's having one of those games. He's having one of those games where somehow he gets to everything. And that must be a little worrisome here for Tas. Let's see, though. He's going to have another chance here. Turn with Suarez. Neymar's got in there and had to clear. Keeper was kind of dancing on his tiptoes on his line. He didn't want it. He didn't want to come for it. He didn't want it.
A moment for Rocky there where he just powers the button down. It's just like, get this clear and don't go towards the goal. Because he knew Neuer would have knocked it against him. If it had let the goalkeeper come out, would have sort of knocked it into the defender, who could well have seen one of those horrific own goals. We saw one of those dodgy goals earlier on with, I think it was Principe, wasn't it? When we saw the goal go in. But as it is, Rocky hangs on to that 1-0 lead. 60 minutes gone. We're seeing Tas putting more pressure on. We didn't get to see whether he made any changes at half-time, so we couldn't see the screens here, so we don't know whether he's decided to go more aggressive, but it's definitely been all Tas so far in the second half.
All over the top then. Let's see what Tas can do from here. Marcelo. Hot space. Messi in the middle, and he's going to get him through. Surely offside here.
Yeah,
he is.
And it's a good job, because that was deflected and it would have been a tap-in as well. So the offside just sprung there. So close. We're seeing Tas putting more and more pressure on. What's Rocky going to do with the ball here, though? That's a great run-up for Neymar. He's just going to hold up while he gets support in the box. Lays it off to Vieira. Pogba, nice switch of play. Pele turns inside. Ronaldo tries to push his man off him. It's Ramos that's covering him off. Walker will win that back. This is really nice passing build up here. Surely Suarez, 2-0. Absolute brilliant team goal from Rocky.
Yeah, perfectly passed around there. Almost annoyed amusement somehow on the face of Tas, and I think you can really deny that that was a fantastic goal. Perfectly played around. And it was on that bottom side where defender was brought out of position. He was able then to overlap for the through ball. And then straight across goal, and Suarez doesn't miss those. Just doesn't miss those. 2-0 here for Rocky. Long way, long climb back for Tas.
I'm not sure we've seen anyone score 2 goals against Tas for a while. Certainly not today, at least. Obviously, this being the upper bracket, the winner of this will qualify for London. That's a through ball that's not quite going to wriggle its way to Messi. But more importantly, they're going to be getting really into the big money. Rocky, of course, was taken down by TAS in the divisional finals, which then led TAS, of course, to take in the regional finals against Sihan. And maybe a little bit of revenge here for Rocky would certainly be sweet. That was a solid tackle from Marcelo. I think both players touching the ball at the same time is why one of those players went flying down. Pull it, though. Through ball maybe for Suarez. It's a little too open for him. Messi's ball available. Gets to Marcelo. Looking for the cross, and it was offside again. I was just thinking that. Rocky are playing a thin offside trap here.
Yeah, he got too far away almost there for that to be perfect, I felt. And in the end, linesman calls it back. Now, 15 minutes to go. 2-0 Rocky. Looking very good for him. It's Suarez towards Vieira. Gonna slide it through. Keeper will get that though. Yeah, out to collect. Yeah, just a touch too much on it.
Yeah, just a little shirt tug really that just slowed him there. Vieira looking for the through ball. Gets it to Hullet. Ronaldo has made himself available. Pogba will pass it to him, but still got a bit of work to do here. Hullet available, looking for someone in the box that can shoot, really. Hullet gets it to Vieira. Oh, it's bobbled in. That's one back for TAS. Has he got time? It's just around about the 80-minute mark, I think.
Oh, he was off the hand of Neuer there and almost knocking it wide, but it's in. That's what counts. 79 minutes gone. Before we continue with these last 10 minutes, though, we're going to keep watching this game. But Spencer, how's the other one going?
I can tell you guys, the other game has finished. There was 5 goals in it. This was the game, of course, between Quintinex of Feyenoord and Unilad Gorilla. The result, I'm not going to tell you. You're going to have to wait and see. All I can tell you is we have got a winner. We know who's going to be one of the people in that divisional or round 3 upper bracket final. You have to wait and see who it is. Back to you guys.
Oh, Spencer, you teaser. You little teaser. An announcement of an announcement there. It wouldn't be esports without one, I guess. Here we are, though, with just 10 minutes to go. Rocky 2-1 up. A little ball through. Laurent Blanc, no nonsense. Puts Suarez down on the ground and he's injured.
He's injured, and this may now... I mean, he's on the floor.
Oh, that's his left winger. Oh, there could be an opening here.
This is exactly my point. He's on the floor. Now we see charge forward. Suarez. Got to make the most of this one.
There's holes.
Oh, and there it was. That was possibly it. That was possibly the chance for TAS. And Rocky will take his time. 86.5 gone. Certainly be a couple added on in this one. There's a nice little through ball. It will fall to Ronaldo. Where's he going? Straight towards the corner. Actually, may just be able to skip by his man. But
frustrating.
TAS will be getting frustrated from this one, no doubt. Marcelo does finally come in. Will take the ball away. It is, though, a throw-in. 89 minutes now on the clock.
You know, it's funny, I managed to speak to TAS earlier on, and he did say, you know, there's going to come a time where I lose a game in one of these matches, and I need to remember just how sporting I can be when that happens, and I think we're going to see that with Rocky here. He knew this was going to be a tough old matchup. Of course, Marlet awaits the loser of this matchup, so that's not going to be an easy task here.
It's not done.
Is it going to be TAS? Yeah, that's the question. Is it going to be TAS that's there, or will that through ball squeak its way through? 3 minutes extra time is all there was, but that's a runner. It's going to be the keeper with it all. Like, edges back in. It's all over. And Rocky takes it this time around. Revenge for Paris for Rocky as he goes through to the upper bracket finals and qualifies for London FIFA Interactive World Cup.
And the question now is, how does TAS react to this? As we said, we've not seen him lose a full game before, obviously. This might be a bit of a knock to him, but then again, it's hard to say. It might also be a kind of wake-up call. We saw him draw that first game in the group stages. See the goals coming in, of course.
How close
perfect,
to that?
yeah, perfect through ball there. There was Hullet there as well. Hit the bar. Let's not forget, if that one had have gone in, this game would have been different.
Yeah, that was instant reply as well. That could have been to tie things up. But here was Pele laying it off, and Suarez was not going to miss that, was he? Pretty much an open goal to place in. There was one back, a little glimmer of hope in the 78th, but that was all it was, and Rocky did what he needed to, and that's simply to keep hold of the ball. He does so well with the possession and just run it down the channels.
Yeah, I mean, Tass obviously not going to be happy to lose there, but on the other hand, losing against someone like Rocky, I mean, the guy has shown and did show in Paris as well that he can go all the way. In the end, he's only lost to Tass in the times that we've seen him there.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic performance by him. So 2-1 is the score. Of course, we want to know what the other score is. I want to know 5 goals between Gorilla and Razor. Where's that going to go? What do you reckon? Come on.
3-2 Gorilla.
3-2 Gorilla. I was going to say 3-2 Gorilla. I'm thinking 4-1 Gorilla. That's a little harsh, though, on Razor, because he's good.
Well, Spencer, you teased us long enough. Spill the beans.
It's time, isn't it? It's time. I know I teased you a bit, guys. I'm sorry, but I wanted to keep the audience on their feet, and that's what we're going to do now. We're going to reveal the score. Like I said, there was 5 goals. This was the game between Gorilla of Unilad and Quintin X of Feyenoord, okay? So only one could win. That person would go through and guarantee themselves a spot in London, and the other loser would drop into the lower bracket. So take a look at this. Free kick for Gorilla here. It's gone to a corner. He's going to take the corner here. He's going to come in, header, saved. Look at that diving header from Ronaldo. That is what you want your players to be doing, getting stuck in and getting you the goals. So Gorilla goes 1-0 up. Brave. Look how brave that was. Ronaldo almost got his head kicked off for his troubles there, but instead he got himself a goal in a big, big game. Luka Modric going forward here, playing into Messi. Ronaldo, cheeky pass, unnecessarily skillful. Ronaldo again inside the box. Suarez turns it, giving way too much time, and oh no. You don't want to see that. It's a Nangolan own goal. We've been seeing a lot of Nangolan goals today. We haven't seen too many Nan-own goals, we'll call them. Sorry about that. That made it 2-0 though to Gorilla. But then we're into the second half here. Fantastic work from Suarez on the right-hand side. Gorilla has a chance to go 3-0 up at this point. Surely not. Luka Modric to Ruud Gullit. Wait for it. He's going to hit one, is he? No, Messi back to Gullit. And Suarez is going to slot that off the bar. Oh my God. I can't keep up with this game. So 3-0 to Gorilla it went. Suarez with the goal on his left foot there. You probably think it's too much to come back from, especially since I've already told you there's been 5 goals. So you kind of know that Quintin X can't come back in it, but he does get himself a goal. Nangolan wants to make up for that own goal, plays it into Gullit, gets the 1-2, goes up top to Suarez. Look at that for a strike. Tell you what, if you're only going to score 1 goal, you might as well score a cracker, and that's exactly what that is from Luis Suarez. Getting one back for the Dutchman, but it wasn't enough. There was 1 more goal in this game, and it did go to Gorilla. Florenzi clearing it here, but only as far as Modric, who heads it into Messi. Messi bangs it! What a strike. Anything Quintin can do, Gorilla can do better. That's what he's saying. He made it 4-1 there, sailing his way through. Probably the best Gorilla performance we've seen today, and he saved it for a massive game. He's booked his spot in London. You know what that means, guys? 2 of the 3 people we know have got their spot in London, they're from the UK. And Chu's here now, he's joined me like magic.
Yeah, I just appeared out of nowhere.
Talk to me about the UK guys. The 2 of them are going to London. Tass, we just seen drop down to the lower bracket. He could still get in there as well. Decent from the Brits.
Very decent, and I think you need to keep an eye on Shells. I think he's going to go all the way, possibly. A lot of people are sleeping on him, so they don't know what kind of tactics he's bringing to the game, and he's kind of surprised attacking everybody right now.
Yeah, he's looked unbelievable. We've obviously still got some more games to bring you today, but we're going to go over to Jimmy now, who's going to tell you some more information.
Thank you, Spencer and Chu. I am with a man that just got his revenge, Rocky, who beat Tass after losing to him twice in Paris. How are you feeling right now?
J'avais à cœur de prendre ma revanche. Perdre 2 fois contre la même personne, c'est compliqué. Donc voilà, je voulais vraiment me rattraper sur ce tournoi et je suis content.
Yeah. He said to me before tournament, he really wants to play Tass to get revenge, and it's done, so he's really happy.
Okay, well, you might get to play against Tass again if he works his way through the lower bracket. What did you do different, though, this time than what you did in Paris?
Je pense que voilà, j'ai joué mon jeu comme la dernière fois. La dernière fois, ça s'était joué à pas grand-chose, c'était serré. Ça avait tourné de son côté. Et là, voilà, j'ai eu un peu plus de réussite ce coup-ci, et voilà, ça a tourné de mon côté.
Well, he said he just play the same game than last time, and against Tass it's always close game, and it can go each way. And this time, it's go for him, so he is happy.
Okay, and then really quick, you're playing against Gorilla tomorrow. How do you prepare for him?
C'était quoi pour me préparer pour le Gorilla?
Tu joues contre Gorilla demain, comment tu vas te préparer?
Voilà, comme un match comme les autres, je l'ai déjà joué à Paris la dernière fois en poule. Voilà, c'est un joueur quand même que je connais bien et je sais que ça va être très compliqué.
He said he know him very well. He play him in the group stage in Paris and other times too. So he say he know him well. He know it will be difficult, but they know each other, so he will just try to play his game. And he will see.
All right, well, best of luck, Rocky. Okay. And guys, come back and join us right after this break for some more exciting action. Thanks.
Okay, guys, a new season, a fresh start. Today is about winning. In football, this is the most important thing. When we win, we make the fans happy. They are why we train. They are why we are here. So remember what we need to do. Be strong on the ball. Make intelligent runs. Be ruthless in front of goal. And own every moment. The time has come. You are ready. The fans are ready. Now, go show them why we are the best.
Great strength there from Azar. What a run from Royce. Martial, hard and low. That is world class from James Rodriguez.
Make them happy. Make them sing your name. When you play for the fans, that is when we win.
Now the hunter becomes the hunted.
All right, I got the open road today. It's just me. Let's go. I'm gonna get some coins. I'm gonna save all that money. Look at that. Look at that up there. Do some cool jumps. And you know what? This could be you. This could be you saving money. If you switch to Progressive, you can save up to $598. It's a lot of dollars. And you know what? They got cool discounts like paperless, multi-car, and if this truck will scoot out of the way, and if you can pull off a nice smooth park job like that, they've even got discounts for being a safe driver.
The FIFA 17 Ultimate Team Championship Series is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Visit progressive.com today. All right, here you go. This is all obviously tomorrow's action that you could be seeing. Dax will not be there, but Marlon may well be. He's got to face off against Tas, though, to see if he can reach there. But before we get there, of course, we have another rematch, Joe. Another rematch of another divisional final.
Rematches all around.
Sihan, this time, of Schalke versus Timo of Wolfsburg. It's another rematch. I mean, that's both Paris rematches we're going to have here, of course. These are the brackets first to begin with, of course. Up in the upper bracket, Monika Shells. That will be tomorrow. You're going to want to catch that. But down here, of course, we're going to be looking at Sihan Timo. The other lower bracket is, of course, the Stranger up against Lucas. Stranger doing work, but he's up. Can the Brazilian stay in there? If he goes out, it's all European in PlayStation.
Insane to think, and you know, but maybe predicted by a lot as well. Obviously, the upper bracket final in Xbox, Gorilla versus Rocky. That is a juicy one if we've ever seen one. But I think Marla against Tas as well, down on the lower bracket there, going to be insane. Rafifa then against Quinton X, and well, both of those games I think will be an absolute pleasure to see.
Yeah, obviously Quinton representing Feyenoord, that's a Feyenoord PSG, so I would say champion versus champion, but it's not, because PSG, not the champions of France.
Yeah, indeed.
Feyenoord are, though, the champions of the Dutch.
I actually thought you said Feyenoord PSV, and I was like, I think you just mixed up two completely.
PSG.
Yeah, exactly.
PSG.
It's been a long day, but the good thing for us, this is going to wake me up, because this one, of course, an all-German affair. Timo versus Sian, Schalke versus Wolfsburg.
Well, the last time they faced each other, of course, it was that man, Sian, that came out on top. Seems to be happy with his tunes, at least, and his music.
He's got a good jam on.
I don't think he's got the same music we have on. I don't think it is.
Maybe he really likes it.
Maybe. I don't think Timo's got music on. Someone wake him up before he plays. Someone get him ready. He seems a little drowsy. Played a lot of matches, of course. He's like, you guys talking about me?
This one.
Talk to him in German, but Joe. Whisper sweet nothings to them.
Terrible German, you know. I'm not sure he'll be able to understand me at this point.
He wouldn't understand me, that's for sure.
So, we are going to be getting this one underway. As you said, a long day of games for both of these guys, for all of these guys still involved in the tournament. That's the beauty here. We, of course, spread over 2 days. So there's a lot more rest to be had in between, a bit of study and a bit of practice even before the next rounds. But we are going to be moving into our final rounds of the day here, down in the low bracket. These are the real crunch matches.
Yeah. Well, we'll see who comes out. Of course, the blue of Schalke, represented by Sihan, and the light green, almost a luminous green, of Wolfsburg for Timo. Or Mox, as he's decided to take his abbreviation of. Not sure whether Timo just using that little X. I'm not sure if he ever felt himself as an ox, because his name's Timo. I'm pretty sure it's just Timo. And Timo wasn't available. So, Marcelo, injury picked up. Wow, that's another one. That's another drag back. That's 2 big fouls back to back. The referee's like, come on, son. Is there going to be no yellow card on the second one, though? Ronaldo gained the first yellow, nothing on the second. Big bomb in there, not going to get anything from it. Iniesta being used by Sian there. We're seeing some changes, going 4-3-3. Which version of it is he going to go? No, quick switch, and I didn't quite catch where he went to in the end.
Yeah, 4-1-2-1-2.
4-1-2-1-2 on you.
Yeah, but I mean, he's still figuring out exactly what he wants to do, which is
keep us going, keep us going. Any more formations? Back to 4-4-2.
Definitely interesting here, just to see the thoughts. He's got to be bringing Casemiro off for Mane.
Okay.
They keep Messi there on that left side. Certainly looks that way. And a bit of change here on those instructions. We'll scoot on through. So, 7 minutes in. Going to get this one back underway. Ronaldo, of course, with a yellow already. We should keep our eye on that one. Make sure that nothing more comes in for him. And here is Ronaldo. Ball going to go over the top. This could be... Now, it's run a little bit further than I expected while it was flying there. As Alaba comes across, and that will bobble off into the safe hands of Manuel Neuer.
So 10 minutes gone. Lots of fouls so far. That's about all we're seeing. Big ball over the top. That's a nice little knock-on from Ronaldo. Finds Vidal out on the wing. Obviously looking for that change to Mane. So at the moment it's Vidal making the runs until that change goes through. Of course, both of these players representing Bundesliga teams here in Berlin. Question is, which one will come out on top? Who was it in real life that came out on top between these? Now it's going to test your knowledge.
Most likely Schalke.
You would assume so.
Considering that Wolfsburg could possibly end up in relegation tomorrow if they lose to the one and only
Hamburg.
Nice foul. Well, that's something I'm not going to talk too much about, because honestly, I'm not quite sure that it's going to go. It's probably not going to go in my favour anyway. So I'll just keep quiet about that.
Yeah, I won't
prevent all the abuse that can come my way for it. Either way, ball sent down here. Messi's going to knock it out. That's a goal kick. Actually, it's off. Well, it's a goal kick.
Yeah, luckily we've not had a penalty shootout yet, Joe. So we're okay on that terms.
It's true, actually.
We haven't. It's been all done and dusted in regulation time, bar one. We just had the one extra time, and Timo was, of course, involved in that on the comeback. Mane now on the pitch, obviously for Vidal. Shrugs it off. Oh, he couldn't quite lay the ball off a little too hard there. Did all the work, did exactly what he needed. Chuboy having nightmares over Mane on the wing there. Neuer will clear. Marcelo down the right, looking for Mane, making that run. Ronaldo back to Vidal. Bustles it to Suarez. Tries to keep possession, and he does nicely. Nice little turn. David Alaba from Munchen into Arturo Vidal, his teammate. Not going to go any further, though. And I feel this is kind of what the story of this game will be. Back and forward. Nothing really working so solidly in that final third. I think it might be a low-scoring matchup.
Well, I'm hoping that it's got a few goals in it. Well, we'll have to see for that. We're going to see another pause coming in. There is actually Timo just taking a look at the setup for both teams there. Compare the both of them. Obviously feeling that he's not having much success as he goes on. See that? Not too different. Obviously, Iniesta in there, though, for Cian. Not seen too much of him, in all honesty.
Iniesta, yeah, has been pretty quiet so far. Just trying to figure out exactly what Cian's doing, I think, really. Both teams just trying to figure out what's changed.
Still enjoying his music.
He's well into his tunes, isn't he? He's well into his tunes. The blue Schalke joypan as well.
Here we go then, back underway. See the pass percentage is 75 to 85. That's been basically down to the amount of through balls that these guys have tried. Obviously, just as a comparison for that, Tas versus Rocky, two players who will quite happily keep possession, pass it short. They were at 90 and 95% after about half an hour in their game.
Yeah, big differences between these guys. Well, it's a long day, making them make a few mistakes. Ball bustled out for a throw. Suarez into Messi now for Timo in the green. Working it down to Messi. Offside, trying to be shouted, but nothing given. That's bobbled off, I think, for a corner. It has. Let's see, he's going to go for a swinger. It's going for the inside. Ronaldo heads it in.
Front post then. We've seen basically that, or it taken short. He brought the man in. And well, he found Ronaldo at that front post. Keeper not able to even get a hand on it. And that is the opener for Timo. He knows there's a long way to go. No celebrations just yet.
He's using the 99 Ronaldo as well on the wing rather than the 98, which we started to see a lot more people using. Obviously, the new striker card. Interesting choices between these guys. Of course, Chuboy, if you missed his features earlier on, talking about exactly the players, the new players, the old players that people have been using. Lots of information given there. Mane just so strong down that wing. Muscles them off and almost outpaces Marcelo as well. Afia down the right wing. Modric, no nonsense on Ronaldo. Goes for a throw.
Yep, out for the throw-in. Cian behind as we crawl towards the halfway point. Somehow Ronaldo's kept that one in. It's gone all the way along the line and actually will be pulled back. He was offside, funnily enough, there in the end. After Ronaldo had miraculously kept that one in play. Means that Timo now can move forward. Gives it away a little haphazardly there, though. Now into Messi. Feet of Pogba. Ronaldo on the edge of the box to Suarez. It's forward to Ronaldo. It's in. There's the equaliser from Xi'an.
Cool as you like. We knew it would be close between these two. They played each other twice in Paris, both in the upper bracket finals and the divisional finals, and it was Xi'an that came out on top both of those times, and Timo may well know it. I don't know what sort of mental edge he may have over his opponent. Timo, wow, Modric absolutely flattened by Messi there. Not something you'd see too often, but Spišek down the right wing. Ronaldo in a fairly defensive position at the moment after scoring that goal. Just covering off the overlap. Marcelo with the throw for Xi'an, looking to try and bring it forward. Modric controls it nicely to Messi. 1-2 back and forward. Vidal lays it back off. Good one-touch pass in here from Xi'an. The crowd applauding them, it seems. And it's intercepted as half-time beckons. Just 3 minutes extra time given. I think we're going to be going into that half at 1 apiece, Joe.
It certainly seems that way. You're at the halfway line with those throw-ins. Ref probably going to blow any second now. Or will there be a chance here for Cian? Moving forward, ball over the top towards Ronaldo. He's tucking on his left. Will keep going as well. Nice little bit of skill. Can he pull it through? No, he can't. Keeper gets in the way. And that will be half-time. Chance there in the dying moment, but we're going all square.
I think he was perhaps hoping for a rebound chance there. Messi was in prime position for it. Just 1 apiece so far. Of course, Timo did get defeated in the divisional finals by Cian, as we said. And of course, in the regional finals, is represented by Wolfsburg and has been scoring a lot of goals. But so far, he has come from behind a number of times in this tournament. Cian, his opponent, of course, did earn himself second place. Lost in the end to TAS in those regional finals in Paris. And of course, has been playing for over 10 years in competitive play. A veteran of the scene. And online has certainly been taking names as well recently, which is why he came through as really one of the favorites on the PlayStation side. That's why we see him here in this situation. It's a tough old matchup, though, here in the lower bracket.
It is, and it's far from over at this point as well. 1-1 at the half. This is a little bit sloppy. He might allow Timo a shot, and he will get the shot, but Neuer turns it around the post. Here's the corner, though. We've already seen one go in, and oh, that goes all the way down the line and into the waiting arms of Neuer. Now we've got Pogba charging forward to the feet of Suarez. Defense was already back in position, though. Nothing really there to worry about for Timo. Ronaldo will get it, though. Mane. Again, couldn't quite find the ball through. Marcelo coming out. Mane charging him down then. It's a scary thing with that pace of Mane. Comes at you pretty quickly, even if you think he's not going to.
Don't need to tell me, I'm a Liverpool fan. We've missed him at the end of the season, that's for sure. He's been magnificent throughout. Probably one of the purchases of the season, I think, in the Premier League. Certainly for me, but as it is, here in foot, he is a magnificent player. Ronaldo going for goal. Trying to take on one of those long-range shots here. Timo trying to turn things around, maybe in his favour. Of course, this is for a place in London. It will be top 4, and this would certainly finish those top 4 positions. We're looking for the final 8, of course, from both sides. And that would mean something for them, even if they're down in the lower bracket. It's still a long journey to try and reach that divisional final for your console. But a place in London is certainly a nice little cherry on top as you go into the final day tomorrow.
Good night's rest is what all of these players will be getting before tomorrow as well. Certainly energy draining day, keeping up concentration through all this group stage into the upper and lower brackets as well. It's not quite over for them just yet for the day. One of these guys won't be even coming back tomorrow, at least to play. It's Timo here with Messi. He'll send the ball over the top. Boateng got the height advantage and will win the ball. Powerful passes here. Ronaldo trying to get on through. It's Vidal this time. He was playing a dangerous game there at the back. We'll clear it up onto that top side for Piszczek. And Cian playing it calm. Using those drag backs. Trying to pull people out of position. Create some space for himself. And there he is looking to do exactly the same once again. Does it, but Marcelo took one touch too many before he got rid of that one. Now a chance to break with a ball over the top here. Ronaldo will hold it. It's going to be Mane. What's he going to do from here? Tries an early cheeky pass, but it'd been red.
Yeah, tried to sell the dummy almost and then slip it through, but it didn't quite work out. That's a great ball from Modric to Messi. Suarez Trying to lose his marker, but couldn't outpace him. Marcelo back to Modric now. Vidal cut out and read by Marcelo. This is one of the games that I foresee going the distance. And maybe even to penalties, we'll see. Mane going to try and chase this one down. Marcelo needed Ramos to cut that one out. And Neuer sends it over the top.
Oh, I think that one's gone a little bit long for him. We're going to be seeing changes. 75 minutes almost into it. It's looking like Sian is making those changes. You can see Timo taking his time as well. Not quite sure what he's going to do. It is Mane that's coming off. You can see they're pretty tired after that 75-minute point. He's going to bring on Neymar. We'll see if that is the difference maker for him.
Yeah, how upset would you be, eh? To take off Mane and bring on Neymar.
Must be terrible.
What a downgrade. Yeah, obviously all the players available to them. Just simply down to the player's choice. What they've been using, what they've been practicing with, what they feel is better. Big shouts in the other game. Of course, that's the Stranger versus Lucas. Spencer will be bringing you the action for that in just a few moments once we conclude this matchup. Looks like plenty of goals. And here in this matchup, just the one apiece. A cagey affair in this all-Bundesliga matchup.
Still taking their time as well. With those switches, there we go then. So, seems like both players ready to go. Mane on, Vidal off on the other side. So, Vidal off for one player, on the other side. It's Neymar that comes on, and there is the man himself. Mane's just come on, and he's going to get a foul.
Is that a red?
Boateng says, not sure about that one. He was last man for sure.
It's only just the last man, though. I think he's got away with it. I think it'd be a yellow. I don't think it was...
It's a red.
Was it a red? Yeah. It is. You can see it there. Well, that may well just change things. We've got about 10 minutes to go in this matchup.
I think he had to do it in that scenario, though.
It was a clear goal-scoring chance.
It was one-on-one. If that hadn't have happened, obviously he's took the risk, hoping that he gets a yellow, and does it before he gets into the box as well, so the penalty's not given. He's basically giving himself the best chance of coming out with that with something other than, you know, a guaranteed goal against.
Interesting, actually. Timo actually has a proper bench. Whereas we've seen a lot of players obviously just using the 45s in there, getting the lowest rated players in there. But he looked like he actually had a relatively full bench. But here we go, free kick chance. And we're going to see Suarez curl one in here. He's going to try it straight into the wall, Ronaldo. And a corner kick. 78 minutes gone. Corner whipped in. We saw Timo, of course, scoring from the corner. This time trying to defend from it. It was David Luiz on for Messi. As I said, fairly fully equipped bench. David Luiz sitting on it.
Yeah, question now is, though, for Timo, what do you do? Obviously, you're going to be looking to nick a late winner with what you've got left on the pitch. Problem is, are you going to be able to in the end? Obviously, you brought a defensive player on, taken someone more attacking off. So.
Now he's got to surely be playing for penalties.
Yes.
That's where he's got to try and go. The question is, can he hold on? Can Sian try and nick a goal? Or can he just keep possession? You know, you have 10 men all you like, but if you can keep attacking, that 10-man deficit is not really going to tell a difference. And Ronaldo tries to pop one. Oh, he could have slipped it to Neymar there. I think he would have been onside as well. He was played on by the lower right-hand corner there. Suarez, in the end, going to keep a hold of that one. Will fight Mane. Little tap off to Ronaldo. May try and go from the edge of the Dino, looking for that perfect chance again. David Luiz, the man that just came on, muscles him off.
Yeah, a little bit too much for him then, but you can see once he starts to break forward a little bit, that defense is going to be under a lot of pressure. That's Alaba. 88 minutes on the clock, and I think he'll be happy for extra time at this point. Oh, that's something that he can't afford to do, though. Ball given away. There's a ball swung in. Oh, Mane's on the end of it, but just basically facing away from goal, and scoring there would have been the victory for Xi'an. No doubt about that one. But it looks like we are going to be going towards extra time. There's 3 minutes added on. One last chance, maybe. Modric here. Can he feed it through? He finds Mane. Is he going to get the shot? No. He's basically hit fresh air there. And in the end, the tackle comes in. Neuer's going to boot it up, and the ref's going to say that's the end of 90 minutes, and it's 1 apiece. 10 men, though, here for Timo.
Well, Xi'an looking a little angry with himself, but he's got to be happy. His opponent down to 10 men, and it's the second time running, actually, and his opponent has been down to 10 men. Timo having to make those changes up front, bring on David Luiz. And now it may well be a case of hanging on until the penalties. Xi'an smells blood in the water, but can he finish the job?
Well, that is the question. You can see him staying pretty chilled. Music blasting out as it has been this entire time, but
he's not boogieing away now, though.
He's not boogieing away. I think that pressure is building, should certainly be building at this stage of things, but he probably sees a clear advantage. 1 man to the better. Timo this entire time is looking stressed, that's for sure.
Yeah, if memory serves, Timo is the only man in this tournament that's had extra time so far, so he's the only man that's been here, and of course he came out 2-1 in the end in that one. So we'll see if he can do it again. That was in around about the 98th minute. That's a great ball through for Neymar. If he can lay this one back. Oh, it's just come off Boateng. So 1 apiece, corner. It's what he scored last time. In the end, he's trying to swing one in again, and Pogba this time gets it clear. It's back to Marcelo. And Timo keeping the possession, keeping the pressure on. Neymar back into Modric. Finds a Sergio Ramos up front, who cuts into Suarez. It bobbles back, and Piszczek gets it clear.
Scary moments here for Xi'an. And the question, I mean, the thing is, if Timo managed to grab one here, he can quite happily, with those 10 men, sit a little bit further back, change to a lot more defensive formation, and just try and hold on to that one. He's offside there as Neymar. Ref's just going to bring that one back. The pressure is on to either hold on or to nick one and then try and hold on to that here for Timo after that red card.
Well, 100 minutes approaching. Still level. Just 20 in-game minutes to go here until penalties, which I believe, you know, I mean, it certainly has Timo down to 10 men. You've got to be hoping you can reach. Unless you can nick something there. David Luiz lays it back, and possession regained by Timo. To be fair to him, he hasn't looked too bad since he's had that 10 men. It's one of those sort of things, and he's just managed to win another corner. Will we see a flick on here? Ronaldo's actually close. He's going to go for it. He's going to try and flick it in. Ronaldo on the opposite side will clear. Ball still in his control, though. Modric swings one in. It's going straight to Neuer.
Yeah, he won't be too troubled by that, but almost the first half of extra time has been dealt with here by Timo, but he's actually had chances himself, funnily enough. It's been all Timo's real in his favour, this one. Couple of minutes added on. Modric for Xi'an in Timo's box, and can't afford any more rash challenges. And he won't this time. Actually will break away, but will the ref let this one go? He will. Ronaldo muscling past the defender here on the top side. Tries to cut across, and he's going to get the free kick for that one, and a yellow for Ramos.
Whenever it's going to be a red card, but it gives a chance for maybe something short, and just looking to see who's available. Any options? Suarez is there, but he's got Marcelo right with him. You can see Pogba cutting it out. He's going to try and chip it to him, but yeah, Pogba was in the right position. And it will be end of the first half of extra time. So 15 in-game minutes remain. A little sip of water required here in the heat of Berlin. Tiring mentally for both of these players. It has been a long day throughout the group stage, throughout the knockout stages. And obviously tomorrow is where they're trying to get. This is the final game in lower brackets for the PlayStation. Win here and you're through to tomorrow. Lose and you are out of the tournament. And this is probably the worst time to go out, because you're just thinking, I was so close. I was so close.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the scary part, really, of a double elimination bracket, as kind as it almost is at the same time. At least you know that when you're out, you're out. Here you have that almost gift of a second chance, which makes it all the more precious to you. Here's Timo on the top side. He starts as he's really finished that first half. He was the man with all the possession and certainly more in terms of chances. There's Suarez, and well, it just flashes by. Xian shakes his head, not happy right now, and you know, if this continues, he'll be happy himself to get through to penalties.
Yeah, this is, so far in extra time, has been all Timo. Xian just nicked one opportunity at the end of extra time first half there. Maybe he's going to nick another one. 10 minutes to go here as Mane plays it to Suarez. Now Pogba to Modric. Could go for a long ranger, a sighter maybe. Ramos clears the danger. It's coming straight back at him though. Suarez back to Modric. Breakthrough perhaps. Ronaldo making the run. He's got a chance here. It's ironically Boateng that's cutting him off, and there he is this time. No red cards on the other side.
Well, he's managed to hold out until now. He's got a few more minutes to keep that one up, to get himself through to penalties. Oh, that sneaky winner. There's Ronaldo.
Solid.
Instantly taken off the ball.
5 minutes. You've got to go for it now, haven't you? It depends. Do you want to just hang on, or do you think you've got to finish it? Certainly for Xian, he's got to be thinking, he's going to be angry with himself here. He knows he has to get a goal. His opponent down to 10 men. He's got to try and work something. David Luiz forward. Marcelo can't get the ball through, and it's Modric to break away. Ronaldo out wide to Neymar. Neymar over the top to Ronaldo. He's going to find him, and he's got no support. There's, what, 6 players coming in towards him for Xian. No chance there, really, for Timo. Just 2 minutes before penalties here. It'll be our first penalty shootout of the day. And Xian, of course, came out on penalties last time they faced each other. Will it happen again? That was back in Paris. Could it be a different story here in Berlin?
I think he had one more run at it there and chose not to, actually, Xian. Yeah. Playing it safe. Maybe fancies himself here with the penalties.
Well, German on German in penalties this time around.
See how this one all lines up. It's going to be Xian to step up first here with David Luiz. Oh, it was a tap-in, and keeper did not move.
Savable. Well, it's one of those moments. It's like, do you stay in the centre? Because often you'll see players doing those cheeky, dirty chips.
Save.
Brilliant save by Xian there. Gets down low and hard. Now he just needs to score his goals. Pogba. Oh, it's saved again. Timo this time. Timo still needs to score. It's still a 1-0 lead for Xian here.
Neymar steps up. Oh, he's going to put it right down the middle. And that ties us back up, 1 apiece. Now it's Mane, brought on in the second half for Xian, and again it trickled into the bottom corner.
2-1 lead for Xian. Composure from Suarez. Oh, no nonsense this time. Timo buries it all square, 2 apiece. Suarez for Xian. Oh, he went under him. Yeah, right smile. He deserved that right smile. It's Ronaldo for Timo here. Has to score it, really, to give himself a chance in the final set, and it's straight down the middle, Joe.
Well, all important now. Step up from Ronaldo, and again, he's tapped in. No real pace to it, but they're the safe ones here, as long as the direction's not guessed in the end. It's Vidal here. What's he going to do with it? Puts it in as well.
Oh, tension, tension. Sudden death in the penalties. Luka Modric for Xian. It's saved! Timo saves it! And now Timo with a chance to go through to the next round and book himself a place in London. Luka Modric for Timo of Wolfsburg. Scores! And he gets revenge over Xian. It's sweet revenge over Paris. We saw the same for Rocky over Tass. And now Timo's done it on Xian.
Well, it's gone all the way, and credit where it's due here on penalties. After having Boateng sent off there, had to make that decision to either take down Mane or basically concede at that point. He did it before the box so as not to give away the penalty, and even dominated extra time. I think that's safe to say as well, to the point where we saw Sian playing it safe there to get through to those penalties.
I think it's safe to say
Timo,
he deserved victory in the end there. Sian really didn't put any pressure on. He was doing so well up until that point that he went out to 10 men and just didn't go the extra mile effectively, didn't put the pressure on. And Timo in the end, we see these highlights. This was the first goal off the corner. I haven't seen too many corners today. We saw quite a few of them in Madrid, but not too many today. And then, of course, it was cool as you like from Sian to get the equaliser. But they were the only goals in regulation time.
And then, of course, into the second half, and this is where it got interesting. This is where we saw that red card coming in. Of course, there was that header right in the dying moments from Sian, which was unfortunate for him that didn't go in, but we saw a couple of chances, that one big as well, just scrambled away in the end, and then we came down to the penalties. And that one, final one, saved there. And of course, Modric on the other side turns up, puts it away.
So Timo exacts revenge and moves through to the lower bracket round 3. It's certainly not done and dusted yet. He's got a long old climb to go, but it's another turn up for the books, another story to be written. And of course, we'll see how he does tomorrow. But of course, that wasn't the only game today. Let's have a look at Spencer to see how the other matchup played out.
Yes, guys, amazing drama. The place for London at stake, and it goes to penalties. Who'd have thought it? The game I was watching was just as tense, let me tell you. It didn't go to penalties, but it was a 7-goal thriller between a stranger and Lucas. So it's Germany versus Brazil here. 7 goals in this one. You see Ronaldo going through here for Stranger. Tackled, though, and we're going to see a counter-attack perhaps from Lucas, are we? Marcelo looking down the line for Ronaldo. He's got loads of space on this left-hand side. Can Lucas take the lead here as he gets in towards the box? Ronaldo is going to cross it in. No, he turns backwards. He's got a pass on, but he's taking his time. Kante with the turning shot. Spilled by the keeper. You're not going to be happy with the keeper there, really, are you? Suarez getting the tap in, but let's have another look at this. I think maybe the speed at which Kante turned and hit the shot caught the keeper off guard. So 1-0 to Lucas there. A Stranger going up the other end, trying to get an equaliser here. Kante fizzing the ball in with that driven pass to Messi, who finds his Barcelona teammate Suarez and makes it 1-1. And this was the sort of way this game kept going, guys. It was back and forth, back and forth. So at this point, 1-1 between the Brazilian and the German. And here is the German Stranger now going forward again. Suarez on the left-hand side plays it into Alaba, getting forward. Messi gets that first touch away. What a crucial first touch that was. And what a great time to score the goal. Right on the stroke of half-time there. The Stranger goes 2-1 up against Lucas. And look at that defender just getting caught out with that pass. I think it was Sergio Ramos, and Messi gets the strike. So as we move on into the second half, the Stranger had the 2-1 lead. Lucas looking to change that. Kante at the heart of a lot of these moves there. Wins a tackle in the box. It falls to Pogba. What a finish. Upper echelons all the way to the bank. He's dabbing. And it is 2-2 at this point. A Desmond Tutu, you may say. So, at this point, we didn't know who was going to win. It was very, very hard to tell between the two players. You know, one's going up, the other one's coming back in it. Is Lucas going to take the lead here? As Messi passes to Ronaldo. He finds Marcelo on the left-hand flank. Goes back into Messi, who's got way too much space. Takes his time, right-footed. He can do it on either foot, guys. That is what Messi's got in his locker. So, 3-2 now to Lucas. And this game is just swinging back and forth. Again, are we going to see a 3-3 or are we going to see someone go 4-2 up? Stranger going through on the right-hand side with Cristiano Ronaldo. Puts the ball quite far in front of him, pulls it back to Messi, and he is the star of the show as he makes it 3-3. So the next goal is the all-important one. Who is it going to fall to? Who will get the 4-3 win in this game for a ticket to London? Don't forget, guys, there's a lot riding on this. Messi plays the ball to Suarez. It's the Stranger getting forward. Is he going to keep it? He finds Suarez, tucks back inside, finds Luka Modric. Saved. What a save that was. Hang on, it's not been cleared, though. He didn't clear it. Oh, no. What a defensive mistake by Lucas Rep, and it did cost him. He had the chance to clear it after the save was made. He kicked it straight at Luka Modric, and Suarez was there with the goal. So, the Stranger gets it. The Stranger will be playing Timox for a chance to get back in to that upper bracket, but the Stranger and Timox will both be going to London. Guys, drama everywhere. Back to you.
just as we expected, and honestly, just as we wanted as well.
Yeah.
Drama all over the place, and luckily for us, it's not done. We've got one more game to come.
Yeah, it's an all-European affair, though, now in the PlayStation. That means, of course, Lucas was the last man standing for the Americas. But now moving on to the Xbox, of course, we have an absolute belter. Marlet, he wanted it, he got it. He's up against Taz.
Yeah, he wanted that game, and you know, he said earlier on in the interview he's happy to finally have his game shown. And for him, you know, the further you get, the more chance that you've got to get your games on stream, and certainly deserved it. Come a long, long way. But, well, we're showing Rafifa versus Quentin.
Apparently we're showing Rafifa versus Quentin.
How bad?
Okay, well, there we go. That was your bad, was it?
Well, technically you said it first.
No, I did say it first, that's true.
We're a team, so I figured I'd share the blame with you.
Well, Rafifa is
there we go.
Quentin. That's the other game. But here we go. Is Marlet versus Taz. This is the one. And we should point out, that loss to Rocky was the first loss that Taz has ever had in the FUT Championship Series. Both in Paris and here.
Does it become 2 here against Marlet, the man who famously by now said never count the small guy out?
Well,
And
Taz used to be one of those small guys, to be fair. And then he got picked up by Hashtag.
I'm pretty sure he was pretty good.
He was pretty popular before then.
Before that as well.
But, yeah, but of course, we'll see how it works out. Of course, Marlet wanted this matchup, and we'll see now. Can he put his money where his mouth is? He had a very tense matchup against Dax. But now, of course, that matchup, Quentin versus Rafifa going on. Spencer will be bringing you that action. Looks like they've kicked off already. We're just waiting for the guys to ready themselves up here. Where do you think it's going? Where do you see this one? Where do you see this one going?
It's super tough to call. Normally you'd say this is Taz's game, of course. But for me, Marlet's been the guy that, again, has snuck through. He's, you know, not been picked up on his way through. We keep using this snuck through thing.
I only see one man beating Taz, and that was Rocky. I don't see anyone else beating him. I got to be honest. I just think his style of play, like, Rocky's the only one that's kind of countered him. I mean, we saw that in Paris.
Yeah.
Like, nobody else came close. It was a tense affair. Obviously, Rocky came on top. That was 2-1. Marlet, obviously, I think he finished 3rd, I believe, in Paris. So certainly he was obviously just behind these guys. But I still think Taz has it in. The question is, how does he react to the loss? It's the first loss he's received. You could count the final, the grand final, when we were in Paris, when he lost on the PlayStation, but he won on goal difference. But of course, very different game then. This is obviously for the place in London, for the place to move through to the lower bracket round 3. Lose this game, you're out the tournament. Win, you're through to tomorrow. The final game of the day. Let's see how it's going to go.
So, in white once again, right to left is, of course, Taz playing technically away here against Marlet in that black, reddy, orangey, yellowy colour from left to right. Here is Taz instantly going on the attack, and instantly Messi, has a left toe poke, basically, I think, that just sent it flying over. And you might not say that's a guaranteed scoring position, but a big chance nonetheless in the very, very early stages of this match.
And Messi wins it back. Now over to Ramos. Switch the wings over to Walker. And this is something that he's obviously got to work on. He knows Taz can be defensive, work the ball very well, but Marlet is certainly no slouch. And that's a great little one-touch pass in there. Nice passage of play as he works it through the middle. Gets it to Suarez, off to Ronaldo. And Ronaldo not afraid to shoot there, Marlet. Testing the hands of De Gea and sends it out for a corner.
Gonna swing it straight in here as well. Ronaldo got on there, but a little bit off balance. And in the end, has a pretty easy collection for De Gea. Will palm it out to Marcelo. Down on his bottom side. Got space top side as well here, Taz, if you were to switch wings. He's quite happy to play it short. Keep that passing percentage high. Of course, as I say that, then he does end up switching it over to Walker.
He's going to have to almost got their legs on Marcelo there. This pass, I think, is going to work out for Marcelo in the end, and chips it over the top as well in towards Suarez, who will beat the one man. Hullet is going to turn, but Ramos comes sliding out of the back four just to knock it away. Here's the ball through, though. Ronaldo is going to have the pace, but will he have the skill to turn his man? He won't, but he'll get knocked out for the corner. Oh, no. Actually hit him on the way out, apparently.
Goal kick for Marlet. Still cagey opening. No real chances other than that one from Tass very early on. Ronaldo tries to get a through ball to Messi, but it's bobbled off the defender's leg. And now Marlet on the attack in the black. Messi overhead ball for Suarez. Just shrug of the shoulders there from Laurent Blanc. And a forceful cross across goal that comes off Marcelo for a goal, a corner kick, sorry, for Marlet.
Yeah, a little bit of unfortunate moment there for Tass. Good turn here, though, by Suarez. Always have to be careful there. Slide from Messi, just trying to get in the way of things. Ball over the top, though. That's going to send Ronaldo. We'll have to wait for some backup. That will arrive here, but the pass is just not accurate enough. Chance for Marlet to move forward again. 23 minutes in. I feel like Marlet's had the controlling percentage on possession here.
Yeah, and that's a problem maybe for Tass. Used to dominating these matches. That's a good chance. Messi looking for the opening. Suarez opens it, but it almost fell for Hullet. Vieira just bobbles it off, but now it's a little counter chance. Hullet down the left wing. Suarez trying to show for it, but Kyle Walker cuts it out for Marlet as he plays it through to Suarez. Has to go back into the middle, though. Tries to work it down the outside in the end, and it's worked out very well for Ronaldo. Messi trying to run in for it. It's De Gea that buries it. Pogba with a chance to lay it in. Oh, and he finds it through. And Marlet gets the opener against Tass.
Almost looked like he couldn't really believe it himself there, I feel. And it fell kindly. I thought he was going to try and drag it over towards Suarez, but he takes it from the right to the left. And Pogba slides him into the lead. And well, now we're really going to see what Tass can do. Saw him lose his first game here since we started here in this FUT Champions run. Of course, online is not 40-0'd every week, so we're not going that far back, but from regionals, at least in Paris, saw him lose that one game. And now he's 1-0 behind after 30 minutes. Still plenty of time to go, but this could be a big scalp for Marlet to take.
Well, oh my word! Marlet with Suarez, and that's confidence right there. That is confidence. He wanted this matchup, he got it, and my word, is he started to make it his own. Hullet just missing the tackle. Hands on hips at the end of that one. 2-0. Yes, Tass, you have a job on your hands here as we approach the second half.
The interesting thing was there from Marlet, again, you almost saw the half celebration and then kind of pulled away, so didn't trust himself to quite celebrate like that just yet. Think we'll see it, though, if a third goes in. But it's still only 35 minutes on the clock. Hullet now. Can Tass pull this one back? Ronaldo into Suarez. Tries to get it past, but again, it's trusty old Sergio Ramos there in between to stop that progression. There's Ronaldo coming in as well for Marlet, who's honestly having a fantastic tournament so far. There's Vieira to Pogba. Ball sliding on through. Ronaldo shoots, and what a position to pull that one off from.
Goal.
We know that he certainly can finish those, but between the defender, between the keeper, De Gea doesn't really know what to do with his hands, and well, he didn't in that shot either, apparently. Goes straight through the defender's legs. Keeper hasn't got a chance, and he's buried it in the bottom corner. Chance now for Tass is there.
Muted celebrations from the hashtag supporters club standing behind Tass there. We know he's still got a lot of work to do as we approach half-time. 2-1 though. An impressive goal, honestly, from Tass. Realising this is not going to be an easy pushover. Marlet playing very well here, not afraid to shoot from range or look for that perfect setup. Walker, once again, working it really well down the wing. Plays it through. Messi can't get the through ball. Vieira cuts it out for Tass. That's a heavy ball that almost fell kindly for Ronaldo. Maybe bobbled into his path. But in the end, it's another switch of possession. Marlet tends to use Walker quite a lot, I'm noticing, down this right wing to build his play up. Something to keep your eye on here as Ronaldo looks to get it through the middle. Now Messi, Ronaldo trying to make the through ball, but hold it no nonsense anymore.
Almost as if he didn't really notice him there. Just bundled him.
Yeah,
3 minutes added on. Exactly. Got in the way. Enough to block out the sun amongst other large objects.
Was a chance.
Here we go. Hold it. Through to Ronaldo. He's done it once before. Again, the drag back. Suarez now. Oh, Vieira
block.
gets in there just as the shot was about to go off. And Marlet now on a bit of a counter. This is going to be basically on the stroke of half-time. And, well, the time just isn't there. Ref will blow. It's 2-1 for Marlet.
Yeah, pretty even. Marlet definitely taking his chances. 4 shots, 4 on target. As you see, Tass under pressure there. 3 shots himself with just the 1 going in. And, of course, we've had many words of wisdom from Tass. Let's see what he had to say.
Top contenders, and I believe there's almost maybe a target on my back, not in terms of just winning the Paris event, but more so in the manner that it was done. It was seen as pretty dominant, so there's a target on my back. However, I have high expectations of myself, so we're going to have to see what happens. There's a lot of great players. You're going to have to find out on the day.
Well, I think we're seeing exactly why that target is painted on his back. Marlet wanted this matchup. And maybe, just maybe, a lot of people did look at him. Obviously, we were talking about how a lot of people liked his style of play and, you know, obviously the style of dominance, wanted to try and do the same. They've also studied heavily exactly what he did. And maybe that's just what we're seeing here. No-nonsense stuff from Marlet as he leads 2-1 with that astounding goal from Suarez. May look for another one here. Marcelo back to Messi. Suarez can take the shot. Oh, just bends wide.
Close stuff there, and again, it would have been a phenomenal time for Marlet to extend that lead. Just coming out of the half-time. And this is where Marlet has to be very decisive, you know. I don't think there's any halfway. If you're going to play it defensive, then...
That was Tass, actually, I believe. Tass that was switched to defensive. Okay, interesting. Maybe realising he's leaving himself a little too exposed. We'll figure it out. There's a chance here. Suarez is going to have to turn this one back around, and he's took it too far.
Yeah, my point was for Marlet, you know, if he goes too hard to get that 3-1, then of course he's leaving himself exposed. If he plays it too defensive, he's going to give too much possession to Tass, which is what he likes to do. It's what he likes, and he may just find a way in then.
The age-old decision that every manager has to make in football history, isn't it, really? That's going to be...
Step 1, Jose only has one option.
Jose, what? Defend. Defend.
The bus is parked.
Oh, dear. So...
2 boys already angry at me for that
Let's see. Oh, that's a great little back heel. Marcelo finds Suarez, lays it across. Surely Ronaldo. It's gone back across. No, Marcelo clears. Oh, tense moments for Tass there. But now the counter, maybe. Pogba, he's got Messi making a run through the middle. No, that just goes off for a throw-in in the end. And is Ronaldo going to take it? Is he going to switch? No, he's going to keep Ronaldo taking it through the middle. Hullet, Suarez's run was a little too eager. Ronaldo going to play through Vieira. There is Ronaldo, but again, look at that defending. Solid stuff from Marlet. He's looking solid. Yeah.
Thought he'd been chopped there a little bit, but apparently not the case. Here's Hullet for him. And on this bottom side with Marcelo. Now Hullet, ball over the top into the feet of Suarez. Where does he go from here? Got 2 men on top of him. It was Walker in the end. He got the final touch, and Blanc will clear up towards Pogba. Nice little overlap there. Ronaldo tries to step past his man, and there's a foul being given for Tass.
Well, still chasing the game is Tass. Marlet looking very good, though. He's setting up those through balls a number of times already and looking more dangerous. despite the fact Tas switched to that defensive style. Pogba, drag backs continuing, trying to move the players into position. He gets it through to Vieira. Ronaldo steps back, so does Messi. Still no clean opportunities. He's got to go up high. He will try and get it to Suarez. Suarez does come back out on top with the ball now, but there was an offside given, I think, on Suarez. And it's Marlot's free kick.
Time is ticking here for Tas. Just over 20 minutes to go. What is Marlot's plan? Currently, he's playing the ball around nicely, not afraid to put it up in the air either. Now Hully into Marcelo. Oh, half beaten his man there. I think he actually came off him in the end. And he's found it back. Now Suarez. He's gonna try and put Pogba through there, but again, Vieira got in the way. It's a nice little slide through. But again, keeper will clear. Time running out here for Tas.
Marlot has been magnificent in his defence so far. You think back to Tas's goal, it was a bit of a wonder goal, really. Wasn't one of those clear chances which he keeps trying to make, and maybe he needs to start thinking he should just go for goal. That's exactly what Marlot did. Got that Suarez worldie curled in. That's not going to reach its way through to Tas, and now it's gone for a goal kick, and we're going to see some changes from Tas here. Switch of the tactics. I'm trying to look in my tiniest little monitor of what he's going with. It's 3-5-2, I believe.
Well, the difficult thing is for him here, I mean, it's all or nothing, right?
I've heard he's tried this a few times as well. And I actually tried to get it out of him yesterday, and I was like, yeah, but the thing is, Gorilla was sat there, so I don't think he really wanted to give anything away. I was like, I've heard you've been trying 3-5-2.
As you'd expect.
He's like, no. I don't know where you heard that. I've not been doing that at all. I was like, I'm pretty sure of my... sure I've heard accurate news reports on that one, but Tas didn't want to give too much away, but now he's going to have to go for it. He has to. Obviously, this is lower bracket. The loser of this will be out. Harry stood behind. Tas tried himself to qualify both in Paris and Madrid. And Madrid, went out on all players on 4 points. Went out on,
insane.
In the end, some round-robin weird goal difference rule that I don't even know. I don't even know. It was such a crazy situation. Martial on for Pogba for Marlot, and Kante on for Messi. Now, we saw him go defensive, remember, in the Dax matchup. Went to 5 at the back. We'll see whether he's done that. I didn't actually get a glimpse of what he was doing. All we saw was Tas's.
Yeah, doesn't look like it at this point. Martial on there. Suarez, Hully, and Ronaldo. It's a great pass in here. There's a lot of space for Martial on this top side. He's going to, well, almost get past one. For me, the ball had already gone there, but apparently no foul. Suarez will get in front of that one. 9 minutes plus stoppage time. All-out attack now is going to be the strategy for Tas. He's got to. He needs that goal.
Yeah, you need the ball first, though. That's what he needs, and Marlot's doing a grand job of holding on to it. Tas still not able to gain possession. A great overhead through ball there. Waiting on the wing is Kyle Walker. Keeps possession, finally gives it away. Ramos snatches his chance there, Tas. Finds it to Suarez, though, gets a little lucky winning it back. He's got an open opponent down the right wing, and instead it bobbles and goes straight back to Marlot's Rio Ferdinand.
And Marlot's got it under control as well, crucially. Martial here. He's going to try and sprint on by. Didn't quite work out for him, but long all the way on the touchline. Neymar here for Tas. Where's this goal going to come from? 2 minutes plus whatever's added on. It's Hully off towards Marcelo. Bad pass from Marcelo, but Messi will get it back.
Still can't get the ball forward, though. Great defending from Marlot here. 3 minutes is all that's being given, and that's a missed pass again from Tas. Tried that through ball, it's not going to work out. Marlot just needs to keep the ball, and that's a great ball over the top to Kante. Look what he's got available to him. Obviously, all-out attack was given for Tas. There's no one really back here. Kante just runs it into the corner brilliantly. Oh, it's frustration, revenge for Tas, I feel. some of the frustration he gifted across to his opponents in Paris. And it seems that Marlet, with the last kick of the ball, will be the man that knocks TAS out of the tournament here in Berlin. It's a corner for Marlet. 2-1 the scoreline. The young German is looking to make some history of his own here. Finished third in Paris. And here in Berlin, in his home country, he could well go one better in the lower bracket. That is it. TAS is out. Marlet will go through to London, and more importantly, the lower bracket round 3. He is going to continue on this tournament tomorrow.
And an insane run for him here as well. I mean, he's beaten what many would have considered the absolute favourite for this tournament in the form of TAS there, who himself is going to be disappointed. We heard words from him earlier on in that video that, you know, he's got a target painted on his back, but actually he may be part of that himself because he does have such high expectations for himself. Lucky for us, guys, we said it was the last game, but the other one's not quite finished yet, so we're going to get to watch the end of Quentin versus Rafifa.
So let's see where it stands. You can see Rafifa on the attack here. Started things off, fantastic opening goal for him there, and then you can see Quinten gets a little bit of revenge here, and that's Ronaldo scoring. That's why we're now in extra time in this matchup as we join this 1-1-1. Hi guys, I'm ready to get the action on.
We were totally stood up ready to go for this.
There it is, there's the action. We're ready for the action. I'm getting close to the camera. We've got 10 minutes to go here in the second half of extra time. Rafifa on the attack, representing Paris Saint-Germain against Quinten, representing Feyenoord. And who will go through? Of course, Rafifa, the regional champion in Miami, the only regional champion remaining in this tournament. Oh, Ronaldo almost cut it back perfectly there for the tap-in. Suarez pushing forward for Quinten, the Dutchman. Can he do something with it? Oh, will Rafifa gain control? Of course, we've seen one penalty shootout so far. That was on the PlayStation. Here on the Xbox would be the first penalty shootout we've seen of the day. This being, of course, lower bracket round 2.
Well,
Messi! Oh, brilliant finish it! No nonsense! That is surely it. Rafifa, with just 3 minutes to go in extra time, Rafifa is surely now the winner. And Messi, what a finish. No nonsense.
Outside of the left, and look at that, just inside the post. And Quinten come a long way here, but can he turn it around? Can he nick one here in these final few minutes? Certainly tough, but it's not impossible.
No, he's got to go for it. He needs the ball, and we're seeing the same here, aren't we? Rafifa gets hold of it. Look at the shots, though.
Yeah.
7 shots to 1. It feels like a deserved game. Of course, we haven't really seen a great deal of it. We've just seen the goals. But 7 shots to 1 kind of tells a story. But Quinten, he's got a chance here. Pele on the push. Pogba across to Suarez. Back across to Pele. Cuts it back nicely. Unfortunately for him, it's Vieira that was there. He wanted it to come back to Vieira. Neymar
wow.
to lay it across. Back to Vieira, surely. Oh, no, it's there! 2-2. Would you believe it? Penalties now absolutely beckon with just 2 minutes extra time.
Well, 7 shots to 2 we can now make that, because his second shot that he's had in this game has gone in. Can you believe it?
Vieira's dead on his feet for him. But it doesn't matter. 2 shots, 2 goals. Penalties. We just thought it was all over with 3 minutes to go.
As I said, never impossible. Unlikely in this scenario, but let's have a look at that one again. Vieira pulls it across, and well, he just slots it in there. No issue for Ronaldo. So, 120 minutes on the clock. I think we were well into stoppage time when that one hit the back of the net. We're going to penalties again.
Route 1.
Shoot.
Shoot, no chance. Penalties it is. Okay, here we go. Rafifa to start things off for Paris Saint-Germain with Pele. Buries it. Quinten, no nonsense there with a Pele of his own. 1-1. Ronaldo for Rafifa. No nonsense penalties. Are we going to see one saved?
Yes, we are. There is it. It's trickled down towards the bottom right. Keeper's in there. Now Ronaldo to make it 3-1. Oh, he slices it off to the right. And now Pogba missed this and he's in real trouble. And he has as well. The keeper's almost just got lucky there in a way.
Just this goal for Messi. Rafifa will go on through. The Brazilian fights on. He's been facing adversity all through the day. Lost 5-0 in his opening group game. And it's heartbreak for Quinton. But the regional champion from Miami is the only regional champion remaining in this tournament. Could he go all the way?
Well, well, well. You saw the emotion there for Quinton, and honestly, who can blame him? He probably thought it was all over when that 2-1 had gone in, then somehow snatched a last-second equaliser to go into penalties himself. Penalties just weren't in his favour. I mean, for me, there was a lucky save in there as well. Keeper had gone into the top corner and somehow just managed to land on the ball and stop it going in. But that's the way the penalties go.
It's the slow shots, the slow shots. Sometimes it happens that way. Well, of course, Rafifa the winner there. Let's have a talk with Jimmy. He's got Marlet, the winner of the TAS game.
Hey guys, I know there's a lot of excitement going on with the Rafifa game, but I'm with the other winner, Marlet, who took down TAS. Now earlier, you said you wanted TAS. You got him, and you beat him 2-1. How are you feeling right now? Because it seems like you're pretty emotional.
First of all, TAS. 1 second, calm. I respect him a lot, and I want to thank you for the game. It was a big achievement for me. So, GG to you. No problem. Okay, so I said I want to play against him, yes, because he beat me in Paris. Quite confident, so. But this time, I think this was my best game I've ever played. He had one shot or something. I dominated this game. Just now, it's too much. It's too much. And I'm just happy now. I'm top 4, right?
That's right. Yeah. Going to London?
I still can't believe it, because it was my only chance to qualify for FWC. So somehow I managed to achieve it. Don't ask me how. Thanks to my family who supported me the whole day. Actually, they missed a game against Dex because they thought it's over. So I hope you saw this game now. And yes, we will see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, congratulations on getting to this point. Now, TAS, really quick, a little bit disappointing. Obviously, you're one of the favorites. Now you're going home.
Right, I mean, I feel a bit hard done by in general in the tournament. I felt like I was on a roll. I'm usually a pretty mentally tough player, but the way that Rocky game went, I'm not going to lie, I mentally lost it a bit, which is wrong of me because this was actually a very important game. Well done to him, he got his revenge. Rocky got his revenge as well, they both did. But, you know, to be honest with you, I think it's important when you lose. A lot of people don't do this. It's important to take a loss with as much class as possible because I'm burning inside. But I have to give credit to everybody that's beat me. They were the better player on the day. I'll try to come back stronger.
There he is, and hopefully you'll get your revenge in the next tournament. All right, guys, let's throw it over to Spencer.
Well, guys, there you go. Very nice touch from Marlet there. Absolute class act in victory as well as TAS in defeat there. But it's been a fantastic day here in Berlin. And we're not finished because we've seen stories, we've seen drama, we've seen comebacks, we've seen goals from all angles. This is how things look at the end of day 1 here in Berlin. In the upper bracket final on the PlayStation, it is going to be Manika taking on Shells. That is France versus England. And trying to make their way back through the lower bracket, it is the Stranger versus Timox. That's an all-German affair. And all 4 of those guys have booked themselves a place in London. On the Xbox side, with a massive game on the upper bracket final between Gorilla of Unilad and Vitality Rocky. That's another UK versus France battle. And of course, we've got Marlet versus PSG Rafifa trying to make their way back into the lower bracket. Rafifa being the only person left not from Europe. So he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders. People maybe didn't expect the non-Europeans to get this far, but he's doing it. He's also the only person that won a regional that's still in the tournament as well. So definitely one to watch out for. But that is what we're going to be playing tomorrow, guys. We're going to be finding out who wins the lower bracket
We're going to be working out who wins their division. And then, of course, we've got the ultimate climax, which is the big final. The Xbox winner taking on the PlayStation winner for $160,000. Now, you didn't hear me wrong. That's how much these guys are playing for. Tomorrow, May 20th, it all kicks off 5 p.m. Central European Standard Time, okay? They are the grand finals. We've been working for a long time to get this far, guys. I don't know how many goals we've seen, but it's got to be in the thousands, and it all ends tomorrow. Who will win? I don't know, but it's going to be quality here at the Adidas Space in Berlin. I've absolutely loved it. Goodbye from me, Chew Boy, Jimmy, D-Man, and everyone else on the commentary team, Joe as well. We'll see you tomorrow. Don't go changing.
The composure right before.